Ooh, get ready for some dissonance. Yes. We need some delicious dissonance from the music and this adorable squirrel. It never makes any sense. Oh, it never makes any sense. Oh dear. The music's too exciting. It's too exciting. I don't have an adventurer. I don't have an adventurer getting started screen. Maybe I should just like slap the letters over the I could just slap the letters over the talking screen. I don't know. There's no fix. It's an adorable squirrel who's an adventurer. Maybe I should have slapped on a Skyrim helmet. That'd do it. That'd do the trick. I just need to Photoshop horribly a Skyrim helmet onto the baby squirrel, so that he can look like a little adventuring lad. Oi! How are you guys doing? Hello. It's me. It's Monday. Yes. It's Monday time, you guys. Happy Monday, everybody. How are you doing? We're gonna play some Skyrim today. We're gonna be playing some dragon killing. We're gonna be killing dragons. We're gonna be hopefully not being a vampire for long. I'm ready to be rid of my Monday for now.
Monday, but only temporarily. Monday will be gone as sure as it is here now. Monday, where have you gone? I remember today was Monday. But tomorrow it'll be another day. Another day, another stream. Hey, what's up? Captain Zanuck, how are you doing? Captain Zanuck. Alchemic Refuge. Oh, what'd you think? What'd you think about that stream that we all watched earlier? Oh my. Oh my. What? That's like one of my new favorite streamers. One of my new favorite streamers just started streaming today. What excitement, I say. Anti-Darkheart. Hey, Kelsey's here. Kim, how are you doing? Oh my gosh. Do you see? Can y'all see the sub badges? Can you see the sub badges? They're so cute. They're amazing. They're amazing. Do you see them? They are beautiful. If you're a new subscriber. Oh, sorry. Dang it. Hang on. Let me turn off the bot. I'm sorry. Your sass was ruined. Your sass was ruined. Hang on. Let me just turn on this bot really quick. Okay, Earl bot. There we go. Nope, Node app. Oh dear, I accidentally put Noid app. Nope. I just missed the O. Node app. There it is. Yes, you have to refresh to maybe see the sub badges, please. Please refresh. Also, hi there. Hey, it's my face. What's up? I've been scratched in my eyeballs. My eyeballs have been scratched. How are you doing? Thanks, Akivik, for the shout out. Sorry that the bot wasn't there. My bad. My bad about the bot. Okay, but oh, Realist Rager, how are you doing? Oh, what's up? Frogs are green. Hi there, BMN. Oi. What's up? What's up? Fresh new badges. They're made by the incredible, amazing Kelsey, aka Anti-Darkheart. Can you believe it? They're beautiful. Look at them. And there's also special flair for them. Yeah. Specially designed flair. I am so
glad to still be a part of
Rosera.
It. Love you, Kenny.
Oh my gosh, Rosera. Thanks for jumping in here. Hey, Rosera. Thank you so much for the 17 months. Can we put some hype in the chat for our friend Rosera, and also, for goodness sake, for these beautiful new badges. Aren't they cute? They were all made by Kelsey. Please, can we get a shout out for Kelsey? They're amazing. And if you notice, the tier 2, they've got the eyes. They've got sparkly eyes, and then the tier 3s have a sparkles around their face. It makes it so that if you are a tier 3 12-month sub, it looks like madness. It looks like utter sparkly rainbow madness. It's beautiful. Just look at those babies. Yes, now there's purple for month 1. There is for month 3 it goes to bronze, and then for month 6 it goes to silver. Month 9 it goes to gold, and then month 12 is the beautiful rainbow squirrel. I love the baby so much. I've not even been able to look at it. I haven't been able to even look at it because it just got made. It's beautiful. The rave squirrel. Hey, it's Tayaki-san. Tayaki, how are you doing? What's up? We're playing a little bit more Skyrim. I'm sorry. Listen, if any of y'all don't like Skyrim, my apologies. Pinky promise we won't play it forever. We won't play it forever, all right? Yatta, how are you doing? Yatta, Kate.
Whoa.
Oi. Ashley Rose. Hey.
Love this community. Heart.
Thank you so much for the 15 months of support. Ashley Rose, put some hype in the chat for our friendo Ashley Rose. Thank you very much for the subscription. Oh, yes. My goodness. I want to have all the sparkles. All of the sparklies. That's because they're so beautiful. What can I say? They're just absolutely adorable. I love that baby. That's a good baby. Look at Ashley Rose's little happy rainbow baby. The rainbow baby is so cool. You've done something different with the makeup today? I did. Is that true? What's this zoom? Why is the zoom in the thing? Ah! Nope, just moved. What? Okay, listen. I didn't mess with it today. I didn't mess with the zoom. I forgot to. Okay, now I'm scared. What does this zoom do? No. No, it's a mess.
Speak Yoda, you want more? Yes!
BMN. Stop telling me what to do. Shiny, what's up? How are you doing? You look dirtier today? Well, yeah, I think I did put on a little bit more dirt. It's true. I did put on a little bit of extra dirt which is kind of nice. Yeah. It was the dissonance, but not dissonance. I used that word twice today, which is way over the legal limit. Whenever I put on the scratches, they were way too much of a contrast. It was too much contrast. I was like, no. We're gonna need to put some brown in here.
Yeah.
LSR, thank you for the Prime for 20 months. Holy crap. Goodness gracious. Thank you so much, LSR. OG Gang has arrived. Thank you so much for starting the hype train. What the heck? A hype train on a Monday? Hey, that's illegal. Champion of the Raven Queen, what's up? How are you doing? The OG Gang is resubbing together. Ashley Rose. Thank you for those 100 bits. Oh my gosh. Shiny, do you see all of the shiny new sub emotes? The sub badges? The badges are so shiny and beautiful. Also, how are you doing, Shiny? What's up? I saw you on a stream earlier. I did. The Pizza Dudette. Hey, Pizza Dudette's here. Pizza Dudette. Originally here.
Hey, that's illegal.
From a Skyrim stream. Oh my goodness. Kim, thank you for the 100 bits. Hooray! Monday bits. Can you believe it? The new badges, aren't they adorable? Just look at Alchemix and look at mine. Mine and I will say, ow, wow, wow. Ow, wow, 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 wow. Ow, wow. Look at that shine. Look at that shiny baby. Oh my gosh. Got eyes of sparkles, and absolutely RGB rainbow. Whoa. How are you doing, Calico? Oi. Calico's here. Shin, how are you doing? Whoa. Tayaki-san, aren't they so adorable? They were made by somebody in the chat. By Anti-Darkheart. Right there. Anti-Darkheart made them. Aren't they beautiful? Oh my gosh. Everything's better if it's shiny. That's me. That's me right there. You have a cheese squirrel. Oh, what? That's not cheese. That's gold. It was only cheese because I didn't know how to make the bubbles shiny. I made the bubbles. Did y'all know that? I'm sure that it was quite clear. Cheese is illegal. Hey, cheese is illegal. No cheese. This is a lactose intolerant stream. Everybody knows that. It's the only thing that we're intolerant to in this stream, all right? The rainbow one is so beautiful. So beautiful. Aren't they beautiful? You're sad that you couldn't make it to a recent stream, but Rosera, you can still watch the VOD if you want to. Arisa did save her VODs, thank goodness. There's so many people that start streaming and they don't save their VODs, and it's really a crime against humanity. It does look more gold than the bubbles. You bet it does. I was the one that made those bubbles in GIMP, and it was no good. I cannot believe I had them for Well, LSR right there is testament right there. Oh, you can't say internet's being buggy. Oh no, LSR, we'll see you later. Thanks for jumping in here. Also, I was gonna say, since LSR is from the OG clan, for 20 months, those bubbles have been here. 20 months. Jesus. That's a long time. You will definitely watch a Reese's VOD. You missed most of it because you were modding a click stream. Oh! I was kind of half watching a click stream, but I was definitely watching it before. But whenever Risa got on, I was like, okay, you get the mutie, Mr. Click. Mr. Gussie, how are you doing? Gussie, why, it's my sussy Gussie. How are you doing? Can y'all hear the honks? I didn't hear the honk. Where is it? Huh? Oh, there it is. No, I can hear it. Okay, good. It's just me that can't hear it. A little less, though. You didn't always have the sub badges. That's true. That's true. It's a little bit less. Maybe 19 months. Oh, let me close this. Forgot that I left the door open. Hey, it's Moy. Moy. Why, fancy meeting you here. I believe I saw Moy just the other day. How are you doing? Moy. Wasn't Arisa's stream incredible? She's probably blushing her head off, so please, just bother her. Also, bring me the horizon. How are you doing? You say it every time, but gosh, I love your energy. That is so sweet. Bring me the horizon. Oh, what a nice bean you are. I appreciate it. Oh my God, stop. See, she's blushing. She's blushing. Everybody compliment her quickly. It was very fun. It's true. Oh yeah, I'm supposed to... I was just looking at my list. Paramount Knight, how are you doing? What's up? Happy Monday. How is everybody doing? I didn't get to talk to y'all during like during the movie night or anything. So I want to know. I hope that y'all are doing fantastic. I hope that you're doing great. I know that some of y'all have been a little more off than usual, and I know that some of y'all have been a little more on than usual. Lupus working their buns off. Time to wash the dye out of my hair. You're doing it. Lupus is doing it. Oh, yes. Ow, 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 ow. It's also, my news, since before y'all tell me how y'all are doing, let me just tell you, my news is that the emotes are now in the sketching phase. I have not seen a single image, but our new emotes will be here soon, okay? It's on the Trello board. The Trello board has been updated, and it is being made, okay? It's being made. Confirmed creation. It's happening. The emotes, there's progress. I'm the only one on the list. Oh my gosh, you guys, thank you so much for the hype train. Hey, everybody that submitted, that helped with the hype train. Thank you so much. Rosera, Ashley Rose, LSR, Ashley, and Kim. Thank you so much for the successful level 1 hype train. Oh yeah. Check it out. How are you doing, Lightning? What's up? Okay, let me scroll up. I am here. I am good, but I need to take a shower soon, though. It's all right, Moy. We all get stinky sometimes. It's time to clean ourselves up, all right?
It's almost emote time. It's true.
The emotes will be here in no time flat. And by no time, I mean I ordered them in, like, April or something like that. But they'll be here, all right? They'll be here soon. But I couldn't wait any longer. I couldn't wait any longer for the subby badges. Now the only thing that I need to do is get those sketches done, and then... Bitty badges? Bitty badges update. Interesting. Me have ideas. Bitty badges maybe soon. It's true. Interesting. I was gonna have dinner with my mom, but then she canceled on me. Oh, what? Who dares cancel on Calico? I can't believe it. I would never cancel on you, Calico. Neither would any of us. How dare? I can't believe it. Marathon bedding washing commenced. Oh my. Ashley, it's time to clean up that bedding. Get it clean. Speaking of bedding, my bed's coming in on Wednesday most likely. I already got my pillow. It's like a squishy real pillow. I got a real pillow and it's pretty comfortable. And my bed will be in here soon. Can you believe it? He's gonna be sleeping on a cloud. It's true. Working on it, Kenny. All right, just all you got to do is just get out there with your big bucket and your soap and your washing thing and just clean it up. You got new bedding and decorative rugs. Oh my gosh. Anti-dark art. I can't believe it. Interior development. Amazing. Your interior is looking extra cozy. Very, very warm for the summer. Thank goodness. No more fake pillow. Finally, the fake pillow has been thrown out. I threw it out the window into the trash. Actually, I still have it. Working on it, Kitty. Yes. I hope that you have a good day. I'm already having a great day, Lightning. Thank you very much. I appreciate it. You're so very sweet. I'm already having a fantastic day, and we haven't even started Skyrim. But I think that we're gonna start it right now. Let me just, what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna make the background really ugly, okay? You see the cool background? All right, we're gonna make it ugly. Where is it? Yes, ugly. Ah, my eyes, they're burning. Disgusting. Actually, you know what? I'm gonna get this started. I'll gotta keep your eyes from burning while it loads all the mods. I have to do that because Skyrim is so dark and dank and ugly. Nick the 16th, how are you doing? What's up? Also, let me see. So far, you have a mattress pad done and 1 quilt in the dryer. Oh, Ashley Rose, you're making good progress. You put a rubber-type rug on the balcony yesterday where your plants are so that you don't slip around while you're watering them. I need to somehow make it so that the rug in my kitchen doesn't slide around like a magic carpet, because I'm pretty sure that it's going to whisk us away to another dimension. If I, like, run through the kitchen, I might be sent into the next stratosphere. You bought a plant? I already knew that. I'm not gonna even listen. I'm not a good actor. People say, Kenny, are you a voice actor? Listen, I can't lie for crap. Arisa, I already knew that, but it's a beautiful plant, darn it. Falls in full of food from Outback. Ooh, you remind me, Ivy Rose. I've got an Outback coupon that I need to use. Huzzah! How are you doing, Ivy? Ivy. What's up? I hope that you enjoyed your delicious... Did you get steak? Did you get seafood? What the heck are you buying there? Also, I want to get a plant. That's what I want to do. Nick, we're like starting right now. I was waiting for the mods. To load, and my background looks super ugly because of how I edited my filters. So I'm actually starting right now and turning off the fake audio. Fake audio, not real. Fake streamer here. Yeah, I can chat and game. So, you know, I start games pretty quick normally. Your friend is in the military and you haven't seen him in weeks. What? BMN, that's awful. I hope that they come back soon. The game music is epic. It's true. It's actually the same music that's on this, that's right here. We need Elder Scrolls 4. Where is it? I mean, 6. Right? Isn't it 6? My bad. Listen, fake fan, I already told you. What? The fake streamer? I cannot believe it. He's fake. Say your C. I hope that I'm saying your name right, but I know I'm not. How are you doing? What's up? By the way, I am Ayla, the huntress. If you have not noticed, I've been scratched upon the face. I'm going to turn into a wolfman. I'm going to turn into a wolfman. I want to turn into a wolf, but first I have to become a not vampire, which is preferable. That's what I. Oh dang, nice face. Oh woo! No woos. There'll be no wooing in the chat. Thank you very much. You want to buy this decanter, you old goat? Come on, Devlin. Okay, so we're down at the Thieves Guild, you guys, doing our thieving business. We're doing our munchkin, our shenanigans down here, not munchkins. We're putting bowls right there, and we need to get the heck out of here. We already did what we need to do. Okay, no more awoo. Get that awoo out of here. I can't. What, Kim? You're supposed to be doing art. What? You don't have time to awoo. Unacceptable. I can't believe it. The only said one plant when I started my mom gave me a bunch of plants. Oh snap, Rosaire, you turned yourself into a complete flower garden. You live in a garden. It's an entire. Listen, do the plants own you or do you own the plants? That's what I want to know. You want to come clean? Who owns who? Pretty sure that you my art, aka cursed clicky edits. Oh no. Click! You can't even edit his mustache onto his eyebrows anymore. Shaking my head, mustacheless. Oh yeah, mustacheless. Mustacheless. It's true. I've got no mustache. I am yeah, I actually felt kind of weird about putting on all this makeup because I was totally enjoying what the What the heck is going on over here? Is there another thief on the loose? Is there a thief on the prowl on the loose? Is it you? No, he's on the run. Where's the nasty old thief? Huh? I want to help the law because I am not about letting these thieves live. No. Thieves must suffer. How dare you? You monster. How you stealing from people? Oh wait, it's daytime. I don't even have any stamina. What's up, Tay? How are you doing? Oi, 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 oi! Tay's here.
Hello, Cyrus. How are you doing, my friend?
I hope you're having a splendid day. Welcome back to Skyrim. I'm picking these butterflies out of the air. Also, where's the thief? Where's the lad? Oh, he must be. Oh, he went around the corner. He's on the move. He's on the prowl. Look at him go. Oh, I just shot a Riften guard. Oh, no. No, I just merely assaulted him, sir. It was a, listen, I'm with the guild. Here's 20 bucks. Here's 20 bucks. Shut your mouth. Thank you very much, sir. Goodness gracious. I'm out of here before I accidentally shoot somebody else. You're doing good. Hey, awesome sauce, Tay. I'm glad to hear it. I've been a little bit stressed out recently, but you know what? It's going to be okay. It's going to be okay. Everything's going to be fine. We just have to breathe deeply. Just like that. If you just breathe like that, whenever you feel nervous, you guys, then you'll feel a lot better. Guaranteed. Recover the stones. What? There's the stones of Baranziah in the... Ooh. Let's go grab one of them stones. You need to get some food. You might make a third pot of coffee. Oh no, you may have had one. Oh dear. Alchemic. You are tempting me. You vile temptress, you. Temptress? Tempter. I do want to get some juice now. You're making me want to get some juice right now. You're making me want to juice up, my friend. Let me, I've been calling everybody a temptress recently. So I'm in the habit now. Lemon, how are you doing? Hello. This is the Earl of Suds digs a hole for himself for 10 minutes straight. How are you doing, Lemonberry? You love the badges? Aren't they beautiful? Aren't they? Also, I saw that Shiny was here. Are you still here? Are you still here? I love Shiny. Not Shiny. I mean, I love Shiny. I mean, I do love Shiny, but I'm saying, is I love Shiny still in the chat? Like the username. The username I love Shiny. Even though I love Shiny, and Shiny is here, and I know that Shiny's here, but is I love Shiny here, is what I want to know. Ooh. You're confused now? Oh, what? No. No. Gotta love Shiny. Jeez. Where's the stone, huh? Where's the stone of Baranziah? I thought it was in here. Is it not? Confused. Monster all the way. Lovely bunny. I'm more of a G Fuel kind of guy. More of a G Fuel kind of dude. I like sipping on the big G Fuels, you know? I mean, I do love Shiny. Everybody loves Shiny. You can't help it. You can't help it. Shiny's just the best bean. Stone of Baranziah. Oh, let's press L. That's how to do it. Stone of Baranziah is like in a house. Look at this. It's like up there or something. Okay, let's look for a suspicious home. I thought that it was going to be in Mistvale Keep. Because I thought that that's where the little indicator is. No, it's in here. Oh. See, what do you talk about BioShock? Have you been playing BioShock? Oh, I don't think that this is it. You're going to lurk while you play BioShock? Which one are you playing? You've been mentioning it a lot, but are you like replaying the first one? Are you like playing Infinite? I don't know, because I haven't played any of those games. I tried to play... Okay, so it is in Riften. I tried to play BioShock 1, and it was way too hard. It was like a real game, and I couldn't play it. I'm just not good at games, you guys. Listen, I'm a fake gamer. I don't play multiplayer games, and I apparently cannot play real shooters. Is the Stones of Baranziah in the city? Is that what the deal is? Because this is a mod. This is a... This is me crashing the game by pressing L? What? Oh, no. Oh, no. I believe I just quick-loaded. Just quick-loaded. I thought that L would be the location. The location. What do you mean by real shooters? I mean like Doom or like BioShock or What else would be considered a real shooter? Like not Call of Duty, you know? Not Call of Duty. Something that's maybe a little less arcadey is the thing. Maybe something that's a little more focused, I guess, on gunplay, eh? Okay, so it's this way.
What's the hurry?
Yeah, something that's a little more focused on... So it is in here. What the heck? Doom is so good. The very little that I've played of Doom, I flippin' loved, Nick. I flippin' loved it. I played the Doom that was from, I think, 2016. It was just called Doom, which makes it really hard for you to be able to point out which one it is. Oh, also, hi there. What's up? I'm Zombie Food. Hello. I can't stay long because you have a train trip tomorrow. Ooh. Ooh, ooh, ooh. Good luck with the train trip. Hooray. Are you going somewhere lovely?
Or somewhere ugly.
Ooh, ooh, ooh. Good luck. Project Warlock is very fun. It's an old school shooter. Yeah, maybe that's what I'm saying is old school shooters are real shooters, I guess. Oh, you're going to London. Oh, I would love to go to London someday. That's awesome sauce. Well, then I totally understand if you're going to go get some schlep. Isn't there a Lego-like game that came out a long time ago that there were canisters of different color? Anybody remember what that is? There are canisters for mini kits in Lego Star Wars, right? What do you mean? In canisters? A Lego-like game? So, are you thinking of like a Lego-like game? I know that there's like the... Ooh, there's a bunch of weird like fake toy games, right? There's a ton of games that just were basically made to sell toys. I don't know which one you're talking about though. Makes me think of that like... No, it wasn't actually Legos. Ooh, I don't actually know then. That's too hard. Sea of Thieves is getting a Pirates of the Caribbean crossover and it looks good. PvP chat isn't family friendly though. Captain Zanuck, I've played a little bit of Sea of Thieves and holy crap, it is funny. I was playing with Odie and Salty and we just blew up somebody else's ship and they were pissed. It was hilarious. They were like flinging insults our way while we were cracking shots with our muskets. It was very unwholesome. It was very funny. I'm pretty sure that Odie was like, "Ahoy there! Ahoy there, friends! We're going to sink you! You won't defeat us, arr!" And they were like legitimately angry. And OT's like, "Yo ho ho! Yo, ahoy! Ahoy! We're going to kill you all!" People blare Thomas the Tank Engine on their microphones. Ah, gaming. Ah, gaming, the most toxic of all atmospheres. Over here is, it's all Stones of Baron Zaya all day, eh? Goodness. They're everywhere. Where are these stones? Sea of Thieves is so much fun to watch. I might not ever stream that, but it's kind of fun to play. OT and Salty love making friends in that game. Yeah, that's what I was getting.
What say you?
Well, what a fine welcome into the city. Hi there, Whiterun guard. I'm the Jarl here. Also, Linz is here. Oi, Linz! Do you see the sub badges? Never played, only watched. Sea of Thieves is kind of expensive. It's also a huge game, like huge file. Like I deleted it. I played one time with Odie and Salty, and it's like 40 gigs or more. So I had to delete it. Bye-bye. See you later, Sea of Thieves. I'll re-download it if I have to. But yeah, it's ridiculous. I mean, there are bigger games, but 40 is a lot. This game's 13 gigs. Right here? Right here, 13 gigs. And it's a fat game. It's a fat game. P-H-A-T. Fat. So is a Stone and Baron Zaya in here? Is that what you're telling me? Oh, Shin! Those are so cute. I love them. I can't wait for our new emotes. Hooray. Hooray. Finally getting some art. Oh, boy, oh, boy. Hollow Knight is an amazing game. I do enjoy a spot of Hollow Knight. It was such a hopeless experience at some point, though, just because I couldn't figure out where to go. If only they had made it slightly more clear. It's just the way that you progress in the game is so confusing to me. But I mean, it is a fun game, that's for sure. It's certainly fun, and I like I liked how difficult it was. The combat was super fun. I beat the like needle lady, and I think that was about whenever we ended. So like, I don't know what her name was, but she was like one of the first real bosses, right? I think that she's one of the first real bosses. Don't honk at me. Blue Jay, how you It's Blue Jay. Hello there. How are you doing? Don't you dare honk at me ever again. Also, what? Oh my gosh, a raid. Hey, Nicalia, how are you doing? Patrigan, what are you looking at me like that for? Huh? What? What is it? No more honking. Oh my gosh. Hey, Nicalia, thank you so much for the raid. You guys, please put some hype in the chat for our raider friendos. Hello, welcome. You've raided our ship. How are you doing? We're playing some Skyrim. Good vibes. Good. Stop honking. Listen. I'm being interrupted. But you guys, thank you so much for coming over with my friendo Nicalia. I hope you had a wonderful stream. Playing Fallout 4. Ooh. Fallout 4. Why, we're both playing Bethesda games. Broke Thesda. So, how many errors did you encounter? I don't think that we've encountered a proper one yet. But I'm excited. It'll happen soon, guaranteed. Also, oh, wait a moment. I wonder if my mods got loaded in, because I added 3 new mods. How would I be able to prove if they're loaded? It upgraded the horses. The mod that I installed upgraded the horses, but we've already run into a horse, right? We already ran into a horse. I think that we should restart the game. We should save and then load in my mods because I put some new ones. But Nicalia, yes. Perfect. You can go from Bethesda to Bethesda. I was watching a video that was like outlining all of the Fallout games, and I'm so tempted to try Fallout 3 now. Not gonna lie. I think I have Fallout 4, but I don't know. Fallout 3 looks like a lot of fun. It looks like a lot of fun. I don't know if I'd be able to stream it, but it sure looks good. Okay, let's save really quick. Just 1 moment. I'm gonna save the game. I'm gonna close the game, and I'm going to include all of my mods, okay? Because a few of them fix things, and a few of them should be a real hoot. They should be a real hoot, okay? I tried to upgrade the game because you know how Skyrim is. So I got some mods that fix some things. Okay, where are they? Did it download them? I don't see them. I don't see them. I'm looking at it. I'm scrolling down. I don't what? I definitely Whiterun enhance. I definitely yeah, I see it. They're checked. Oh, dang. One of them has curse words in it. Okay, they're checked. So, they're going to be included, maybe. I mean, they're supposed to be here. You play Fallout 76 in the rare case that it gets gameplay updates. Ooh, so you just like play, you play it whenever it gets moved around, whenever they upgrade stuff. It was the first Fallout that you ever did on stream, then New Vegas, then Fallout 4. Definitely your favorite, really. That's interesting. Nicalia, I'm not gonna lie, very interesting. Because I never, I didn't hear like a ton of good stuff about the 4th one, but you know what? I would trust your opinion more than I trusted those people's opinions, okay? So now I'm interested. Pink Monster, how are you doing? Is that a cat head badge? How dare you? That's a squirrel. That's our precious baby squirrel. But you play Fallout 76. That's interesting. Captain Zanuck, that one has had so much hate. It doesn't even seem fair. It seems like it's got an undue amount of it even. Oops, sorry, he's got long ears. No. I'm only teasing. Pink Monster. Monster, how are you doing? What's up? Are you here to vibe, my friend? Are you here to vibe? We're gonna be killing some things. Oh. Oh dear. Oh dear. Oh my. It's it's working. The mods are they're working. And yes. The horse! Oh, do not paw me to death. Wait, can I hop on one of these? Oh my gosh. Can I hop on one of these bad boys? Come on. How do I get up there? No. Are you not allowed to ride them anymore? Dang. They're too powerful to be ridden. They can't be controlled.
They're 5 hype.
Not by a human. Oh my gosh. It's amazing. This is the best mod I've ever installed. Oh, jolly good. Hooray. If only we could hop on top. I want to go for a ride. Emerald Artist, thank you so much for the sub. Hey, thank you so much for the 7 months. Oh my gosh, the 7 months of support. I so appreciate it. Emerald Artist. I hope you're having a wonderful day. Hello. We're hanging out near Giant Horse Town. This is where we live. I live right down the road from the Giant Horse. Yeah, it's a boss horse. Why do I hear boss music? Cue the Dark Souls boss music. Why do I hear boss music? Oh no! I think that I see an unkindled fire over there. No! Kenny, I think that you can go into the console and type TCL and fly up to the Giant Horse. I wonder if we can ride his back. You say, what? TCL? TCL, is that how to do it? Right there? TCL fly? Oh. It says that it's off. Do I need to turn it on? Oh my gosh, I'm flying. I'm flying. Can I please ride the horse? No. No, come on. Come on, man. Let me go for a ride. Please let me fly onto their back. Oh, I just spooked him. Sorry about that, buddy. Heck yeah, big horsies. It's Seder. Steel horse. Steel horse? Steel. Horse not working. Horse broken. Horse not rideable. I think that we I don't believe that we can ride these horsies, I'm afraid. Oh, this is the horse that's attached to the carriage. That's why you can't ride this one. Because look, he's on the carriage. But I don't know if we can steal this horse. You said you have to turn collisions back on? Oh dear. Okay, so I'm gonna go up really high. And we're gonna turn it back off. How do you turn it off? TLC fly? What did we just say? Fly again? Now it's on. Okay. That looks about right. Oh no. Oh no, now we die. Now we die, possibly. Oh my gosh, it's busted. This game's broken. We broke it worse than normal. Okay, well, we can't ride this one. I wasn't even floating over this one. Are you kidding me? Oh no, I can't jump off this horse though. We will die. Come over here. Oh my gosh. Come on, horse, get over here. Quit horsing around and get your buns over here. Yeah. Oh my gosh. Hey, thank you for the 13 months. Holy moly. We've got so many beanos coming in here. How are you doing? Oh, happy Monday, Grandpa Moss. Also, A-Star, I'm trying to, listen, we're trying to ride these horses. I'm having trouble here. Get your yeehaw butt over here. Oh, uh-oh. Oh, that's just Night Eye. Never mind. That's not a big deal. No big deal, Pickle. Okay. Can I get off of this? Will I die? Ooh, we lived. Barely by the smallest of margins. Okay, hang on. Let me heal myself, and we're going to ride this horse, all right? Here we go. Why are they giant? Oh, what do you mean? They've always been this way, A-Star. Also, how are you? Oh, my gosh, Breezy. What? Oh. Breezy, how are you doing? Oh, my goodness. I was hanging out in Breezy's stream just earlier. How are you doing? Breezy, how was The Sims? I saw you building that lovely house. I saw what you were doing. I was enjoying it. How's everybody doing? What's up? We're playing Skyrim, but the horses are big. We're playing Skyrim, except for the horses are too large. The horses are large and in charge. How's everybody doing? Welcome. If you're a friendo from Breezy, hi there. My name's the Earl of Suds. I goof around here almost every single day, playing some games. I've got me Skyrim outfit on. You might recognize it as the Huntress. I've got the Huntress's wow lag. Oh yeah, this game is busted. It hates these horses. I can't believe it. I don't know why these. Oh my! Don't look at me with those big bean eyes. Oh. Also, hey Veery, how are you doing? Cloudy skies. Welcome to the chat. Thank you so much for the follow. Rosenessa, I think it is. I hope that I'm saying that right. Hi there. How are you doing? It was good. Finally finished a lot that's been unfinished for a long time. Finally you're getting your business done. Nice. Getting your stuff finished. Breezy, I'm proud of you.
I am proud.
Just Rose? Okay. Rose it is. Hi there, Rose. Thank you so much for the follow. I appreciate it. Christella, hi there. What's up? Yeah, like I said, we're kind of just chilling. It's a Monday, so, you know, we're just goofing around. We're going to probably try. So right now, I'm a vampire, and I am absolutely sick of it. I'm so upset. I'm so upset to be a vampire. Look at my skin. It's frying in the sun. Do you see how I have all of my magic is gone? All my stamina is gone. My health won't regen. It's an absolute mess. It's no good. We really got to become a werewolf. I am done with being a bloodsucker. By the way, Kenny, captions are on top of your face a bit. Who uses captions? The captions are not. The captions are auto-generated. They're probably a mess. Especially if I talk quickly. So I apologize if anybody requires captions. I am definitely ruining them. I apologize. Oh, look at this. We're supposed to actually do like a job. We're supposed to be doing a job over here by cooking some books. We're supposed to cook some delicious books over here. And we might get to have a bite as well. Oh, you just realized that you could change on your end? Thank goodness. You're going to have to make them tiny and get them out of my scratchy face. I can barely see anything through this makeup. The captions are not going to help at all. I think that you may be able to see if you can steal the horse if you whirlwind sprint to the side of it. Dakota, listen. We're going to have an opportunity to ride one of these big horses, all right? That's the epic quest. The general quest of Skyrim is just playing the missions, but the epic quest is to ride one of these horses that are definitely breaking the game. We might Oh no, don't kill Shadowmere, you monster. I do not actually, oh dear. I don't actually know if we're going to be able to keep this mod on here. I didn't know how big these horses were going to be. I thought that they were going to be much smaller than this. I thought that they were going to be like maybe double the size. Maybe a little bit more. Maybe a little bit more than double. But I never expected such ginormous horses. They're unnecessarily large. And they're broken. They're broken. I don't think that we can play like this, you guys. This is no way to live. Oh my gosh, it's going to glitch the game out. The game almost crashed. Oh, what was that? What was that? I just saw an E. Was that for the horse? I want to hop on. Nay. Come on. Let me up there. I'm ready to go. Yep, this game's gonna break. This game is on the raggedy edge of crashing. Dang it, Kenny, hold your horses. What? No puns. Oh, a bounty. Oh, the horse attack? What? What is he doing? He's like, oh, you approach me, fool. I can fly. Flying horse. Oh, here, down he goes. I guess, how big is my head? He's dead. He's dead. There's no, oh my gosh, there's no air up there. Oh no. Big dead horse. Oh my gosh, he's empty. He's empty inside, just like so many of us. Oh no! I should have hoofed it up there and tried to save him, but look at him now, he's dead. But how is this possible? I don't know. The only explanation that I can give you is Skyrim. Listen, I didn't do that. The horse did it. Listen, it wasn't my fault. Look at, oh, this is the horse for the wagon. You see these? You see this wagon hitch right here? That's what's at the very top up there. Kenny, the mighty horse slayer. I mean, mighty I am. Look at this horse. Look at him, perished. That's right. None of these horses want to mess with me now. Now, where's my? I'm supposed to actually do a. Oh my gosh, is that another horse? Wait a second. Oh, what's up, Gold Sand Place? How are you doing? I'm glad that you like the outfit. Thank you. It's today is Aelia, or however you say that. It's Azalea. We're cosplaying as Azalea today, and tomorrow we'll probably do I haven't actually thought about tomorrow's makeup, so I don't know what it's gonna... Oh, wait, it's Terraria Tuesdays. I almost forgot. Terraria Tuesdays. No makeup. No makeup. We're supposed to cook some books. Where do we cook the books at? Over here. Oh, I bet it's in the building. Hang on. Hang on. There's probably books inside. It's time to get cooking. No makeup, only naked. Naked Terraria. Uh-oh. Not again. I want to steal this cheese, but first, let me cook your books. Anybody watching? Close your eyes, everybody. Close your eyes. You might be late tomorrow. Actually, yeah, we're going to start a little bit early, so I wouldn't be surprised. You're going to jump into lurk? Okay, no worries. Breezy, I haven't eaten today either. Get some food. Get some food, Breezy. How dare you? I can't believe that you're not taking care of yourself. I'm so ashamed. But Breezy, please go get yourself some food. Get yourself some nom-noms. We'll see you later, Breezy. Thank you so much for the raid. Thanks for hanging out with us. Hope to see you sometime soon. I guarantee you, the next time that you run into here, the next time that you're in this stream, I'm going to be riding on a giant horse. On a giant horse. Yeehaw. You can't shame Breezy when you haven't eaten either? Well, that's the joke, isn't it? So is this horse is bouncing up on a tree. Low poly Kenny. Low poly Kenny. It's Kenny, but without all the bells and whistles. Oh, what's up, Dog in the... What? Dog in the Proto. Excuse me. Too artful for me. You got your second vaccine on Friday. You thought that you'd get bad side effects, but nope. All you had was a sore arm. Nice. That's awesome. I'm glad that it was merely a sore arm for you. I know that lots of people have had some serious trouble, so I'm glad that that you were spared the more troubling things, the more troubling times. I like your new name. What you switch that name for? All right, now we did the job, you guys. We forged the numbers. We lied about killing that horse, all right? We killed one of the horses, but we wrote in the book that it was sold, okay? That's what it is. We wrote in the book that the horse was sold and totally lived a full and eventful life at some local stables. But it was all a lie. It was all for the Thieves Guild, of course. You use the mod to go the extra mile. I mean, I wish that we could ride more than just one extra mile with a horse that big. Excuse me, Devlin. I cooked those books, my good fellow, and killed a horse.
Nicely done. All right, thanks a lot, Devlin. Appreciate it. I heard you offered extra work.
This is one of those radiant quests that last forever, so you can talk to Devlin for the rest of your life. And he'll just continually give you random quests. That's all that he does. Let's do another numbers job, even though these suckers are buggy. They're buggy. Tell them the horse is in stable condition. Stable condition, huh? They got it to that point, did they? Thank goodness. Thank goodness. I was worried for that horse until you finally told me that. Okay, let's get out of here. Unseen Frame, thanks so much for the follow. Appreciate it. Oh, welcome to the party, my friend. Hope you're having a beautiful day. Let's schmove along in here. At least you're more stable than that horse. That's a dead horse. I'm glad that I'm more stable than a dead horse. Wait, is this actually the way out? How do we get out of this place? My brain is... Oh. My brain's cooked. This is the way out. Okay, we got to go to the cistern. Then we're going to meet up with our sister. And then we're going to get out of here. Look at all these thieves out here. What are you doing? Dipping your little toesies in the water? Cannon's here. What's up? Cannon. Hi there. How are you doing? I got scratched by a wolf today. And I would like a little bit of anesthetic if you've got some nearby. So we need to actually go do some magic, I believe. I believe today is the day of magic. It's the day of reckoning. We have been mocked by the magic community for far too long. This lady told us to cast fear into her heart many, many, many moons ago. So we have to go back to this college and teach this lady a lesson because she was saying that we're too weak. We're too weak, and I cannot accept this. I cannot accept this. We will go at night. Stop honking at me. I've got no water. I didn't bring any. Ow, my eyes. I didn't bring any water. Oh, look at them. They're dating. Aww. Aww. Do you want to share a sweet roll? Look at them walking together, arm in arm. Oh, they were arm in arm for a second. I saw that. I saw that you can't hide it. Yeah, you're walking single file now after I know this. No, this is a cute couple. Oh, hang on, aggressive. Oh, no, it's a dragon. No, 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 no. Please, no. I do not want to deal with the dragon right now. Honk till sips. I'll have to literally go get water. I'll have to leave. Then drink mead or ale in the game. Ooh, yeah, let's see if that calms down everybody. All right, here we go. All right, sippies. Here we go. We're sipping it up, you guys. Let's get sippy with it. Where's the, where's my mead? Where's my mead and my ale? Is it in misc? Oh, it's in food. Sorry. There we go. Look. Sipped. Nice. Nice sippies. Very healthy. I missed what A-Star said because y'all kept honking. What did you say? Oh, what's up, Sandy Devil? How are you doing? Oi, 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 oi. Oh, allergy season's been hitting you. Oof. A-Star, I hope it goes away. Please go away. You like the squirrel badges? Aren't they so cute, Sandy Devil? They're so adorable. They were made by Anti-Darkheart, and they're so cute. I love them. I did have to delete, there is now no month 2, if y'all haven't noticed. There we go. Now we've got some proper sauce. Some proper sauce. Do you have some wine? Ooh. All right. All right. Yeah! Now we're drink. Okay, let me move on towards the evening so that we can get some life, okay? Because I'm a filthy vampire. And besides, we got to sleep off the mead. Okay. You cannot wait while being asked to leave. Oh, she's asking me to leave. All right, I'll leave. Sorry, my bad. Didn't mean to be in your house. It's not like it's an establishment for buying things or anything. Okay, so the dragon's gone and it's nighttime. Perfect. Because, yeah, now we can restore our magicka. Thank goodness.
Winter holds glory days.
It's time to get past this lady for the only time.
I'm afraid I don't know.
Okay, lady, listen. I'll take your test. Let me through. I'm ready to be a wizard.
Very well. If you can pass the test, then no.
Okay, what am I supposed to click here?
No. I'm afraid I don't know anything.
Dragonborn. Yes. That's who I am. I'm the Dragonborn right here. Okay, so am I allowed in? What the heck is going on? I thought that you were supposed to make me do fear magic. Oh, you're just stopping in before bed? Hey, Sandy Devil, you sweet bean. I saw you over at Palma Stream, and I was part of a raid. It was nice to see you over there. I hope that you had a wonderful time with my friendo Poppy Palma. Poppy Palma. Shout at her. Oh, okay. Was that too much? Was that too much? I was trying to prove that I was a Dragonborn.
So the stories are true.
She doesn't even mind. She was almost cast off the edge and almost perished. No, it did scratch her. She did. She took damage. She took damage and she almost flew off the edge and she's still like, Dragonborn. Yeah, that's a Dragonborn. Oh yeah, I know. There's no way that that's anything else. Can't you just skewer through her? What? Are you trying to get me to kill them? No. We're not allowed to kill her. That's against the rules. You're usually there. Well, I can understand why. Palma's got the vibes. Palma's got the good vibes. Oh, we love Palma. Anne, what's up? How are you doing? Anne, I hope that you're having a lovely evening. A lovely evening. And I've seen you in like 3 streams today. Are you stalking me? Oh, you've been lurking here for a bit? I think Anne is stalking me. I'm scared. Oh, Shiny, it's time for you to go to sleepies. Oh, I almost just touched the fake blood. I almost touched the fake blood, my bad. Shiny, it's time for you to go to Schlep. Don't burn anything. Okay, I'll only burn people. And I won't burn myself. Pinky promise. Well, listen, we'll see you later, Shiny. Get yourself some sleep. Human1, thank you so much for the lurk. Oh my gosh. It is the Human1. We love Human1. Yeah. Oh, also, hi there, Lighthouse Flame. I don't think I even said hi to you. I can't believe it. Shaking my head. Shaking my head. Ow. Night, Shiny. I didn't know that you slept. Normally, they do not sleep, Sandy. guaranteed normally shiny absolutely does not sleep. It's a myth. It's a common myth. I personally think that shiny enters stasis every few days. It happens sometimes, but it's a rare occasion. It's a blue moon sort of situation. Okay, we gotta listen to this guy.
Stay and listen. So, as I was saying,
Okay, I'm just gonna let him drone on because he has to speak for a little while. So this is like the head of the wizard. This is the head of the wizards right here. This guy up here, right behind me. Yeah, he's the king of the wizards, and he's gonna teach us. He's gonna teach us how to be absolute.
We wouldn't be here if we couldn't control magic.
Excuse me, I'm trying to listen to. He's trying to allow us to become like apprentice wizards or something. So we're gonna become a powerful wizard. And eventually we're going to be privy to the information that we need. We need to find out where the Elder Scroll is. Where is the big scroll? I have to be able to read it so that I can become the most powerful dragon. Also, you can press T. You can't wait at this location. But, yes, so for the Dragonborn, that's what we've got to do. But there's more that we need to do here, you guys. There's more important things to be done. We have to find out about the Moth Priest. There's a special priest that's been walking around that I don't know what their deal is, but they have, but they're going to help us not be a vampire anymore. We're going to stop being a vampire, okay? Because I'm getting sick of it. It's no good.
not going to weigh in.
No, I'm not gonna weigh in there, Tofter. You just keep on going. Just keep on that lecture there. Stop honking! Oh my gosh, Grandpa Pumpkin. I mean Grandpa Moss. Grandpa Moss. Thank you for the beautiful clips. I appreciate it. Also, Kathy, how are you doing? Oh yeah, how are you doing? Kathy the Toad, what's up? I see a bronze bean right there. Look at that beautiful bronze baby boy badge. Look at that sweet squirrely. Why can't we kebab people? As a chaotic neutral, I don't see the harm. What, just stabbing people? Stabbing people and cooking them over a fire? That hardly seems wholesome. I thought that this was a wholesome stream. I mean, that's what we're supposed to do. Oh yes, are we supposed to do a spell to prove our might? To prove that we're a real wizard?
Over there, please. Just opposite me.
Oh, he's gonna. I think that he's gonna teach us a badge. I mean, a magic.
Cast the ward spell and
Yes. So he's teaching me how to ward off magic. So not only can you like shoot magic, but you can also like you can also basically have a little magic shield like this. Ooh. But we can't do it for long. I don't know why he's not blasting at me.
over there, please. Just
What? I am over here. What do you mean?
anyone else in the way.
Yeah, right here, right?
Cast the ward spell.
I am. There you go. See? Magic v magic. Magic wins again.
Excellent start.
We did it. Thanks for teaching me the new spell, Gramps. It looks super duper cool. Looks like we're having a vision of the future.
The college
I
of
envision you dying, old man.
in the ruins of Sarth.
Spoiler alert.
It's an
You can cook them over the fire. No! No cooking human. How dare. You had an interview today for uni or school and got in? What? Kathy! That's such good news. Huzzah! Congratulations. Kathy, you've been accepted. Hooray! You said that you were going to be studying inclusive education in September. So excited and a little bit scared. All the best things in life make you just a little bit scared. How exciting. Hooray. Congratulations for you, Kathy. Your hard work is paying off. We are proud of you. Ooh, proud
Skyrim still
of
has
you.
such fine-
Ow!
You'll give an
All right, what do we do now? How do we become a more powerful... What do we do to become a more powerful wizard now? We're supposed to go to the Archmage's quarters, but I don't... But how do we break in? Oh, we gotta meet him outside. We gotta meet old Grandpa outside so that we can learn some of his old magic tricks. All right, Grandpa, come on, show me what you got. Show me what you got. Show me what you've got. Tolf dear.
It's always encouraging to see the younger generations and
What? Okay, buddy, where are we going? Are we supposed to meet up somewhere? It says optional, visit it. Okay, Stones of Baranzaya, learn the location. Oh, we're supposed to go way out of town. Okay, so we gotta go way out of town. You're supposed to go into the Arcanium. He's leading you to the Sarthal quest, which you do not want to do. Dakota, I do want to. I do want to do it. How dare you tell me what I want to do? I want to do all of the quests. We might as well do it now. We should go kill some munchkins. Let's go like kill some skeletons and get more powerful.
Even with the colleges laid back.
We are an elite killing machine. Is my volume a little bit low? I think that the volume might be a little bit low, is it not? Also, how are you doing, Misfit Kings? What's up? Oi, 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 Keel. Keel! You know what I was thinking, Alchemic? Okay, there we go. It's a bit louder. That better?
These vampires are becoming a real menace.
These vampires are becoming a real menace. Oh, I was gonna say. Okay, here we go. Spartan, what's up? I heard they're putting Skyrim in space. It's true. One of the, they're sending up a monkey to the moon, and he's gonna have the entire Bethesda collection. He's going to, he's gonna be playing the games while he's out there. Yeah! It's very exciting. Expect bugs in space. Who knew? We get monkeys and bugs in space in one fell swoop. Also, Calico Doodle! What the heck? Thank you for the 5 months. Hey! Oh my gosh, Callie! It's another Callie. Thank you so much for the subscription. I appreciate it. How are you doing? Enjoy your beautiful new sub badge. This spicy new, delicious, incredible, sparkly sub badges that have now been made available to you. Check it out. You just turned into you're a bronze squirrel. A fancy bronze squirrel. Absolutely beautiful. Let's get out of here. Oh yeah, you saying Skyrim in space reminded me that there's another mod that hasn't been activated yet. Because we haven't died yet. Ah, la, la, la. Golly, speaking of dying yet, holy moly, the wildlife out here is... Oh my gosh, speaking of wildlife, there's the Dawn Guard. Oh no. Leave me alone. Stupid Dawn Guard and their vampire hunting activities. Will they give me no peace? I'm a friendly vampire. Okay, I'm just gonna go off on my own. That's how you're gonna treat me. I'm gonna run away. Also, maybe we should turn into a big lad. That's what I'm thinking. Maybe we should turn into a big lad, and then we can change back whenever we get there. Let's turn... Yeah, where is it? Powers? Vampire Lord. Let's become a master. A master vampirism! Woo! Disgusting. Can I kill a frost troll with my blood magic? I don't know. It's on the edge here. You can still work while studying, and you only have 1 school day per week. It's the best of both worlds. Nice! Kathy said that you don't have to depend on anybody. Independence? Yes, 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 yes. Independence feels so, so good. Whenever I finally moved out of my parents' house, it felt real good. Whenever I finally removed all of my financial, involvement with them, it felt so good. Every step of the independence process, it just feels real good. Some of it's difficult, but it's all worth it. Guaranteed. Give me your lifeblood. Thank you. You've heard of Casper the Friendly Ghost. Now get ready for Kenny the Friendly Vampire. Yes. The friendly vampire in your area. Come to suck your lifeblood away. Ah, lovely. The friendly vampire. Just look at him. How could you say no to this beautiful face? How could you say no to Kenny, the friendly vampire? Look at him. His muscles are so stretched. Why is his shoulders so far back? Why is he stretching his chest forward? La 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 la. I love the run animation is the best. Don't put your head down. That doesn't make you run any faster. Oh, look at him go. Okay, we're supposed to go to Sarthal, but I don't want them to see me in my current form. I'm too disgusting. Don't look upon my filthy form. My dirty vampire body. I'm ashamed. My friends can't see me like this. Oh, what? Skip. As soon as I become not a vampire, then you show up. All right. All right. I see how it is, you sorry sucker. Oh, I'm zombie food. We'll see you later. Good luck with big train ride tomorrow. I hope that you have a wonderful time. Hooray! London trip. We'll see you later. Get some good schlep. Get some good schlep. Ah, the frost troll is dead. Ding dong, the wicked witch is dead. It's actually anatomically correct. To be able to have the strength to use the wings, you need a lot of back muscle. Wait a second. SK Poem, are you saying that it's... But how could we fly if we're a vampire? Even a bumblebee shouldn't be able to fly, and that's a much smaller object. I don't know if they calculated the exact way to do it. I'm just saying, like, those wings are pretty scrawny. They're pretty scrawny, and I am a thick vampire. I'm not sure if it works anyway, but, you know, you may be right. Bees are made of magic? Really? Is that true? Well, that would explain it all. Well, okay. Oh, we'll see you later, Twin Mama Gamer. Thanks for hanging out. Hey! Thanks for being here. Off to pick up your kiddo. Oh, I thought you were saying pack up. And I was like, are y'all going on a journey? You got to put that kid in the luggage? But we'll see you later, Twin Mama. Go pick up the kiddo. Drive safe. We'll see you sometime soon. Ow. All right, old man.
Here we all are.
I'm ready.
All right. Please stay close.
Let's
to me while
go
we're
kill
inside.
some
Should be
beasts.
safe.
They're probably a bunch of gross skeletons. Some nasty old skeletons, but we've got our elven bow of lightning, and we've got a lot of arrows. Lots and lots of arrows. We're going to the excavation. I wonder if we're gonna learn magic, or if this just continues the quest. Not actually sure. Don't remember.
You know, there might be gold
I hope that
somewhere
all of
here.
my
You may know,
my
Southall
buddies
was one of the
die.
earliest
Except for
North
Toph Deer, of
settlers
course. He
Skyrim.
is a deer.
Was also
Are you
the
saying how the
last.
muscles move the wings like that? Be back, pulling the shoulders back. The wings aren't large enough to hold the body, but the wing shoulder back is. You're right. It is more realistic. I was only teasing you for taking it so seriously. I was only teasing. You're right. It is. It does seem to be more accurate.
This is an exciting opportunity. Well, are there any questions before we begin?
Nope. No questions. What are we doing though? Oh, we have to go find
Let's
somebody.
see.
Okay.
What shall we have the rest of
Well,
you
oh
do?
yeah, you have a Khajiit as your fellow student? Oh wait, no, that guy can live.
Rewarding magics. Anything designed to keep
Okay.
people out and interact.
Once you're done eating, you have to do some shopping. You totally forgot about one of the things that whenever you were out earlier. Oh no. Baroness, sometimes I will go shopping and I have one sole thing that I'm looking for. One single item that's important, like, oh no, I need coffee. And then I'll go out there and I'll be like, oh yeah, maybe I could go ahead and get some bread. Oh yeah, I need just a little bit of some ramen. And then I forget the coffee in the end, and I get home with a whole load of good stuff that I kind of needed, but I forgot the main thing. So I have to go back. It's the worst. Oh, here he is. Okay, so I think he's gonna like turn on us. You can't pickpocket him. Okay.
Don't even think about it. It's going to take forever to sift through all this.
Toph Dur sent me to help you, Dur.
What? Ah, yes. You.
Yes, me.
I
Me,
remember
your new best friend.
You're going to help?
Panther guy's
It's
your
fine,
favorite. He's so
just-
full of himself.
Just don't
Well,
make a
we'll have
mess
to
of
make
my
sure that he
work.
lives,
I've
because
only
I
looked
like
through a
sassy
portion of this
Khajiits.
section. You,
What
You
would
can
y'all
look around in
do
the chambers
if
just north
one
of
day you woke up and could
Try and be
fly, but you
careful,
had
right?
little
You
control
don't wanna
over the
damage
flight?
anything.
What? So you just like shot around? You're just hitting into buildings, flying across the, you're trying to flap, but your jaw is just like stuck on the ground. You're just dragging your head through the dirt? I mean, it sounds incredible. I'd basically just careen upwards. But then again, if you could fly and you couldn't control it, what if you started flying downward? What about that? I'd probably go out to a big body of water, like maybe a lake, and start testing my powers. You know, I'd get on the bridge and then I just, you know, kind of just hop off and see where the flight takes me, eh? I mean, we'll try. Okay, I'm just
round
gonna
up
keep
the
this
rest
guy
of the
talking,
magical
you know?
artifacts so
What
that
if
I
you
can
flew
count
out of the
them.
atmosphere? Well, you'd probably want to stop flying before that happened. Before I got too high over said water, no more flying after that. What do you mean? I'm assuming that you can breathe in space, so just keep flying around until you hit Earth again. Whammo!
He asked. I think the Thalmor. I haven't told
Okay,
him
he's
anything,
talking-
of course. What I'm
Okay,
doing
am I
is
done?
far too important.
Oh, we're supposed to like
Can't
go
breathe
do
a word
stuff.
of it.
Okay, what are we doing here? We take it and we get a... Oh, we're supposed to get magical artifacts. All right. Oh, I've been trapped. Oh, yeah, I remember this quest. Yeah. He asked us to get magical items, and we've been bamboozled. Look at him. He doesn't even care. He's just standing there. Well, I guess they got trapped in there. Please hand the ring through the bars. Okay, but there's a way out of here, right? Tolfdir, you gonna help me?
What in the world was that racket? Is everything all right?
I'm trapped in here!
How in the world did that happen?
I pulled an amulet off the wall.
Really? Perhaps the amulet is important somehow. Is there some way you can
Is
use
there some way that you can use it? Ooh. Use the amulet to escape the trap. All right. Let's put on the Sarthal amulet and see what it does. Spells cost less to cast. Oh!
some kind of resonance?
Oh, it just straight up, like, does extra things. Look at it. The wall is smoking. The wall's vaping. Yeah, so can we, like, walk through this wall? What's the deal? Yeah, look at it. Can we walk through here? No? Look at that. It's calling me. It's calling me. It wants me over there. It wants that amulet back. But what do I do here? These doors open? Can't see anything. It's dark as a sack of bats in here. Okay. Magic wall. Magic wall. Magic amulet. Magic wall. So far, get a lot of magical vibes, but... Okay, use it to escape the trap, but how? It's a magic wall. It's magic land. Let me read that amulet one more time. Let me read about it. What did it say? Did it just say that it helped magic? Spells cost 3% less to cast. I'm sure that has something to do with it, right? They just cost only 3%? What measly upgrades? 3%? I pay more than 3% in taxes. Well, I definitely can't see, so for one, I'm gonna use my eyeballs and see if I see a button or something. No, do not turn into a vampire lord. Oh, excuse me there, magic teacher. It's gotta be this wall, though. I don't see a button, and you can't sit in the chair. Yeah. I mean, we could sit in this. This reminds me of I once went to a natural museum, or to a museum that had like big rounded domes that you could sit in. So it was like basically half of a hollow ball, and it was right behind. It was like you're supposed to sit down so that the big round like hollow ball is behind you, and then it's pointed at another hollow ball on the other side of the room. And if you talked, then it would like echo around behind you, and it would like zoom over to the other side of the room, so that you could be like across a giant room and you could speak to each other very, very easily at very low volume. Oh, okay, this wall's gotta be something. We gotta cast something on this wall. What spells have they given me? Have you given me a new spell? Did y'all teach me something and I forgot about it during that big mission thing? 'Cause I bet you that they taught me. I bet you that they taught me the thing I need to know. It's not a ward. There's no way that you're supposed to ward this sucker. Fear? I don't think so either. Make the wall fearful. What? I scared the wall to death. All right. and I teleported into here too. Sweet. Okay, so we were supposed to just scare the wall. Just a good scare. Poof. Oh, also, thank you so much for the follow, Gnarly. I appreciate it. Cool name. Definitely super duper cool name. I love it. Gnarly, thank you so much. Should I just say gnarly? Or should I pronounce it in the funny way that it's written? Because I love it. Is there more to break with our amulet? Oh, here's the guy. Oh, okay. So that opened up the gates as well. Nice. Who's pumped to see the Nintendo E3 Direct tomorrow? Ooh, I'm excited, Ivy. I was tempted to stream the E3 thing today, but then I was like, I don't care about these games. I don't care. When's the Nintendo one happening? I wouldn't mind watching that with you guys. I wouldn't mind watching that with you guys, as long as we can play Terraria around it, you know? Because Terraria Tuesdays are not going to be interrupted, but if we could watch the Direct tomorrow. Oh my gosh, it's 7 a.m.? Oh, no.
As you had no way of knowing.
That's too early, man.
Judgment will
Who can wake up at 7 a.m.? Goodness, I'd have to like go to bed right now to be able to wake up at that time.
This warning
You're 7 a.m.? Oh, so 7, 8, so it's 9 for me? Still, yikes. 9 a.m., yikers. Pickpocket this guy? Ah, he's busy. You can't pickpocket a busy person. That's the exact opposite of the truth. That's exactly who you're supposed to pickpocket. You're supposed to pickpocket busy people. You're supposed to like bump into them and then slip it out of their pocket. They're supposed to be busy.
Can you tell me more?
That's 10 for you? What, you're rubbing your evil hands together? Are you gonna stream it? Lens, I'd watch. Lens's live reactions.
That's very odd.
Also, who's keeping these candles lit? Eh?
Why, that doesn't make any sense at all. The Sijiks have no connection to these ruins.
I'm just saying, like...
No one's seen any of their order in a long time.
Like, these wicks would have been
Take
long
a look
gone.
inside these coffins.
These magic candles?
Now, please do be careful. Who knows what we're going
Maybe
to find?
maybe they're running off the same same magic powers that we're learning. Can you train me in alteration, sir?
I can certainly share a bit.
Yeah, what is it, $200? Why, that's affordable levels up. I'll take them. Thank you. Let me grab that money. Hey, I'm supposed to grab that. Oh boy. Oh boy, you dead, buddy. You dead, buddy. I'm just gonna kill them while they're burning your corpse, buddy. I'm sorry. I'm sorry, people are gonna die. Whammo! That's 12 p.m. for you. You're watching or listening during lunch or work. Oh, nice. That's what I did last time that there was a direct. I was working that day. So during lunchtime, I watched it, and nobody else at work cared a single thing about it. You hear that? Royalty Soaps is full of Nintendo haters. I'm spilling the tea. Here and now. I'm the only one that wanted to watch the direct 2 years ago. Bum, bum, bum. Don't hit me in the back, you baka. You baka? Whammo! Do you work elsewhere for a living? Or do you stream for your living? You don't know that, Kelsey? No, Kelsey, we never talk about anything serious, do we? Oh, no. No, I don't work anymore. This is me job. Aye, this is me job. I quit my old job. We never talk serious. It's true. We're like speaking. We just speak gibberish to one another. I call Kelsey and I'm like gobble go gobble gib gobble, and she says Kenny.
They were no one's.
Gib gobble gib gobble go. But regardless, I quit my main job, working at Royalty Soaps more than a year ago now. In April 1st was the 1 year anniversary of me streaming full time. Come on, give me a leg. So I think that by the time that you met me, I was full time, if I'm not mistaken. Because you raided in April, and I quit in April. Oh, look at that. 2 different. All right, I'm going deeper. I don't know why he's chickening out. He's chickening out. He's leaving. Yeah, big baby. You big baby. I'm going where the burial urns are. I'm here to earn a living. Uh-oh. I don't like it around here. Also, what's up, Shale? How are you doing? Ah, yes. Magic candles that never blow out. The most important thing when lighting your dungeon. Don't forget the magic candles, my lord. Why would we put magic candles in here? Why, sir, we want the adventurers to see whenever they're stabbed in the face by your spike traps. Ah, yes. Magic candles, eh? Oh, look at these guys. Speaking of magic candles, I got my I got my magic self that cannot be seen even whenever you look directly in my eyeballs. Whammo! Kenny, LOL, give me a leg. Give me a leg. Perish. Would you? Would you die? Would you? Wait a second. I dub thee dead. Oh, wait. My bad. My boy. Rest in peace. I gave you a, that was a hero's goodbye. Because I am Percival the Khajiit, if I punch you, that means that that's basically like the most honorable death that I can give you. The most dishonorable death? Death by one shot. Ooh. Well, that's not full dishonor, that's for sure. Look at that sneak. Oh my goodness, he has no idea what's going on. So sneak. So sneak, very meow. It's time for you to die, right? Meow. Oh, also, I was gonna say, Kelsey, I messaged my, shameful death? You know, he was a good opponent. I like you. There we go. I like you. You're a good bean. Oh, I messaged my my tattoo artist. It looks like he's open. It looks like he's open at the right time. He's not even close to booked in November. Awa. I already had to start explaining what I wanted, and I'm really bad at talking to artists. Did you know that, Kelsey? Also, tattoo! Another one! And the arm continues. I already have an entire sleeve planned out, and we need to get tattoo number 2. Tattoo 2. Tattoo 2. Can I watch you get your tattoo? Of course. If you want to. Oh, crap. Yeah, if you want to. For reals. It should be, I mean, it'll be way safer there, and I'll be fully vaxxed up. I know that there was a rule during, well, actually, there was a rule that they weren't supposed to be open during the pandemic. They were. But, yeah, I think that they probably allow it. Probably. Because I got my last tattoo during the pandemic. Because I didn't want to cancel it, okay? And I also really felt bad for him because I knew that a lot of people were going to cancel on him. I kind of felt bad. Artists had it rough. Tattoo artists suffered a lot during it. So I was just like, I'm just going to go for it. I'm just going to go for it. And everybody was fine. But maybe that wasn't the smartest idea. Stanhawk, thank you so much for the follow. But yeah, I bet that they'd let you watch. Of course you could if you wanted to. I might need help getting there. So that might work out. That might work out. But yeah, he's a great artist. I love his tattoo that he already gave me. Yeah, what's the magic touch here? There must be with these puzzles, there's always something around here. But it will probably be a tattoo that takes like 8 hours or something, so you're probably not gonna want to watch all of it. You're probably not gonna want to sit there for all. It'll be at least 8 hours, I'd bet. Maybe even longer, because last time, it was my first tattoo, so we tried to make it a little bit shorter. So we went for an 8-hour session, but this time we might pull a bigger day out of it. I'm not sure. It depends on how long the flames take. Oh, look right there. Why would you look right there, right up there? The secret is sacrifice. Cut off your foot. Oh, that's what it is. I actually remember that. Thank you, Stanhawk. I don't know why I keep forgetting like the most common. Almost all these puzzles are done exactly the same, and I keep forgetting that the sacrifice is just often the way that Bethesda has you do it. I love how they said that like every mission was gonna be unique and amazing and incredible and dynamic, but then it ended up just being like self-sacrifice in every chamber. It's some serious bullcrap. Also, hi there. LOL, Big Vader 2? Oh my gosh, is that Big Vader? How are you doing, my friend? These guys can't see me. I'm literally invisible. I made a mistake, all right? I made a small mistake. My bad. My bad for walking up there whenever old Skeletron was just vibing. My bad. You need to save up and get yours. Ooh. Kelsey, can I watch you get a tattoo? I want to watch your face. Watch your face. Watch it cringe. I'm just kidding. It's not that bad. You're tougher than me, Kelsey. You could do it easy peasy. This guy's actually really strong. He's stupid, but he's strong, okay? Just believe me. Listen, he died for his stupidity, not for his strength. He was strong, I promise. Needles don't bother you, but it's your first tattoo, so you're nervous. Well, basically, it feels like somebody taking a blade. It feels like a cut. It feels like somebody's just taking a blade and they're going like, kind of on your arm like that. It feels just kind of like they're just cutting into it with the blade, but it also feels kind of like scraping. So it's like, it's a combination of those two sensations. It's of like a stabbing motion, but also like scratchy motion. Feels like a mechanical pencil scratch, but rough. Yeah, like super fast scratchies. But it does, for me at least, hurt kind of like a cut, like a blade. It feels that bad. But it is just kind of a scratching feel. It feels like they're scratching you with a blade somehow. It doesn't make any sense. Oh, you can handle it. You're tough as heck. You're tough as heck. You can do it. I got my first tattoo was an 8-hour session with a mask on. I is a vampire. Can I have blood, please? Of course you can, Stan. How? Look, I've got all kinds of extra blood just for you. Ah. All of this extra blood on my neck is yours, my friend. Just come on over here and clean it up. Thanks a lot. All right, this is a whoops. My bad. My bad. Sorry about that, game. Sorry about it. Okay, here we go. What the? Is this game bamboozling me? Did you? But, hey! Hi! I didn't ask you to change that one. Wait a second. So each one rotates like a different... Now this is a puzzle. Now this is a puzzle that I'm happy to see. Who's honking at me? Watch your mouth. Yesterday I accidentally said honk. Never mind. I shouldn't repeat it. The, oh wait. This one? Hey! 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 Okay, there we go. We're going through. Fine, blow your money on honk. See if I care. See if I care. You won't stop me from saying my truth. I will speak my... Oops, I accidentally stole the book. Hey! How'd you get in here, buddy? There's a goose honk now? Yeah, we removed the, what was the last thing? It was a Yoshi lick. And there'll be a new sound effect before the week's over, all right? So you better enjoy your goose honking. Because at the end of this week, it's getting swapped out for another sound effect.
Well now,
Human One even joined them in the honks. I can't believe it. I can't believe it. The best part about money is it's spending it. Yeah. I wanted to finally give y'all something to spend all of those dang old points on. Some people in here got some big points, all right? The only thing that is a little bit regrettable about them is that I wish I could keep them out of the chat.
keep him busy. I'll try to drain some
Wait,
of
it's
his power.
Yurik Jarlson. Yurik Gargleson. You can't trick me into wasting my bubbles? Really? What is the one thing that you want more than anything, Linz? Acceptance? I wish I could spend them on workouts, but no! I would have to lower my green screen and ruin the illusion. How dare you? I can't do that? You're asking me to become an unprofessional just for you? Shaking my head. I can't believe it. Putting my career on the line just for a pull-up. We should change the points to acorns. Yes! Yes! That was a plan a while ago. That was a plan a while ago, but I wasn't sure what we were gonna do with the sub badges, or with the emote badge, but with the bit badges. But now I know. Now I know. Now we can turn them into acorns. I even got a picture. Reese already drew it.
And all of that
Malice!
jazz.
Hey, Fus Rodan and all that jazz. How are you doing, Malice? We're all dressed up. We're all dressed up, looking fantastic. How are you doing? Malice, do you see the beautiful art that we have? Ow, 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 ow! Please put some hype in the chat for my friend No Malice, dropping the big 17.
Big 17.
Some of y'all in the chat aren't even 17. Here's a big spoon. What are we stirring up, Sonny? Oh, wait, this ain't a spoon? It's the staff.
I told you to take the wizard's staff.
You're 27? Wow. You don't look a day over 26. I was, by the way, we're allowed to talk about ages, but BT dubs, if you're below 13, don't tell anybody. Don't tell anybody, because we will kick your butt right out of here. In fact, I'm going to let the skull tell you that.
If you're under 13, that's breaking Twitch's TOS. Don't tell me. Don't tell me.
Don't warn them. Never mind. Tell me.
Tell me, are you?
What? Alchemic, how dare you? Alchemic's hammer has no blood on it. It's completely dried from last session. Alchemic, what's bluff? Dude, I burnt my hand taking something out of the microwave. Man, last night at 2 in the morning, I was trying to make myself some malto meal, and it got super clumpy, so I had to like grab the bowl and like really scrape it out of there. And I burnt my hand like 6 times doing it because I didn't want to wait for the malto meal. I couldn't do it. I was ready to dine. And I also ate it while it was too hot as well, so I burnt my tongue. But it was worth it. I regret nothing. What you're doing? What's the whatto meal? The malto meal. It's a hot cereal. It's a cereal that's getting hotter every month. People are buying more and more. It's a hot cereal and it's selling fast. What is this? Old man, what are we doing in here?
What could this place be?
What is this thing? What a blunt way to say it. You're just chilling making stickers? Ooh, I'm planning on making stickers. Ah! I think that I might get a sticker printer and start making stickies. I can tell you what, getting this beautiful art from Kelsey has definitely given me some ideas. Some ideas. Big ideas. Merchy ideas? Stickies? Sticky stickers? Interesting. Interesting. Scratching my beak. Oh! Grandpa Moss. Oh my gosh. You're turning 29 Saturday? That is awesome sauce. I will totally sing you happy birthday if you want to. If you want to be here, I'll sing you happy birthday. Old man, what are we doing here? You are not 29.
What could this place be? All right.
What? Oh, we're supposed to leave. We're supposed to we're supposed to talk to the Archmage. So we got to walk all the way back and we got to talk to Big Daddy Archmage, who actually knows what's going on. LOL, Big Vader, please don't make fun of the elderly that are in the chat. I cannot believe that you've done this. Oh, I can't believe you've done this. Look, words. Fusro deuce. Big pooches. I'm older than Grandpa. It's official. I'm a dinosaur. What? Malice, how dare you? You're no dinosaur. You're a young string bean. You're a young string bean. Last time I checked in. Ow, wow, wow, wow. Ow, wow, 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 wow. Pre-birthday? I like this. I like this. I'm not singing pre-happy birthdays, though. Shale, you're 22? You're like 2 years off of me. Give me my 2 years back. Hey. Send help, please. What happened? What happened? Wait a second. What was that? That was look weird for a second. Unbirthday song, please. A very happy unbirthday to you. Sorry, my my voice is busted. You guys, there's no voices today. I can't do it. Sorry. I can't. If only I had mead. That's what I need. We need the mead. Does anybody have some mead? Are you a bird? No. I don't know what you mean. No. Absolutely not. Ah! Wow! You had a sip redeem earlier? I totally did. I made a checklist for Terraria bosses. You want me to send a copy of it on Discord? What? What? Copy the... Why'd you make you made a checklist just for fun? Just for your own personal amusement, so that you can see how slow we're playing the game? I'm confused. I mean, I mean, we're playing with Kelsey. Kelsey's an absolute genius. I mean, in all respects, but specifically Terraria, she's absolute professional. You made it for Kelsey? Oh, what? Is that true? For Kelsey? I thought that Kelsey was a professional. Your house smells weird? Calico, the other day, my house smelled weird too. I hate that I have to lean over away from my mic, but my house, you know, I was feeling kind of weird one day. And I came back into the house and it was, I had left the house and I came back in and oh my. Oh my. I'm not surprised I was feeling weird. Goodness. Check the Dark Brotherhood, okay. Oh my. Hi there, Sabos Aran. You want a copy of it or not? He screamed at me. Yes, fine, A-Star. You've never asked to send me messages before. Just go for it. A-Star, you've never been shy like this before. You've never shown hesitation. But now all of a sudden, okay. I confirm you can send it. Okay. Your house smells like pine sol currently. Ooh, cleaning anything? Cleaning the floors. Brushing up the I guess not the upholstery. I don't think that you can put pine sol on upholstery without it staining it. We need to talk about Sarthal. Ah!
Another one of the apprentices has been
A-Star sees dog cake for 5 seconds in his stream today, and all of a sudden he's all angry. Every time we beat a boss, you gotta do a workout. What? How many bosses did we beat last time? Assert our dominance over the land. Yeah, we gotta flex on those. I almost said something funny.
I see.
How many did we defeat last time, though?
More specific explanation.
It was, we beat Skeletron, we beat the Eye of Cthulhu, and we beat, the Brain of Cthulhu, right? 3?
Since he's apparently
I did 3 workouts that day.
I will need to see this discovery for myself.
Please, Twemo, can I send you a message? What was the message about? Alchemic, I had to close my, I closed my DMs recently. I closed them recently because people are being very frustrating, so, I don't know. You gotta have a good reason. Just kidding. I didn't close my, DMs, and no, that's not an invitation. I will block you. Maybe. You beat a lot. It's true. Ivy, we were zooming. We were absolutely zooming while we were playing together. It was incredible. I was shocked at how quick we were going. Huh? Oh, please. Who would bother you? Oh, that's Steve! Did you just put a message in my chat? Unbelievable. I'm just kidding. How you doing, Steve? I'm sorry for not saying hi to you earlier. I saw you in the chat, and yet I didn't say a word. What a streamer. What a streamer. How are you doing? Are you excited about Skyward Sword coming out soon? I'm not. But you know what? People that enjoy games, they seem to be excited. I hope you're looking forward to it. Also, what's up with this lady? You're not? Oh! The shade. I've seen you play the OG game, though. I've seen you play the OG Zelda. Oh, Kenny, your face was precious with that pause. What? Precious?
I'm not sure. Just... well,
Is there a problem, ma'am? You want to buzz off? You and your ugly ponytails.
Listen, you may have put your hair up like that whenever you were a little girl, but you know what? It's not working for you, Grandma. It's not working for you. You get one ponytail if you're working out in the garden, but listen here, these 2 ponytails trying to look like a school guy. Hey, come back here. I'm talking to you. Come back here. What did Kathy say? Happy time zone? Oh, you should go to bed. Get some schlep. Get some schlep. We'll see you later, Kathy. I'm so happy. I was so happy to hear your good news. Good news? All good news from Kathy. Yes. Very excited for you, my friend. But get some schlep. It's too late to be fooling around. Let's get some rest. Get some schlep. Skyward Sword.
That Zelda game. Oh, no. Not that Zelda game with the birds in it.
Piggy tails are nice. I still wear them, Kenny. Listen, they look good on you, Ivy, but they don't look good on this lady, all right? Oh, yeah. We actually have to go talk to old Ugrag. He's up in the highest tower. locked up there by his parents until true love's first kiss. Yeah, see, look at her. Just doesn't work with her. It just doesn't work with her facial shape. I'm sure that it looks great on you, Ivy. 100% true. Boyong. I still think that it's sad that Skyward is the weakest of all of them, even though it has some of the best storytelling. I agree. I did like the storytelling aspect for sure. I did like the I liked the characters too. I thought that big, was his name Goose? The guy that's like your rival is got to be like one of the most interesting rivals, one of the most interesting characters in all of the game, in all of the games. I liked him. Yeah, Goose is great, and a lot of the yeah, a lot of the comedy was really funny. Like while he was still in the city, and whenever he expected kisses from Zelda, it was hilarious. Like I legitimately laughed out loud. It's all in the gameplay, unfortunately. Ugrag is literally in here, but I don't see the ping.
You are now in the Arcania.
Good thing I know where to go. You're
might
gonna
as
get
well be my
food?
own
Ooh, sounds
flame
good.
of
Go get some nom noms. We'll see
Disrupt
you
my
soon if you come
Arcania,
back.
And I will have you
And if
torn
you
apart
don't,
by angry
have a wonderful
Atronachs.
evening. It could be
Now,
so good
you
if it wasn't
require
scraped and
assistance.
remade all over again. Oh, scrapped. I'm sorry, I wasn't trying to goof
If
with
you're
you.
feeling
It's old man
adventurous,
Shrek.
I'm
What
always
are
looking
you
for someone to
doing
procure valuable
in
goods
my
from
library?
Some other time, perhaps.
And they don't stop coming, and they don't stop coming. Get out of here, Shrek.
I don't want to see you treat.
Wait, I think I'm actually supposed to do something for him.
Are we clear?
Yum, yum,
What are
yum.
you doing that for?
Don't be such a grump. What are you doing that for? Trying to have a good time, dude. You wouldn't understand. I see that your good times are long gone. Long gone. You haven't had a good time since
Hundreds of years
the last
have gone into
millennia.
assembling this collection.
I need to learn
It's
something.
I know what you... Well, you don't even need to ask. I said not in... I think one of those volumes may have had some
Oh, okay. Now
relevant
we're supposed to
information.
find the stolen
If you
books.
want them,
So
you'll
there
have
were
to
some
find
books
the
that told us about the magical things that we're
You
trying
there.
to encounter
I have
right now, but
questions
we
for
gotta
you.
go find the books because they're
You were
totally
in
gone.
Savo,
Realist Rager,
yes?
how are you
It has
doing?
come to my
I
attention
haven't
that
had a
something
good
was-
time in decades. What? You mean whenever we played League, it wasn't fun? I tried my best. I'm sorry. I'm horrible DPS. I apologize. We'll have better times in the future, I promise.
I am well aware.
No, the Shrek guy.
Doctor is still in
What?
Suffolk.
Oh, okay.
It is
Thank goodness.
my role. Thank you for your help. You may go.
Kenny went low. That was a low blow, streamer. That was a low blow. Where do we... How do I get out of here? Do we go down here? Look, I'm sorry. Thought you were talking about me. I didn't know that you were speaking from the perspective of the gremlin. How do I... This is always a little bit confusing. I think that I'm on the right level. Oh, Realist Rager, aren't the badges adorable? Look at that cutie. Look at that perpy derp cutie. You actually completely forgot about it. Now you're realizing it's probably going to take up time in tomorrow's direct. I know, right? And wasted time it would be, 20th first century father. Wasted time indeed. I don't care about what it looks like. We all know what it is. Yeah, come on now. You meant to go mid, not low. I went mid. No, I do play bot. I play bot DPS. I don't play mid. Hey. Okay, we gotta find these stolen books are over here in Felglow Keep. So we have to bust into this sucker, and then we gotta steal our books back. Give me those books. We're trying to learn. Somebody once told him the world was going to roll him, and it did. No, that poor orc. Y'all are treating my friend Ugrag real nasty. What's that noise? Oh, it's a horse. Small horse. Oh, there's a lady here. Hello there, Necro Mage. Ooh, my horse is already going after him. You don't stand a chance. I'm gonna let my my younger brother beat you up. Actually, my younger brother's super busy right now. I'm gonna let my horse kill you. I can't be bothered. So I'm gonna let my horse punch you to death. Come back here. Hey, you're not allowed to heal yourself. That's against the Skyrim rules.
You violated the law!
Die right now or pay a fine.
All right. You chose the easy way.
Smart mage. Also, what's tickling my neck? Something's tickling me. that blood? Is that Fluff? I think it's Fluff. No worries.
Pay with your blood.
Now that Arisa's been shown some Oblivion videos, she's got the references.
Pay with your blood.
I like that guy that's like, oh boy, I'm your biggest fan. And then he jumps off a mountain. Whoopee! Well, bye now. A ghost was gently massaging your neck. Oh, messaging my neck. I'm sorry, I misread that. Messaging my neck. Was it sending me little sweet nothings? I love getting sweet nothings in my DMs, especially from ghosts. Here we go. There's a bit of floof sticking up. Ah, it was tickling me neck. Tickling me neck. Whee. What is this, a stick? Gee whiz. Let me pick some. See, it tickles. It tickles, stop. Stop tickling me. I can't spell okay. No, you spelled okay. No, you spelled it right. That's right. O-C-A... Y, that's right. Yeah, you spelled okay. Good job. So wait, what happened to the other students that went to Sarthal? Oh, they were part of the, you remember whenever I was told to sacrifice my foot by, Stanhawk? That was part of the sacrifice shale. I didn't mention it. I didn't mention it because it's, you know, it's a family-friendly stream and I don't really want to talk about human sacrifice too much. Except with regards to, Full Metal Alchemist, of course. But yeah, you know, oh, O-C-A-Y, yep, that's okay. I'm gonna teach you some English, all right? All of you Norwegians, listen up. Kenny's teaching some English today. Oh dear, fireballs. I know, fire is no good for me because I'm a vampire. I'm a vampire and they're trying to cook me. The dastardly devils. Oh, what? Oh, no, not the Durgan. Not Ted Durgan. Every flippin' time we walk outdoors, there's a stinking dragon that's trying to eat us. But I think that we can sneak up here, right? KJP's here. What? KJP. Also, hi there, Echo. Cosplay looking good as always. You can lurk while you go to sleep. You always try to stay walk, but you ache from karting. Oh, yes, yes. Congratulations again on that spicy placement. I say. I've never gotten any place in karting except for last, so I'm impressed. I'm impressed. Echo, get yourself some rest, my friend. Oh! Thanks for dropping the alert. I appreciate it. She died. Ah! You can't see me. It's literally... no, you can't see me! No, there's another one. No, 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 no. KJP, how you doing? Woo. How you doing, my friend? Oh. Ow! No, don't do it. Don't do it. Let me live. Let me live just this one time. I promise I'll be no more trouble to you. I'll be no more trouble to you, guaranteed. Guaranteed investment. Okay, just let me walk through this door. Pinky promise never to hurt you ever again. Oh, no. The fireballs are flying. I can't even see the person that's shooting them. There we go. All right, now let me in. The lock cannot be picked. Are you kidding me? Right now, in this place at this time of the year, located directly within. No, leave me alone. Di's here. Hey, how are you doing? Ted Durgan. He said Durgan. That's right. Teach you some Texas slang. All right, I can teach you a little bit of Texas slang. Something that we say is bigger than Dallas. I've already said this like before on stream, so I'm not gonna pretend like this is a fully original retelling because I don't remember any other ones. But we say bigger than Dallas. You don't say bigger than Dallas. You say bigger than Dallas. And there he was, a flame atronach, biting on my heels, bigger than Dallas. Son of a gun nearly took my head clean off. The TV show or the place? It's a place, because Dallas is pretty big. It even has one of the largest airports in the entire world. Wow. The entire world. You heard that right. Texas is internationally big. Hello? Is that a human meat right there? Is that a human meat snack? Oh, also, Die, isn't it adorable? Those are new badges that were made by... They were made by... I'm excited to tell you that they were made by Kelsey! Oh, I couldn't zoom in, blast it all! Ah! Die! Die, 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 die! Aren't they lovely? Aren't they adorable? I love them. They make me happy. Just kill me then. Just kill me. Just freaking kill me then! If that's how you're gonna... Fine. Oh my gosh. No. We should have saved. Should have saved. Oh man. Oh man. That's no good. In the arms of the angels, fly away. Alright. Alright. Let's find our way into the cavern. Wow. Fine! Kenny's voice cracks for the 13th time. Where are we supposed to go now? What a limp biscuit. What? No! Not Limp Biscuit, no! Wait a second. Do I know a Limp Biscuit song? Is the a kid roller, 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 a kid roller, 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 roller. Is that Limp Biscuit? I don't remember. You haven't seen the new sub badges? They just got in today. They were, in fact, people had to restore. They had to re-roll their. They had to restore the page because they literally got put in like directly before the stream started. Is that a 5-foot cat flying at my crash? My window. My window. Stupid felines getting lifted outside. Crawls out of random hole. It's Felix. Felix just crowed at us. How are you doing, Felix? My sweet, sweet little bird. How are you doing? Felix! Ow! Ow! I was watching you play a game that didn't have a category earlier, Felix. It was very upsetting, and I didn't like it a bit. Not the game. I was saying the fact that it wasn't in a category and I couldn't figure out what you were playing. It was very upsetting. How are you doing? You saw me lurking? I can't even lurk in peace anymore. Time for me to make an alt account. Let me dump some of this junk. I got too much stuff. The category was bugged? It was. Really? I didn't know that. Oh, Cicero. It was Phantasy Star Online. It looked cool as heck. It looked like a weeb game. It looked cool. It looked pretty cool. Not gonna lie. Let's dump some of this, but how are you doing? How are you doing, you silly? You silly Felix? What are you doing awake? You sweet bean. It's nice to see you. I'm just dumping stuff, you guys. We dumping. The marksman. Oh, I thought that we were having like a tornado alarm. Goodness, that was a freaking loud engine going by. Goodness gracious. Okay, I thought that I might have to shut down the stream. I wasn't sure that sounded like a serious alarm. But don't worry, someone's life is in danger only. Don't worry. It's sunny. Listen, I don't know what time of day. I don't know what's going. Oh, look at this. Can we pickpocket this? Oh. Felix, isn't the badge so cute? Isn't it so cute? I love it so much. Finally getting art done. Also, Felix, my emotes. My emotes. They're sketching them. They're sketching them. Felix, they're almost here. They're nearly here. Yes. It's entered the sketchy phase. I'm the only one on the working on list. Yes. It's happening soon. Also, we might get some more art very soon for bit badges. Bitty badges. Yeah, I'm just accept this, you guys. I accept this because I need a hide. I need a sneak. Once you did have to end a stream due to a tornado. Oh dear. Do you get tornadoes in California? Is that true? Yeah, we need to sneak. I didn't know that ghost was going to be an enemy. We got to get started with stealth generally. I mean, this is a stealth build, so we're not tough. You were in I thought so. I thought that you'd be in Mid-America. Thought you'd be in that questionable tornado alley. Texas gets tornadoes all the time. All the time. Not as much as Tornado Alley, but we still get plenty of tornadoes. In fact, a tornado almost tore my parents' house from the ground, but thankfully it passed by like a few miles away. Or like 1 mile away? I think it was 1 mile. Yeah, Cali's got earthquakes. In Texas, we've never had an earthquake as long as I've been alive. So I've never got to feel one. I hope that while I'm getting my tattoo, I can feel my first earthquake. Shuka shuka. While I get my tattoo done. Shuka shuka. Little surprise lines, and I could be like, that was from my first earthquake. Just very vaguely say that. That's my first earthquake right there. You see that mark right there? That right there was whenever it got all shooked up. Got all shooked up, and my artist did a little extra scratchy scratch. We had an earthquake a few years ago? Really? Well, I certainly didn't feel it. And most earthquakes you don't notice, but you feel queasy, almost like vertigo. I'm feeling queasy just thinking about it. I want to be able to feel it. I want it to shake. I want it to rattle my teeth in my head. I want to feel my teeth loosening with every shuka shuka. I want my molars to be concerned about staying in my skull. That's what I'm hoping for. Ah! There's 2 of them. Let's get out of here. Bye-bye. My costume is impeccable? Oh, why, thank you, Emily. Yes, I'm trying to hide within this mercenary camp that's nearby. There's a bunch of mercenaries that meet up at the nearby skate park, and I'm trying to fit in, Emily. I've been testing it online. I'm glad that you like it. I'll put another check mark on my little survey I've been doing. Also, I'm teasing. How are you doing, Emily? What's up? It's nice to meet you. We're just goofing around. I like to dress up while we play games because I want to be extra. I want to be extra, just like my 12-month badge, which is about as extra as it gets. I love it. There we go. Oh no, there's another one. Sneak attack. Ah, it's a shame. Rest in peace. Rest in peace, m'lady. Hello? These ghosts kind of just show up right in front of you. Kind of have no warning. Should just keep my bow drawn. I'm gonna keep my bow drawn like a digital painting. Where do we go? Where am I headed? Oh, we gotta go back. We gotta go deep. We gotta go deep, you guys. It's time to get deep. Let's talk about religion. Wait, what is this? A journal. Retrieve his journals? What? That's a mission? Okay. All right. Oh, hello. I would have liked to give you a little stealth shot, but I guess I'll run away. Wow, the game crashes. I guess I'm gonna let the game crash. Last earthquake took me a while to realize it was an earthquake. I thought that my dog was shaking the bed with scritchy scratchies. Aw, that's sweet. That is the most wholesome. That's the most wholesome earthquake story I've ever heard. And I've heard a lot of unwholesome earthquake stories. Something is tickling my neck. Stop! Stop tickling me. I'm being tickled by this faux fur, by this synthetic fibers. Stop tickling me, you synthetic sucker. Oh, wait in there, rude. Rude, what are you gatekeeping right now? Are you gatekeeping? I can't be called a real gamer just because I haven't played Battletoads. Gatekeeping? I love that Alec has to walk back what Kenny says. What? Nobody was gonna fall for that. Probably. Hello? It's so dusty in here. I can't breathe in here. I have asthma. I have asthma. My mom always said that I had big asthma and I have to be careful with my breathing. Die. Team Asthma! Hooray! KTP! That's a hype thing! Hooray! Weak lungs! Whoopee! Weak lungs, weak lungs. Yes, 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 KJP. Awesome sauce. I'm glad to have you on the team, my friend. Who's going to run to be the leader of the group? Nobody, because none of us can run. Oh, there's the guy hiding over here. Thought you were sneaky, huh? Too bad. I can see your bony buns from a mile away. Calico, I don't. You don't worry. You're like one of the, you're like my siblings whenever my mom asks, who did this? And they're all like, not me, not me. And she's like, don't tell who it wasn't. All of y'all didn't do it except for one of you. The one who did it, say that you did it. Don't say that you don't have asthma. Everybody doesn't have asthma unless they have it. What is this? Is this a seam? Is this a seam in the snow? What is this? Is this where a fire slug went through the snow? Look, there's more over here. Maybe it's just cracks. There's cracks, I don't know. Oh, there's another journal. Huh. Really? Did we go through here before and I just didn't pick them up? Oh, baby. Ah, no, don't cancel shot. Oh, no. No, they're gonna know. They're gonna know. We're not even sneaking. We can't even sneak. We just gave up our position to this stupid ghost. Ah, at least we got one sneak attack in there. Yikes. Oh, no. Wait, what? No mercy. No mercy. All right, I'm gonna save. There we go. Quick save. Lots of quotes about buns. Buns a very relevant topic. Error connecting to the web proxy server. Oh my gosh. Thanks for covering my buns, Nightbot. Nightbot trying to keep it clean. I mean, Nightbot. Oh no. Not Nightbot. You're dead. They didn't even get to walk forward. A shame. A supple ancient Nord bow. Supple! A supple bow. Splendid. Almost a sinuous string. Ghost like, woo, why haven't you played Phasmophobia in months? And I'm like, ooh, because the game is broken. It's an asset flip that doesn't scare me anymore. Because it's too predictable. And they didn't update it fast enough. Is that another journal? Yes. Yes. Oh, yes. Yum, yum. Ooh, the game is boring. It is so boring. I already played Amnesia Anti-Dark Heart. You jest, but we actually played that on this channel, and I beat it. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. But it looks like this Sunday we might be playing some Outlast. I think. Well, heck, that game is horrifying. Anti-Dark Heart. I wish that it was. I wish that game was more jump scares. Honestly, I wish it was more jump scares and less torturous scenes of sadness because it was actually very disgusting. It was disgusting and disturbing, but it wasn't scary. It didn't scare me. I just suffered my way through. But it looks like this Sunday we're going to be playing some. We're gonna. Yes, it's time, you guys. It's time. I promised that we would do a Goth Outlast stream, and I believe that we're going to do it on Sunday, because that's when Lupus is open, and I won't do it without Lupus. It's Lupus's dream to watch me play scary games, and it's not going to be realized in this lifetime, so I want her to soak up every spooky vibe she can. Count you out for that? No worries. No worries. That's why I hired Linz, our horror mod. Die, Arundel. Arundel, come back. Come back here. You can't escape my bow. You can't escape these flying sticks. I got sticks. They flying, and you dead now. That's exactly right. Now, oh no! Oh no! That's a real bummer. We almost had it. We got it this time. Oops! It's Oopsie. How are you doing? You would look good in my LARP group. Ooh, Shale, you LARP? That's very cool. That's very cool. I'm very impressed. Linz will be in Florida. Oh no, I was just kidding anyway. I don't think you don't like horror, right, Linz? I was only teasing. Kareem's here. Oi, Oopsty's here. Oh, Flippies. Oopsty, nice war paint. Why, thank you there, friendo. I got scratched by a wolf. And I'm glad that you like it, I say. Oh, you can stay up late this Sunday, so you should be sure to watch me scream. I might scream. That game's very frightening. Last time that I played that game, I was terrified. It's got a lot of jump scares, and I don't like jump scares. I do not like jump scares at all. I do not mind scary things. And jump scares get to me. I don't like it. I really don't. It makes me jump. So she just died for no reason. Run away.
Anybody there?
You can't see me. Stealth. Stealth games are so much fun. Are you gonna go take a shower? I need a shower too. Realist Rage, you go get unstinkified, my friend. If you scream, I scream is happening on Sunday. Oops, you're a busy bean. Do you really have time to watch the Earl go? Because I will scream. Guaranteed. Is anybody there? Hello? Somebody there? Traveler? Traveler? Show me your face. You sounded like a kitten. What? I'm a strong man. That was my war cry. Show me your war face. Give me your war face. Like that. Strong.
Strong man. You're supposed to be able to shout and scare your enemy.
Yeah. Literally getting impaled in the chest by arrows. Is anybody there? Is someone there? Show yourself. Must have been the wind. Nobody there. Must have been a badger. So dumb. So stupid. Shale, I can't believe how dumb this AI is. Listen, I thought that every single AI in this game graduated from Harvard. But they actually didn't. They actually did not. I was shocked to find out, but it's true. It's true. The whole thing was a hoax. Oh, is that Ghost sleeping? No. No, ghosts don't sleep. Well, ghosts aren't real, but ghosts don't sleep either. They're not real and they don't sleep. But they do die very easily. That one was a one-shot Charlie. Oh, Stone and Baron Zaya, bless. And the last journal. Nice. What time is tomorrow's stream? Like 2, or it's either the same time, 2, or it'll be, oh, Staff of Charming. He ectoplasmed the bed before he died. He's a bedwetter. He was a bedwetter before he died, and after he died, he was still a bedwetter. But yeah, we might, it should be 2. Depends on Arisa. It's all up to her. She's the one that never sleeps, so we gotta ask her. Ah, hail Sithis. But yeah, 2 works for me, or we might start at noon. Yes, more Terraria. Terraria Tuesdays continue, my friend. They continue here on the Earl of Suds channel, and also on Anti-Dark channel, and also on Arisa's channel. Oh, yes. That's a lot of streams for one game, you guys. So many perspectives. Which one will you choose? Arisa holds the power, as usual. Ah! Splendid. Arisa. Tell us what to do. Also, thanks for the thanks for the shadow. No, thank you for the follow. Is it Shadioseptic? Listen, I don't know how to say your name, but I love you. How are you doing? Welcome, welcome. Ow. Don't honk at me. How do I get through this door though? Oh. There's a lever there. Oops, I finally followed Arisa. Well, she just streamed for the very first time today, Oopsty. No worries. No worries. Oh, wait. Whoa. Whoa. Hold on. Key moment. Key moment. No. Where is it? Which one is it? Come on. Which key did I pick up stupidly? I know that I picked up one of these. Which one? It's this one. You can't drop keys? No! Ah! Blast. Dang it. I could have picked that lock. Should have never picked it up. Shaking my head. We could have picked that lock. We should have picked that lock. But I was a big dummy and I picked up that key. I thought that I could just drop it. So lazy. Also, hi there, Goofy. Honking. I have a horn. What? Goofy. Hello. What if Arisa chooses a 24-hour stream? She could never do that. Arisa could never last 24 hours. No way. In your dreams. Oh, wait. Oh, she already said that. Hey, what? There's an extra ghost. It's bonus ghost.
Ha! Found you.
At least you're not gonna wet the bed like your brother. Yeah, run.
I'll shoot you in the back. If you look at me, I shoot you in the face. If you run, I shoot you in the back.
That's a cool haircut you got there, though. Not gonna lie, I feel kind of bad about this. This is the sickest haircut I've ever seen. 25 hours to beat Kenny? What? I've done a 25-hour stream. She'd have to do 26 for You know, we should set our own new record, right? I know that I can never beat Ludwig, but what the heck? If I'm comparing myself to that guy the entire time, I just stop streaming. A tempting thought, but you know what? We need to break our own we need to break our personal record. Also, what's up, KP? How are you doing? KP. Ow, wow, 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 wow. Ludwig slept? Oh, is that cheating? That's true. Yeah, it's hardly a stream. You stay up. That's true. What's the longest, what's the record for staying awake? It's probably like 72 hours, right? Summit like that. Yeah, no, there'll be no sleep. No schlep. In fact, I'll have Garrett on call and he'll hit the end button if I fall asleep. I'm doing fantastic, AP. I'm vibing. Lately, I've been feeling a little weird, but what the heck? Today's doing okay. Today's all right. Today's solid, like 6 out of 10. Pretty good. How about 2 p.m. so you survive longer? 2 p.m. Sure. That's what we did last time, right? That works. Oh, we got. Wait, what? What did we do? What? What did we just pick up? We just picked up a bunch of books. Where are the books? Where are the books at? I thought that we just picked up like a bunch of diaries. Return to Veckel. Oh, is Veckel the one that wanted those dang old books? Oh, man. Yeah, let's go back. Let's go back. Yeah, 2 p.m. That's when I thought that we were going to play, right? You'd pass away on stream. That'd be a record too, Emily, I think. I don't want to know if it is not a record. Also, A-Star, we'll see you later, my friend. Yo! Get some schlep. Get some schlep, Revenant. I mean, A-Star.
See you later, skin bag.
So noon for you? Yeah. If that works for you, then that's when we will play Terrarium. And who are we gonna kill in Terraria? We're gonna be fighting some of the mechanical bosses, right? Isn't that what's next? Mechanical bosses? Everyone. We're gonna kill everyone, even the guide. That's cold. Oh yeah, but we're in hard mode, right? Have we beaten the wall of flesh? I don't remember.
So,
no, because we beat the brain. The brain is like the worm, so we gotta defeat the wall of flesh. We killed it? Can't believe how many we killed. By the way, I turned Kenny into a meme. Don't tell him bye. He typed slickly into Kenny's chat. What the heck?
It's one thing to say you've got the skills to be a thief.
It's your time to stop lurking and schlep. It's time for Moy to actually go to bed. I'm glad that you're taking care of yourself. Get some schlep. Get some sleepy schleppies. We'll see you later, Moy. Thanks for hanging out with us. Ah! Also, who scratched me? It was a big woof. And you know what? It's a strange thing, but as soon as that woof attacked me, not only was I filled with sadness and poison, but eventually I don't know. Something happened. Something snapped. Now I want to be a werewolf.
Here's your payment for bringing them to me. Got it as part
What did I give? Oh, I gave him a steel sword. How you like that, Veckel? Wait a second. What? You gave me stuff? Listen, I give you stuff. You don't give me things. Who wants this golden staff? Who wants the staff? Huh? Where's the merchant?
Welcome to the cozy. Take a look.
You have to go somewhat early. Oh, good. Get some schlep. Arisa streamed today for the very first time. Please follow her. You need some sleep. You worked your buns off. Bless. Get some slep. Besides, we're gonna be playing games soon. Gotta take care of yourself. In an hour? We're gonna be playing games in an hour? All right, I can get the Discord call ready. Wait a second.
I've got
Okay, I shall be back after a mini grocery store shopping. All right, don't forget the Creole seasoning and the sriracha and the popcorn. We'll see you soon, Kareem. Go get that stuff that you need. I'm getting rid of all these scrolls. This may be the Elder Scrolls, but I don't need a single one of them. Elder Scrolls, more like... I'm pulling a blank, I don't know. What are you looking at with your crooked-looking eyes?
Your skin's as pale as the snow.
Oh, don't talk about my skin. How dare you? How dare you? At least I don't look like a sweaty crab. Elder Scrolls, more like sold. More like Elder sold. That's right. Oh, I thought that he was about to shoot his friend over there. What about cookies? Ooh, cookies with sriracha sauce, eh? Cookies with Creole. That sounds like a Bayou blessing. That sounds like an old Bayou tradition. And don't forget you gotta put the Creole in there. Hey, open up. I wish there were crocodiles in this game. I wish that you could wrestle crocodiles. Or at least you could see them. I'd like to be able to look into like the pond areas near the abandoned shack and see crocodilians walking around. Walking around with their big old legs. Look at that. It says... Mistvale Keep. Recover the stones of Baron Zaya. If one quest marker is missing, check the Dark Brotherhood. Yeah, see, I'm saying like it's in the... It must be in the keep. It's in the keep. There's a stone in there. Not everybody needs sriracha? What? Die, that's simply tomfoolery. Nobody believes these lies. Die, everybody needs sriracha. And if you think that you don't need sriracha, you need it most of all.
I don't like talking to someone who holds their honor so cheaply.
What is happening? Could we take a chill pill with the physics engine for 5 seconds and let me just find the stone of Baron Zaya? Excuse me, ma'am? You want to tell me where it is? Ooh. Give it up. Where's the stone?
Yes, my lady? It's been brought to my attention.
Ah, the Jarl's chambers. Perfect hiding spot. You don't like sriracha? Ah, that's a shame. That's a shame. Sriracha is big yum. I put it on every piece of popcorn that I eat. I get a handful of popcorn, then I put some sriracha on it, and then I go, and I eat it like an animal. I just shovel it in. For those of you that have seen me eat popcorn live, you can attest to the fact that I simply shovel it in. It's shameful. I look like a guilty wolf horking down a horker. Let's go through here. Let's get out of here. Let's get out of here. Popcorn stream when? When am I gonna finally do that, the popcorn, what is it? What is it? It's the freaking hot tub. Hot tub full of popcorn stream when? When are you doing the hot tub stream, streamer? We're ready for the popcorn hot tub. Oh, there's 2 stones over here. Are you related to the Cookie Monster? You sound like him. Oh, nom, 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 nom. That does sound a little bit like that Cookie Monster, doesn't it? Popcorn hot tub. I can't believe it. He's wearing a Speedo. Don't believe him. It's a fake hot tub. Cancel the stream right now. Where is it? I'm going down here. A pop tub? Oh, no. Not a pop tub. Oh, dear. Sounds greasy. Sounds buttery. Mmm. Well, butter my buns and call me a biscuit. If it isn't the popcorn stream already, does slightly remind me of that ramen bath. An ill fate for anyone. Ow, my skin. My skin. Oh. Oh. The lads. The lads. Haha, I made myself sad. I'm gonna stick around till I fall asleep. All right, Elaine, get some rest. Also, look at your cute badge. Look at them. Look at them. Oh, the game crashes. Oh, well, I see how you measure up to the other horse, eh? I see how you measure up. Oh, just pushing him higher, trying to battle. You love the new badge? Isn't it so cute? It's so cute. Finally, not those nasty old bubbles. The Elder Scrolls are not in the Scrolls inventory. They're in the books inventory. Thus, they are books. Ah, the Elder books. It just doesn't... He really went. He really went. Did you see him went? What about you? What do you choose to do? What's your... Oh, that one's dead. No! Reginald, no! A fate. Dead. Empty. Empty and dead. He's empty and dead inside. Oh no. What about you? That's a strange rock. It is strange rock protruding out of the landscape. Kenny, what's up with you and horses? Listen, I worked at a horse barn for 3 years, all right? I'm a bit of a horse girl, Breezionic, not gonna lie. Bit of a horse girl. Listen, I know how to clean their frogs. I know how to inject them. I've had to do eye medicine for horses before. Rectal thermometers, everything. Listen, I know how to take care of a horse, top to bottom. That's where my obsession started. And now that I'm a real horse girl, I saw this mod in the store and I had to pick it up. I just had to. Look at it. The hooves, bigger than ever. Bigger than ever. Also, you're back! Breezy, it's a Christmas miracle. Whenever I lurk in a friendo's stream, I never come back. But Breezy, you're different. You know, you're different. An absolute unit! 1 unit of horse, please. Excuse me? Oh. Hello. Why do the hooves have more detail than human feet? The human feet, they look awful. They look like somebody scribbled lines for the toes. They look like 2 little pieces of bread. They look like 2 little loaves that somebody crayoned in with toes. It's awful. Athena, how are you doing? Also, I thought that there's something in my eye, but it's just on the screen. I thought that bloth was in my eye because I do have those little wigglers. Y'all have those wigglers? Do I have them right now? I don't see them. I don't think that I have them. The wigglers are not here today, but I think that they were here yesterday. Do y'all have those? Yes. The little eye things. The little eye things. Yeah, those darn little wigglers. You have wigglers? Oh, I know you do, Opst. Opst, I wasn't asking you. I know you have them. That's not even an option. I would have bet my life on that one. You play video games all night. You play video games at night. I doubt that there's good ambient light. You play video games late. Oh, you need alert for a bit? Oh, we'll see you soon, Linz. Hey! What'd you say? You want to fight me right now, Mario? Ah! Ooh, look at this. Oh, no. Here I was looking at the beautiful sky, and then this guy. Wigglers could be an early sign of glaucoma. Fun facts with Dai. That doesn't sound so fun, actually. Actually, Dai, I think that is a poorly named segment. I personally don't find that fun. I have those wigglers. Do you have those wigglers? I guess I don't have them right now. I do know what you mean. It's... What? I've never even heard of them called that before. Oh, the war paint continues. It's Blue Skittle. Oh my gosh, it's one of my favorite artists. One of my very favorites. How are you doing, Skittle? It's nice to see you. Hooray! Skittle, everyone. Skittle. Painting beautiful environments with their, along with their beautiful voice. My friendo Blue Skittle. Hooray! It's nice to see you, my friend. The war paint continues. Yes, yes, yes. We're keeping it spicy with more beautiful war paint. Different every day. They keep things interesting. We can't slow down. Stop honking at me. How you doing, Yoshi fan? I'm sorry, the lick's gone. The lick is gone. No more lickies. No more Yoshi licks. Sorry about that. Larshel! I gotta do my best. My voice is a little bit busted. Also, I hope your day is going well. It's been going pretty good, Blue Skittle. I'm not gonna lie. Thank you very much. Yoshi fan, how are you doing? Oh, Blue Skittle, don't honk at me. Don't honk at me. I'm a horrible driver. I'm totally too used to that sound. Stop. Stop. I'm used to hearing honking, but not like this. Not like this. Where is he? I see honk. I must honk. I see honk. I must. I press button. I use money. It's the best investment one can make. I mean, it's one of the finest sounds in all of my library. Hello? Hello? What did Seder say? Seder leaving? Oh dear, I think I missed it. Seder say that you're gonna go to the hardware store, but leaving the stream up? Oh my gosh, thank you for the lurkies. Also, I hope that you find what you need at the hardware store. I say. All right, we gotta sneak. I am not mad at you, Kenny. I know, Yoshi fan. I'm only teasing you. I'm only teasing you. Hello? All right, now it's time for us to... Oh, hello. Okay, let's get out of here. Let's get out of here. They're gonna find us!
I'm mad at Kenny.
Listen, it's not my fault, Opes, that you can't play, that we can't play Toad's Treasure Tracker. I didn't personally uninstall the multiplayer. I'm sorry. Opes, I've told you I'm sorry 1,000 times, but you won't accept it. I'm upset. But thank you for the 100 bits. Actually, you can abuse me verbally all you want, just so long as you keep the biddies flowing. Where's the... Oh, there's the summoner up there. Is Scott here? Oh, what? Good evening. Just want to say hello before relaxing for the night. All right. It's so nice to see you, Scott. Scott. I hope that you have a wonderful time relaxing, my friend. It was nice to see you pop in. We love you, Scott. Ow-wah, ow-wah. Kenny is sorry, not sorry. Oh, we found him. There he is. Skyrim space program is a giant. Yeah, they'll just smack you and they'll send you out. Kerbal ain't got nothing on these giants. What do you think about the Blepbo? A blue skittle, isn't it beautimous? Isn't it beautimous? The Blepbo. Hello? Also, my new sub badges, one of them is a rainbow squirrel. A rainbow squirrel. You do love bleps? They're so cute. I mean, I assume that you have a cat, since a cat is kind of your mascot, right? Blue Skittle's mascot is a cat? An adorable little meow meow. Blep gang, blep gang. Blep blep. You need to refill your water flask? Me too. Whoa! I need to refill my other flask as well.
Calico Kitties YouTube gifted a tier 1 sub to a Blue Skittle. They have given 243 gift subs in the channel.
Thank you so much, Kelly! You sweet bean. Thank you. Something's crusty in my eye. Something be crusting. Crusties be crusting. Thank you so much for the gifted sub, Callie. Goodness gracious. Goodness gracious. How do we break in, huh? Open up. Open up. Ow, 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 ow. If you want to, Blue Skittle, we watch movies every Sunday. I just want to tell you that you're invited. Okay, you never have to watch it, but I'm just saying. We watched Princess Mononoke this week. You're welcome if you want to. It's a sub-exclusive movie night. We mute everybody's voices so that we don't have to listen to them, and then we watch good movies. Well, good is kind of relative, but I think they're good. I like them. Oh, wow! King of Squirrel, holy moly, yo! Whoa, 1,400 bits! Holy moly. King of Squirrel, bless! Oh my gosh. What, Corey? Heavy breathing! Hooray! Curry. Oh my gosh, thank you so much for the. How are you all How are you all doing? What's up? Oi, 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 it's me, the Earl of Suds. How are y'all doing? I hope that y'all had a wonderful time at Corin's stream. I was hiding in the background. You didn't see me because I didn't say a word. How are you doing, Kuri? How was the gamies? I didn't even see you playing a game. I just saw you like, I saw you with an orange screen with nothing on it. I hope it's great. Silent bunnies. Hey. Nice to see you. How you doing? Also, Snow Eagle. Hi there. Thanks for the follow. Appreciate it. I appreciate it. Whoa. Welcome. Hope you're having a wonderful... Oh my gosh.
Still on the gift
10.
train. Choo choo.
What is it? 10. Oh my goodness. Thank you so much for continuing that. I mean, that's a gift subscription for the alchemic, but you're still here. You're here, 10. I hope that you enjoyed that spicy, delicious gifted sub there. Wilbo's World. Thanks for the follow. I appreciate it. I was going to say 10, my sweet dear. Thank you so much for jumping in the chat. I hope that you had a wonderful time at Kuri stream. Of course you did. It's always a good time at Kuri stream. I say, 10. You got me saying blessed now, and I'm upset, all right? I am not pleased. I'm not pleased. I'm nothing but angry at both of y'all. In fact, Alchemic is somewhat to blame as well. Now I'm saying bless all the time, and it's very upsetting, and I'm not pleased. I'm not pleased with either one of y'all. Wilbo's World. Hi there. Bless. Not you too, Lily.
You shut your mouth, Lily.
Don't say those words in my presence. How do I get rid of this? I sneezed.
Bless.
I sneezed. I'll take a bless. Bless you, Arisa. You were sneezing before stream. Arisa was sneezing all over the place before stream. I'm surprised that she kept it in. How are you doing? Everybody that just came over with Kuri, thanks so much for jumping in the chat. I hope that y'all had a wonderful time over at my friendo's stream. It's always a good time over at Kuri stream. I'm over here goofing around. I promise I've got a real background and I don't dress like this all the time. Tomorrow I'm gonna be playing Terraria and I'll like have my whole room exposed. Who knows? We might even open a Pokemon card here or there sometimes on this channel, but you know what? I don't want to bait y'all in too bad, all right? I can't bait y'all in too bad, all right? I'm nothing like 10. I'm not a champion. I'm not a champion. I'm a questionable streamer. Questionable at best. Never opening cards. I'm more of a investor. I'm a match champion. I am not the match champ. No. A brat. We're gonna kill this guy. This guy's as dead as a doornail. Just wait till I... Stay still. Stay still. Accept your death with a little bit of dignity, would you? You're embarrassing everybody. Look at the prisoners. They're all watching you. They're watching you struggle. Just... Yes, there we go. Your embarrassment is over, my friend. Your embarrassment just ended. And now I let loose the slaves. Out you go! Freedom! Do not worry. I will not harm any of these prisoners. Out you go. Everybody's free. You're free. You're gonna be free as well. Everybody out. Get out! Woo! Oh no. Your whole room exposed! Can you believe it? He won't. I actually won't have a bed by then. My bed's coming in on Wednesday. I'm actually going to be sleeping on clouds very soon. Yeah, get out of here. Look at them. They know what to do. They know what to do. They're fighting for their freedom. I'm letting them loose. He has anime girl posters everywhere. What? Anime girl posters? No way, but my figurine should be here soon. Owa! Owa! A new figure in the mail. Soon, I think. I'm not sure. I haven't checked the shipping. Owa! Owa! It's true. Open up. Sip. What? I can't sip. I'm not even thirsty. I'm not even thirsty. I can't drink. You all know that. I'm over 24. I'm not allowed to drink. Ooh, gems. Gems and tokens. Boop. Oh, what is this? Oh, whoa, what's this? I'm flipping the levers. We're shutting it down. Also, hey, thank you so much for the hype train, you guys. Was that a successful hype train? It was level 1 complete. Oh my gosh, you guys, thank you so much for the support. Yes, sweet beans. Honk. Listen, the honks won't be here forever, so just enjoy them while you got them. Also, these guys are allies. Yeah, these are allies. That's strange. Stop honking at me. Fifi Abby, how are you doing? What's up? Ew, what did she just say? Something? Speak. I could have done the voice acting for this game.
But you violated the law. Pay the court fine or pay with your blood.
Ooh, archery increases 74. 74, why we're archery genius. Oh, it's time to let loose. Let loose the dogs of war. Oh, wait, no, we need it. Here's the dogs of war. Ah, woo. Lupus is out the cage. Ah, woo. Everybody knows the rule of the streamer saying not to do something, and then we all do it. Ah, Kuri. Little do you know, this whole honk honk sound effect is all just a way for me to stimulate my bubble economy because it's gotten a little bit overly saturated with bubbles. There's been some inflation, I'm not gonna lie. People are watching too much of the stream, and it's been upsetting me. So I'm trying to shave off some of these bubbles, and they're playing directly into my hand. Oh.
Oh, you saved me. Thank
He's
you
talking
so
to
much.
me. Does anybody else have bloody noses? I've got a bloody nose. See? Bloody. I've been trying to cut back for you, don't worry. Oh, thanks. I'll shave off my bubbles right now if you do a workout or a juggle. Oh, what? Anti-Dark Heart is only pleased by the most difficult of redeems. Unbelievable. I actually can't believe it. You know, I was gonna try to, I hope, is Felix, are you here right now? Felix? Felix? Are you here? Felix. Are you here right now? I'm not convinced. It's probably being sneaky, never mind. You actually want what? You want to save up for 300K? That's a lot of bubs. It's a lot of bubby dubs, I'm not gonna lie. I don't know if you can do it. I doubt it. I doubt it. I don't believe in you.
Never should have come here.
Bye, buddy. Bye, buddy. See you later. Oh, that's my buddy. That's my buddy's Flame Atronach, or Atronach, or lady. Do I hear people? Do I hear people right now? Oh, I was gonna say, as long as Felix isn't here. Are those bodies? There is no need for you to shoot the flames at those poor vampires, but... Oh, I was gonna say, I do want to save up my my points so that I can get VIP over there at, I want to get VIP at Felix's stream without him giving it to me for free. So I'm going to lurk until I can buy VIP. And he'll be so upset. He'll be like, oh, what? What? Earl, you don't have to do that. Earl, no. Now, Earl. You could have asked me. You'd say something like that. But I'll have already bought it. It'll be too late. It'll be too late.
Be careful.
Come on over here. Then he'll probably say something lewd that I can't say on my channel. Rest in peace. The impression is spot on. Oh no. I've watched too much. I've seen too much. Alright, I'm gonna let my minion kill them. Get him. Let me hit him again. Can I pickpocket my friend? What is this, a book? Spell tome. Alright. He's going to be so upset. Yes, he will. Honestly, I feel bad about saying hi in his chat because he cancels the entire game for a few minutes. And I don't want that. And he was saying such nice things about you earlier. I know, I'm just saying. I don't want to distract his stream. He's a sweet bean, he is. Sweet bean he is. Ah! Seeing this makes you want to play Fallout 4 again? Playing this makes me want to play Fallout 4 for the first time. For the first time in VR. Live. Ow, my shoulder. My shoulder is in stressed. Bruh. Earlier I made myself known and there was too much fanfare. I know. That's why I sneak around in chats, alright? That's why I'm lurking, because I don't want them to be like, Earl! Y'all, if you haven't checked out Earl's stream, Earl's just the best. What are you doing? I'm just like, I want to stick around, you know?
Is someone there?
I ain't here for the shout out. The only time that I ever show up is if I got that sub renewal, so that I can put that on their little daily sub numbers. You know what I'm saying? So that they can get those subby goals done. You know what I'm saying? You got a shout out, and it was me showing up. That's the Earl's mod. Oh no. Oh my, what kind of nonsense has been going on in here, huh? Ladies and gentlemen, we've got black magic. Not anymore. Take that. Oh, what's up? How are you doing, Texas Satellite? Did a door detect you? It did. The door knew. I think it's actually this guy. I think that he can actually detect you.
Is
A
someone
novice.
there? I hope there aren't any.
Novice is exactly right. Anyway, though that's exactly what you do whenever people show up here. Listen, I try to be cool. I'm like, yo, Breezy, how are you doing, dude? Thanks so much for jumping in the chat. Just another streamer like me. Tee-hee. I try to play cooler. I'm like, oopsie, oopsie. My guy, my bro, my toad, my sweet toad, my sweet toad baby. My sweet toes. Come back here. Perish. Hello. Come back here. Oh no. Oh! I try to give fanfare for everyone, okay? I'm equally excited. I love all of you beans. Stone and Baron's I am. Bless. Arisa! Workbench. Are there any ingots in here? Any spicy ingots? Oh, good night. We'll see you later, Gonda. Thanks for hanging out. We love you, Gonda. We will see you later. Bye-bye, Gonda. Bye-bye. Get some schlep. Get some schleppy schlep. Some schleppy schloop.
Just through here.
Some
We're
schloopy
getting
schlep.
close now.
Hello? Look at this. This looks like a crafting, like an enchantment table in Minecraft. He's put all the bookshelves around it so that he can max out his enchanting. Oh. Oh, books. Let me click. Huh? It's funny that you said that because I'm in Minecraft right now. Well, speak of the devil. Speak of the Minecraft devil, Herobrine himself. Let me go up to level up. Level up time, you guys. It's time for us to learn the ways of health. And now we have to learn the ways of sneakiness. Level 66 sneaker over here. Now we're even harder to detect. Muahaha. You've been playing Dragon Age Origins for the first time lately? What do you think about it, Shale? I've played a little bit of it, and it wasn't really my style. But you know what? I could see the quality behind it. I could see why people like it. I personally don't like story games. But Shale, it seemed like a quality title. Are you enjoying it so far? I think I was playing Origins, if I'm not mistaken. That plate is... Oh, that's an old book. That's an old ruined book. Who keeps books around like this, huh? Is this your book? All right, Orthorn, let's keep moving. It's clear that you don't want to... Whoop! I'm a vampire. You take that guy on. Take him on. Ah, yes. First impressions. Excuse me. You have no idea how long I played that game. You have no idea. That was way before I was a streamer. That was before I was even a horse, horseman, horse girl. Hello? Sack. It's a sack of potatoes. I don't know why that's funny, but it's a sack of potatoes, you guys. What else? What else would be in a sack, you guys? What else? Open. Yeah, maybe I can be like, I was thinking to be funny. You know what? You know what's the word? Dissonance. You know what would be very dissonant if my YouTube channel was super critical? If I was like, gosh, this game sucks. I'm angry. Rah! Games these days. Nyam, 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 nyam. And then you come over here and I'm like, la 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 la. Whoa, 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 whoa. Ooh, I love playing games with my friends. Whoopee, welcome to the chat. And on the YouTube channel, I'm like, garbage. He said the word of the day. It's true. Also, what'd you say? Yes, it's good, but it's not Skyrim. Oh, Shale, we don't have to compare them. They're very little alike, as far as I can tell. You can enjoy both. Potatoes. Ratatata's precious. Ratatata's precious. Potatoes, boil 'em, mash 'em, stick 'em in a stew. Lentfishes raw and wriggling. Yes, precious. The precious is lost. Ah! Oh, game frozen. Game over.
Game crashes and Earl quits forever.
Oh, scroll. Is that an elder scroll? Maybe if it grows up a little bit. To the ritual chamber. Concerning.
So you're the one who barged into my home and laid waste to my project.
This is a house?
How nice
My bad.
to meet you.
I didn't know that this was zoned for residential, madam.
Names no longer matter.
Names no longer matter. They passed away as soon as you stepped through the door.
Your name is now dead, boy.
I'm here for the books.
So you're just one of Arin's lackeys. That's disappointing. You show real promise. You come here, kill my assistants,
disrupt my work. You've annoyed me. So I don't think I'll give you anything. What was my option? What was my option? May I please have my books? Please? I mean, it's a magic word. Barney said so.
Oh, now we're all please and thank you, are we? I'm afraid we're well beyond pleasantries.
That's not what Barney said. Barney said it's always time to be pleasant. Barney said never give up on being a decent human being.
I suggest you move quickly.
I'm not going anywhere without these books. Actually, I'm gonna try to be nice again.
I'm afraid you don't have anything worth trading.
What about your life?
Go back to your
what about your
college
life
and
for all those
leave
books?
me,
As
or
in, I will take your
kill
life if you don't give me those books.
choice.
Barney is a fool. Such a strong word.
Barney's a fool. He never understood. Baby Bop and BJ had it right all along.
After I've been so hospitable.
Barney was just the clown, while BJ and Baby Bop were really pulling the strings. They know what the world's like out there. That big purple dummy never had anything.
Ah! Hey! Stay still, quote unquote, the caller. Actually, could I be a vampire lord here? So what makes these scrolls so old, huh? Are they finally aged? Alright, I'm gonna try to turn into a vampire. I'm going to turn into the stuff of nightmares.
So how nice to meet you.
And we're going to turn into a vampire. La, 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 la. That's right, lady. I'll be taking that lifeblood now. Thank you very much. I'll be taking all that lifeblood. Yum, 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 yum. Delicioso. Delicioso. All right. Listen, if I'm not going to be able to heal during the day, if I'm going to be able to not restore my magicka, if I'm not going to get any more stamina back, I'm at least going to be able to beat bosses with my vampire form, all right? It's only fair. So I don't want to hear any belly aching. I've been called out for my pale skin one too many times. This time, it's serious. This time, it's personal. Requires a key. I bet it's on that corpse. Excuse me, ma'am. Do you have this? Yeah, some doors require keys, so there's no point in trying to. There's no point in trying to pick them because it's literally impossible. So you just got to get the keys for those. It's a real crying shame. And an orcish shield. This is rather orcish, is it not? A little coin purse, a little satchel of coins. And let's get out of here. I bet there's a mod. There's always a mod. A mod to let you pick even unpickable doors. Unpickable doors mod. Finally, you can work on your lock picking on the fly. Ah. Flame. Ah, your flame is burnt out. A shame. I bet there's a mod. Huh? Where are they? No. That's the wrong mods. That's the wrong mod check. We could use that every time that we find a every time that we see a giant horse. Mod check. Do you see a mod? I don't see a mod. Are there mods in this game? Is this modded? Excuse me? Is your name the Earl of Suds? Is your game modded? Can't tell. Giant horses? Can't tell. Okay, so we can go back. We got the books. We got those blessed books that that old orc needed. Who are we bonking? Arisa, I think that everybody's gone. I think that we're good. Don't worry about it. It's nothing but us mods now. La 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 la. Wait, there's Kareem. Bonk him. Calico, get Calico. Just kidding. Hey, horses. Kareem, have you seen the horses in this game yet? Have you seen them? Oh boy. Oh boy. I'm back, but I gotta go. Oh my gosh, it's a high bye. That's a high bye for you, my friend. Hello there, Rager. Goodbye there, Rager. Hi bye. Hi bye. Activate the Eye of Magnus. So how'd they get the eye there? Huh? Who carried this eyeball? Who carried the eyeball in here? So it must have been somebody awful strong. I'd love to meet him. I would love to meet them. You know what? I just love looking at the chat now and seeing all of those little badges. They're so cute. They're so cute. I love them. They're so happy.
I don't want to see you treating any of these books poorly.
All right, look here, Shrek. I've got all your books, all right? Here are the books, sir.
Well. And you...
Well. What do we got here? A sorry sucker with 3 books for me.
Here.
I need to find a moth priest, mister.
A moth priest? What in oblivion do you need a moth?
My business is my own.
Fine. No need to... The obvious answer. Sometimes they go...
Oh, he's actually telling me how to find a moth priest? Yes. That means that we don't have to be a vampire forever. Also, thanks for the follow. Is that... What up, kid? What up, kid? Welcome to the chat. How are you doing, my friend? Oi. What's up? Hello. Unfortunately, we've got too many things in our pockets. We've really loaded down. What is this? What? The Thieves Guild boots are actually better? Thieves Guild gloves are better? What? Really? Huh. They're better than the... This is for backstab, and these are for wear is muffled. I'm pretty sure that these boots are the same thing. No, it's for pickpocketing. Nice. Okay, so we're carrying too much junk. I don't even think that I have dragon bones. Wait, what the heck? Do I have a plate? Oh, that's an heirloom. Okay, that's a little different. That ain't no normal. Oh. I do have dragon bones on me. That's a shame. Empty wine bottle? What? When did I pick up that? Trash. Literal trash. Porker tusk. A lantern? A lantern to light our way, obviously. A bunch of stones, and they actually weigh something.
Is there no end?
He gave me a bunch of spells. Oh, I see. Yeah. Let's... The books are ever so heavy. It's really not nice. It doesn't look... Oh, yeah, he gave me, racial phylogeny? Is that what that means? Phylogeny? Are you gonna go sell stuff? Yeah, I'm afraid that we're gonna have to go to the store now. Sorry about that, you guys. I hate shopping in the game. Love shopping in real life. But we're gonna have to take a little break from adventuring and do a little bit of house cleaning. The daughter of Nibbin. That's a funny word. Conjuration, eh? I love how these books are unread, but they don't have the little asterisk next to them. That's a shame. Supposed to have an asterisk next to them. Enchanting? Oh. Enchantments for armor. It's a complete catalog. That should train me all the way up, right? Shouldn't that be 100%? Phylogeny is the study of species development. Ooh. Like a philanthropist. I see, I see. Interesting. I love picking apart English words. Wind's howling out there. Sounds cold. Is there a crack in this door? It looks as smooth as heck. What's letting the wind in, huh? Ah! My eyes! It burns! Let's see where that moth priest is, eh? Prophet. Ask people in Dragon's Bridge. Oh, we've actually already been here. Nice. How expedient. Wait, what? Let me go there. I want to go to there. Fast travel, yes. Dragon's Bridge. Let's find out where this moth priest is. It can also pertain to a group of organisms. Ooh. Special development, I say. The Chronicle of Species. We have to go make a sacrifice to the great horse lord. To the great horse in the sky. To the great horse spirit, please forgive me for all of the horses that I have killed, oh great horse spirit. There he goes. There he goes, the great rider in the sky. Ghost riders in the sky. What the heck? What do you mean? Just Skyrim. Just Skyrim stuff. Mushroom Gal. Welcome to Skyrim. You had to cut it short being late to stream, and now you're already leaving so early. So much to do today. Farewell, kitty. Oh, no. Kareem, we'll see you later. We'll see you later. Busy days do be busy. No worries. No worries. We'll see you later, Kareem. What? Steve? This is considered a lot of quests for you? I've almost had every quest line activated at one time. This is a small amount of quests, I guarantee you. Think Kenny's gonna remember why he came here? For the moth priest, thanks a lot. I gotta talk to the people about the moth priest. I remember. I don't want to be a vampire anymore, darn it. Kareem, we'll see you later. There's something on your face. Is that true? Is that? Do I have some schmutz? Oh, that's schmutz down there. That's jelly from my peanut butter and jelly. I have a very strange way of eating.
Respect the law. Mind you don't cross Tassius.
I apologize.
He's in charge.
The blood do be dripping, is it? Yeah, it is kind of dripping, isn't it?
Your skin's as pale as the snow. You're scared of
Heard
sunlight
any
or something?
rumors?
They say
Actually, there's
following
no
an alcohol to study vampires, drugs,
Oh, she just
and
gave
all
me a new
manner of
quest. See,
undead.
this is the problem, Steve. This is a freaking problem. I just talked to this lady and she just randomly gave me a quest. I don't want to help you. Peanut butter jelly is good, but unfortunately, I don't have any jelly. I'm a jellyless lad, and that's because I don't want to encourage myself to eat jelly. Jelly's too sweet. It's like it's a sugary treat. What is this? The blacksmith? I think. You got no forge. A forgeless blacksmith. How embarrassing. But jelly and cream cheese?
I'm fairly certain you wandered into the wrong building, friend.
Need something?
Yeah. Cream cheese? Oh yes, this is the place that we stole that letter. Remember? This is where we stole the oh look, there's Shadowmere. Whenever we assassinated that dude, remember? That was this place. So I thought that Kenny had a great sword strapped on his back, but then I realized it's just a mic, and now I'm questioning myself on everything. Yeah, it's a giant sword. It's true. Broth chick, you're totally right. You're totally... Listen, it's a big sword. Let me grab it. Ah! You have committed crimes against Skyrim and her people. I wish I had a sword. I don't actually. I was thinking about getting a faux battle axe for this outfit. I was thinking about getting that, but decided it would maybe be going a little far. Maybe a little far for a stream thing. Seriously? Yeah, I don't think so. Never too far. Well, okay then. I mean, I still want to be able to take pictures in this outfit, right? Get a bow. A bow. Like a bow leg. Excuse me, lady, do you know about a... Listen, I admire your dexterity, but there's really no reason. There's really no reason to be standing like that. You can do the sweeping with 2 legs right on the ground, right next to there.
Have you met my husband? Well, don't bother. He's a drunk.
Is that how you greet everybody that you meet? You know what? There's nothing thirstier than somebody else being called a drunk. I'm gonna go get a sip. I'll be right back. Give me just a second, okay, you guys? Don't honk while I'm gone. I don't have a problem. Olda's husband has a problem, not me. I don't have a problem. Yum. Pika Moop, what's up? Thanks for the honks. You rebel, you. You rebel rouser.
Nah, I don't think so.
Nah? Is that how you answer me? Nah? Suspicious. Interrogate. Interrogate. Drunk husband. What about you there, Azada?
Seen some mean-spirited folk pass through lately.
You know anything about a moth priest?
A moth priest? I'm sorry, but I don't know anything about that. Try asking one of the guards.
I don't ask the guards. They don't know anything. Way to go, Olda. Shatter the illusion with nah. Nah. I don't know about no moth priest. Nah.
You didn't hear this from me.
Do you know anything about the moth priest?
So that was a moth priest there. He rode through town not long ago with an escort of soldiers.
Went south. Okay. South it goes. South we go from Dragon Bridge. Oh, I remember this quest. It's very frustrating. Yes. It's a very frustrating quest because there's no marker. You actually have to walk on the road. Imagine them telling you have to walk south and then you actually do it. Look at him eyeing that chicken. Somebody hungry? You hungry? Don't you dare kill that chicken. It will report you to the other guards. Chickens are full citizens in Skyrim. Oh, speaking of full citizens, is this where the Khajiit live? I don't know. Chicken. How dare you. Oh, we let him out. He lives. He lives, even after getting stabbed by those spikes? It's a miracle. This goat is a miracle. He was touched by an angel. Beep, beep. Beep, beep. Look out there, goatie. Whoopee. You're gonna get some sleep? All right. We'll see you later, Risa. We'll see you later. Risa, nighty-night. Get yourself some rest. Get some rest. You deserve it. You deserve it. After your big streamies. Big streamies. Hey, thanks for the lurks. I appreciate it, Olivia. Yes, sweet bean. No, thank you so much for lurking around here. I hope that you have a good time. You said that you're getting ready for work. Ooh, ready for work. I hope that it's a good time. I hope that it's a good time and that you make lots of money.
Big money. Big money for Olivia.
Wait, what? Wait, what? What? What, is it her that we need? Is she the loot? That's the first book that acted right. Read the oh, we gotta read the note. My bad. I'll take my money, just at what cost? Please be careful with your wrist, right? Isn't that your wrist that you gotta be careful of? Be careful. Vampire's note. What does it say? It says, I can't read it. I have a new... What is that? I can't read it. I have a new order for you. Prepare an ambush just south of Dragon Breach. Take the Moth Priest to the Forebearers holdout for safekeeping until I can break his will. Malchus. Malchus? Sounds like malcontent to me. Time to murder. Time for us to... Ooh, over there at their holdout. Right across the way. He's been captured. We must loose that Moth Priest. We must loose him. He must be freed. There we go. Ready Player B. Thanks for the follow. Appreciate it. Hiya. What's up? I hope that you've been having a good day. La, 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 la. Hello. Stones. Suspicious stones. Oh. Extremely suspicious. Let's hop off. You're calling Mom? Good luck, Calico. Good luck. Calling Mom is a dangerous, dangerous thing. I hope that you can make it out unscathed. Ooh, this cave looks really pretty for some reason. That's weird. It's strange whenever Skyrim goes from looking like a Bethesda game to just like all of a sudden just for some reason this looks good for a minute. It's crazy. It's crazy, man. Is this on super easy mode? Because I've played it too. Listen, this is just... We're just playing on normal mode. We're just playing on normal mode. I think it's Adept. So it's like... It's mode number 2, I think. Number 2 out of like 7. Or 3 or something. We're just playing on whatever the game started on. And pretty much we run into run into walls randomly. Which is too bad. Whoa, dogs! Wait, what? You have to kill dogs in this game? It's horrible. Yes, I just killed a real dog. I'm used to murdering wolves, but not dogs. Why do we have to kill the dogs, huh? What's the big deal? Hey, Delfino, what's up? How are you doing? I mean, I'm just saying, I didn't want to kill them, but they started gnawing at me legs. They gnawed at me legs. See, this is what happened. This is what the dogs did to the last person that came in this den. Look, this is what the dogs did to the other person as well. You can't trust dogs anymore. They'll put your head on a spike. I've been told that by good sources. Oh, the dog guard are here. These guys are tough. Goodness. I hope that we can stagger this sucker. Giddy up on out of here, buddy. You gotta do it. One way or another. Whether it be arrow. Not very cash money of those dogs. It's true. Oh no, now we die. Now we die. This plated armor, good luck. I mean, I appreciate it. Thank you for your well wishes. Steve, I'm sure you only want the best for us. Look, I've got magic on my side. Oh, they're blasting me. I'm getting blasted. You gotta stop that, man. I gotta take you on one by one. One at a time. One at a time, guys. I honestly, if I was a vampire lord, I could kick their buns. That's what I want to do. You can't outsword me, Sonny. What, you trying to kill me for sordid gain? Now you die. That's exactly right. Yeah, that plate armor ain't nothing against my dragon's bane. You got your second jab yesterday on your arm, and your arm was on fire. Oh, snap. But you got it done. Well done. Well done. You've done your civic duty. Delfino, what a good bean. What a good bean you are. Thank you very much for doing that. Stay still. Thank you. Stay still. Uh-huh. This will only take a second. No, this won't hurt. Just stay still. Just stay still, both of you. Stop. Stop. You will not pass this bridge. Okay, you will not pass much further than that bridge. Stop moving around. Could you quit dancing around so that I can smack your buns? Oh, man, they're tough. You know what I gotta do? Sorry, you guys. Sorry about this. I'm a little embarrassed. But, you know, rules are rules. Rules are rules. Hey, I didn't put in this game. I ain't programmed a game in my life. This is just included. They put it here. Not my problem. My problem, man. Yeah, we gotta give the Dawn Guard what they want. They want a vampire, we'll give them a vampire. Listen, you came in here looking for a vampire munchkin, and you got the vampire bumpkin.
You think they turned him?
Well, well, well. Look at this. Blood magic for everybody. Sorry about that, lads. Appreciate it. Hope that you help me level up. Detect all creatures. I'm just gonna, you know, do that. No, we can't have mist form, eh? You have no membranes on those wings. How can you fly? Lucas, magic. Magic. These are magic wings. So magic-y wings made purely out of demon magic, actually. Look at all these coffins. Let's take a little schlepping one, shall we? Shall we? I'm tired. Just an hour. Just a little nap. Just a little nap in the coffin. I'd nap in a coffin if I had one. Oh, we gotta put the waystone in there. Oh, okay. You got the waystone, Malchus? Oh, this is the guy with the name. It's the named guy with the tomatoes. See, just like that, just like the storybook said. He had the tomato and the mead. Tomato power. Coffins are comfy. It's true. They're human-sized. Coffins are so comfy because they're perfectly sized for a human body. You've been feeling poopy all day? Oof. I felt really crappy after my first jab. I hear that the second one's even more intense. Delphina, I'm scared, but not too scared.
I serve my master, but my master is dead, and his enemies will pay.
He said, I serve my master, but my master is dead and my enemies will pay. Actually, it seems pretty reasonable. I don't think that we should kill him. I think that we let this guy go. Also, do I have like a potion that lets me hold a bunch of stuff? A potion of carry? Solution of strength? Yeah, let's do that. So that I can move around properly. Let's try to kill him with, oh, look at him, he's moving. He doesn't even know what he's looking for. Nope, he gave up. Oh, shot him right in the butt. That's what you get. Ooh, that's what I'm talking about. 2 shots. Third shot. Ah. Miss. Oh. Can I pickpocket you while you're just standing here? What is wrong with you, you enthralled priest? You? Use your vampire seduction. We have to seduce him. It's a common tactic in these games. How you like me now, then, buddy? What would you like to do? Let's feed on him first. Just have a bite. There we go, a little bite. And now let's talk to him.
By the divines, it's as if my eyes have been opened.
Oh, great. Now for this whole song and dance. Nobody believes you, all right? All right. Chop, chop.
What would you have of me, master?
I command you to travel to castle. Oh yeah, we have to lure the moth priest back to the castle.
Can I find this
and then eventually we'll be able to not be a vampire. Which is funny because we only cleared this area because we were a vampire. But, you know, I like getting rid of the things that help me. Anyway, nice to meet you, moth priest. How do I get out of here? Is there a back door that I can leave from? There's normally a more expedient exit, but I didn't see one actually. Yeah, it looks like it's a dead end. Looks like you just gotta walk back out the door. It's only this one chamber though. That's not too bad. All done. It's true. We're practically all done. We can be a werewolf. We could be a werewolf soon. A woo's incoming. Please be slightly more patient, and the woos will be here, and will be delivered as soon as possible. Boing. Lupus time. Lupus time. Huh? Kenny, there may have been a problem with you being a vampire lord. Really, Dakota, is that true? Oh, dear. The smaller ones have a back door. The Dwemer ones always have a back door. Yeah, the big ones got the back door. That's the way out. They don't make you walk all the way back. That would be garbage. That would be totes garb. I like this little collection of items. There's a normal horse right there. Look at that beautiful normal horse right here. Okay, so report your success to Harkin. Harkin back to whenever we were over here in this castle. Then you'll remember the vampire lord. He's a friend of mine. Wait, what? Eh? Scout? How did he get here? He's on the beach. He's on the beach of the castle. Why, they practically breached the door. Maybe that's the point of this, huh? Oh! Ooh. Well, I did not know that he was gonna be so strong. He just said he was a scout. I killed his plated friends earlier. I killed his plated friends just now. Oh, thanks for the follow, Lilu. I appreciate it. Pogger's cosplay. Savvy Sapphic, thank you so much. Appreciate it. I'm glad that you like it. Wow, 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 wow. It's fun. It's fun. I like dressing up to play games for no reason. My potion, dang it. It's a shame. Dawnguard isn't gonna accept you? Yeah, of course they won't. But you'll still be an enemy of the Dawnguard? Yeah. I'll still be an enemy of the Dawnguard. Oh, I know that. Yeah, I don't mind. I don't mind. Even as a, they'll hunt me even as a werewolf, but it doesn't really matter. It doesn't really matter. They're not that hard. We're just really weak. What are we, like, level 30? Yeah, we're just a little sweet. We're little sweet babies. We're just a babe in the woods. That's why we're dying like this. 'Cause I'm a level 30 weakling. Steel greatsword is very heavy, but I don't think that I have another two-handed weapon. A kitten. Yes. A kitten even. He's a Khajiit baby. Oh yeah, we were supposed to sell stuff. I remember that now. Do y'all remember that now? I remember that. We're gonna have to deal with this mission and then get our buns into the city and do just a little bit of merchant work. It's the bloodiest place in this. It's the bloodiest place in the whole game. Whoopee! Selling in this economy, it's a buyer's market. Oh, he's the moth priest. Dexian Evicus. All right, Lord Harkin, what do you think about this?
Well done. Somehow I knew it would be you and Serana who found our moth priest.
What must I know about being a vampire? Yeah, I'm just gonna get the story going, you know.
I see that. I trust his capture was not too difficult a task.
The Dawnguard tried to stop me, but they posed no threat. They fought well, but not well enough. Yeah, I'm gonna be sassy. I'm gonna say that the Dawnguard weren't even a worry.
I wish I could have been there to hear the sounds of their
He likes
screams.
It whenever you flex. I thought that he'd like to flex.
Thrall awaits, and we have
Serana did nothing. She was sitting at home. Yeah, I was like watching her the whole time going, I know you're helping somehow, daughter.
Together.
If by not being there she helped, then help she did.
Yeah, where is Serana? Oh, there you are. Oh. You've been playing Kick the Bones since I've been gone? Eh? Now, oh, wait. What do we got to do now?
Master, I have done as you asked and traveled.
Good job, you've done it. You've done it, my child.
Yeah.
Lynn,
9 months
is that time?
already? Wow. 9 months is the time it takes for a pregnancy. It is also the time it took to meet some of the sweetest beans.
Oh my
Much love indeed, wow.
Much love indeed, wow. Hey, Linz, thank you so much for the 9 months. I can't believe that it's been 9 months. Oh, what the heck? Linz, thank you so much for the support. Could we put some hype in the chat for my friend? Just another person like you with 9 months. Hooray! Now you've got the sweet, sweet golden badge. Actually, it feels like it's been longer than 9 months. But hey, what the heck? What the heck? It's been some of the best 9 months I've ever had.
Of course.
Where has the time gone? The time has left. Oh, Lucas, you've got the same badge.
The Elder Scroll.
Golden.
Of course,
I
Master.
say, it is crazy.
If
Time's
everyone will
weird,
please be
man.
quiet, I must concentrate.
Time's weird. Go slow and fast. It's been a strange year. It's a strange year that we all met during.
I know this weapon.
I mean, this year's weird too. We're all meeting under the strangest of circumstances. It's such a tumultuous world, such a tumultuous time to be alive. But you know what? It'll pick up. It'll get easier. World's just gotta fix itself, you know. World's gotta fix itself, and then it's gonna be easy again. Yeah, let's a Foos Roda. Yes. It's indoor kite. Oh my gosh, kite. How are you doing? Foos Roda, indeed, my friend. Oh. Kite, have you led me astray? Kite, is this your doing? Kite, is this your doing? Why? Why? Oh no, Kite, you murdered me. But it's all right. How are you doing? Now we have to listen to some more. I'm sorry. That's... Listen, last time that I Foosrodawed a friendly person, they didn't mind, all right? I'm sorry.
Well...
I'm sorry.
Yes.
Well, I didn't intend for that. Oh, well, that's all right. Foosrodawed to you as well, my friend.
Master.
Oi, Kite, how are you doing?
Yes.
Are you getting anything done today? Are you a busy bean? It's nice to see you. I'm just hanging out here with this gargoyle. Me and Gargoyle hanging out. We haven't even seen Aela yet, and that is what my outfit's based off of. The Huntress. I want to talk to that Huntress. Just kicking all this stuff off the table. No more human meat for any of y'all. You're doing good, just making some sushi. Ooh, I think that you've mentioned that before. Making sushi is amazing. That's amazing. I can barely eat sushi, much less make it. I moved to a bigger city, and I still haven't any. But I moved during a pandemic. Darn it! Darn it! I moved during a pandemic, so I haven't gone out to eat at all since I've been here. A shame. A shame. But the lease is for a year. I'll get some sushi soon enough. And a snowstorm. Yeah, the first one in like 5 years. It was horrible. A horrible choice. Though what's funny is that I mean, we actually the timing couldn't have been better. We had to pick the best. We honestly picked a better time because it got even worse after that day.
What are you doing that for?
What are you doing that for? What do you mean? Why do you do anything in Skyrim, dude? What are you talking about, dude? Just doing what I want, dude. Just trying to have a good time, dude. Yeah. You're making a mess. I mean, listen, there's blood everywhere. Look. If you keep the floors this messy, what do you think I'm gonna do? You think I'm not gonna kick your hands around? I got to. Besides, he's talking is boring. Boring. Snow is non-existent where you live? Really? It's tactical blood. It was placed there specifically. It's ornamental. Yeah. It's ornamental blood. What's funny is that as like splattered and messy it looks, there's somebody that had to specifically put that texture right there. They worked really hard to make that look messy, you guys. Did they do a good job? Huh? You see these drips? Somebody had to make these emitters so that they dropped little droppies so that it looked messy.
What is your command?
What is your command? What do you and your people actually do? Looks like cocktail sauce shaking my head. Mmm, cocktail sauce. Shrimpy dippy. Shrimpy dippy. Indeed. Why, yes, indeed. I live in the southern Soph? I don't know what that is. Do you live in Louisiana? Or Florida? I'm confused. Imagine sitting down for dinner and a guy comes in, jumps on your table, and kicks a goblet into your face. Huzzah! Huzzah for Skyrim! Oh, South Carolina. Oh.
Very well, Master.
South Carolina. For Skyrim and her people! The Nords will... Punches him in the face. Whoops, sorry about that. Skyrim is for the Nords, not for the vampires. Oh, I was going to take the skull of his mother and make it speak to him after death, but unfortunately I lost it. Let's see, do I have a, here, eat this. Eat this poisonous mushroom, my good fellow. Oh, I see. Come on, don't be shy. Don't be shy. It's all for you. Taco Cat, how are you doing? What's up? Hooray! OT love. Ow, 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 ow. OT love indeed. Indoor kite. Okay, I'm gonna go eat, do some chores. Oh, sounds good. Sounds good. Thanks for jumping in and saying hi. We love you, Indoor kite. Get yourself some food. Get some food and enjoy your day. Yeah, human flesh out the window. Ooh. Almost shot it into that pot. Close. Ooh, nearly. Come on. Oh, come on! Where's that rebound?
What do you need?
Oh, I missed it. That my bad. Now you're making the meat dirty. Lupus, you've been talking about drinking blood and eating human flesh. I'm getting a little concerned. What are you feeding those dogs? Lupus, I'm not sure if you're the best dog tamer. They'll definitely won't be making the Tamriel basketball team. Tamriel. The use of that word is most excellent. You meat dirtier. What?
That was
How
my
dare.
As for the... It seems our work is not yet done.
Our work's not yet done? What are we doing?
I've waited this long, and we are so very close now.
I think he's gonna eat him.
I can wait a bit longer.
I think he's gonna eat him, but that's just my guess.
Here, as long as you don't overfeed on them.
Look, what? He's allowed to stay? Look at him. He's been accepted into their society. Look at that. They actually accept him as one of their own. Just because he's my thrall, I guess I let him in. Sweet. So now we've got to find other Elder Scrolls. Well, we don't need that, though. We don't need any of that. Fools, all of them. Little do they know we've infiltrated their ranks now. But if we turn into a werewolf, they'll all be dead. Oh, Taco Cat, what, lurkies? Oh, no. You're excited to have made it to a stream. It's been a while. 2 minutes later, lurk. All right, Taco Cat. Enjoy your lurks. Enjoy your lurks, my friend. It was nice to see you. Boyang, boyang. I'm not a fool, just a goblin. I don't think that they're anything the same. Okay, anyway, let's look at this from a top-down perspective. Let's take a little peek around here. We got like Stones of Baron Zaya. Wait a second, did I just get a text? I think that might have been my. Is that my artist? Did my artist just text me? Oh my gosh. Is that true? Is it possible that I'll be getting a tattoo in November? It might happen. It might happen. I've got it on good authority. Okay. Anyway, let's continue. Sorry about that. Is it true? Well, it didn't even show me. I went through all that trouble and it won't even show me this notification. You don't recognize my face? But I've had you for so long. Okay, sweet. He likes my idea. He likes my idea. It looks like it's gonna work out. I'm hoping to get Mustang on my forearm. Surrounded by fire! Surrounded by fire. And he says, I think that he's saying that it's gonna work out. Yes, yes, yes. Nice, nice, nice. What were you saying? You said, bye all, gonna have dinner soon, having hamburgers. Ooh, enjoy, Shale. I hope that you enjoy the food. And if you want to, we'll be here tomorrow with Terraria Tuesdays. If you want to hang out, I'm gonna be playing Skyrim for probably the rest of the week. But hey, it was nice to hang out with you, Shale. It was nice to meet you. We'll see you later. Enjoy your burgers. Enjoy your delicious burgers. You work 10-hour day tomorrow? Oh no. Well, you can always watch the VOD. In fact, This is a horrible time for me to announce it, but the VOD channel is online, you guys. Roger Dodger, the VOD channel is online. I need to do some slight adjustments. By adjustments, I mean to the bottom of the panels. But the VOD channel is online. It's true. VODs for the past, like, 3 months. Months and months and months of VODs. I'll have a link that I will put in the, shut your mouth, Babette. I'm going to put links at the bottom of the screen. Yeah. Pretty soon, but I didn't have time to set it up because I was too busy trying to get those sub badges that Danny just upgraded. Hey, Danny, 15 months. Holy crap. How are you doing, Danny? What the heck? Now that's a blast from the past. That's my friendo, Danny. How are you doing? You just saying hi? Oh, no worries, no worries. I don't want to keep you if you're busy. If you're busy, I won't keep you. But it's nice to see you. Hello. You're loving the new badges? Oh, huzzah. I love them too, Mystic Silvermoon. They're beautiful. They're beautiful, and I'm so happy. We gotta go to Festus. You just got home from work for being sick? Oh dear, that is not good. That is not good. Please rest your eyeballs, rest your head, get some tea, take a bath. Danny, I hope you feel better soon. I am sorry that you're feeling crummy. But thanks for saying hi. We will see you later. Get the heck out of here. Go take care of yourself. Ow. Oh, he's right here. Festus. Hopefully I can jump back watching your streams again soon. Ooh, Danny. That sounds like a plan.
Sounds like a plan.
I like it. Hey, it's Pixel Jordan. What's up? How are you doing? Were you here during our, whenever we were playing Stardew? Yeah, you were here whenever we were playing Stardew on Saturday, right? Hey, it's nice to see you again. I've got the cosplay on, my friend. Got the cosplay.
You know, maybe I was
We're goofing off. We're goofing off and we're murdering. We're getting stuff done, my friend.
To shut up and listen.
Oh, you're back from helping your mom. All right, Tay returns. Tay.
Investigation seems to be a message.
Never know what'll happen here next. Always a mystery. It's true. I'll probably be buying a new outfit sometime soon. Who knows? Makeup included.
As I was saying,
it's true. I got scratched right in the face by a wolf. And yet still, somehow, I wish to be a werewolf. In fact, we will be a werewolf soon enough. Soon enough. Not at the moment, but... Astrid? Excuse me. We'll see you later. Let's get out of here. Oh, not fast enough. I gotta get out of here. Maid outfit? What? I've already got a maid outfit. I've got that ready. I've got it on lock. We just have to do a cooking stream. Whenever we do the cooking stream, then I will wear the maid outfit. Cooking stream will probably be a surprise stream. Okay, to be fair, it'll probably be a weird day. I'll buy some ingredients and I'll be like, oh, I should do the cooking stream today. And then I'll warn you like a couple of hours in advance. But the Outlast stream, which was part of the subathon as well, is actually going to be happening probably this Sunday. Very likely this Sunday. I'd say pretty much certainly this Sunday. Certainly Sunday. Maybe after movie night? Maybe we'll do an early movie afternoon, and then I can stream it at night so that it's nice and late. So that's nice and late and spooky. Wait, oh, we gotta get in here? Who's looking at me? Shut your eyes, horse. Shut your eyes, horse, and let me crack into this house. The horse doesn't like law breaking. What, I can't break the law whenever you're nearby? Nay. Oh, you might be able to see it if it's late? Ooh, lens.
Do you want to see me cry like a baby? Do you want to see me cry and call for my mommy? Mommy, please. There is a crazy person that is going to kill me. Mommy.
You'll be crying too? Oh. Think I'll have the night off Sunday. You will have the night off. You can do whatever you want. Should we kill? Oh, it's a bandit plunderer. I actually thought that he was a soldier. Not gonna lie. I thought that I was killing a soldier unjustly, which I was willing to do because I'm a horrible, horrible Khajiit. But turns out it was just an old bandit. With some loot. Look at that button. Look at that button just sitting there. I saw that light from behind that. Mm-hmm. Got some mead. It's the mead that we need. Speaking of needing mead, whoop, there's some wine right. We're gonna make it through, I guarantee it. Ow, my eyes! Just run. Just run through. You could make it. All right, let me drink up. Now we're ready. I know. Sometimes it just won't let me through the door. Broke Bethesda Games. And it's often these bridges here are some of the worst. Oh, look, there's a dead guy. A high elf. Have you heard of the high elves? Ha! Oh! You love watching people panic? Ah, Lupus, that's a very endearing character trait that you've got there. I like watching people suffer. It's all right. I used to watch Fail Army as a kid, so I feel like I'm kind of in the same boat. I just like watching people fail, you know? Trips, falls, fails, minor broken bones. Pretty funny, gotta say. Gives me a good chuckle every time. Nothing too dangerous. Open up. Oh, it's an expert door. Nice. Anything to practice my lockpicking. This way. Oh. There we go. Easy peasy. 2 tries. Nothing but wine in this closet. Whoops. Drink up. Is this poison? Oh dear. Oh dear, don't drink that. La la la. The Whoopers! Oh my gosh, I love Whooper. Whooper's gotta be one of my favorite Pokemon. One of my favorite videos on YouTube is Acquire the Sire, which Whoopers take a leading role in that beautiful video. Hello? If you haven't seen Acquire the Sire, I highly recommend it. You should look it up right now on YouTube. It's got a Quagsire as the thumbnail. Where? Oh, wrong way. Hang on. There we go. That's exactly right. Give me that sweet, sweet goods. Give me the goods. We got wine down here. Got everything down here. You could survive in this pit for years with all this wine. Ooh, what do we got here? Oh, yes. You watched Acquire the Sire long ago. Ah, yes. The ancient knowledge. Savvy the Sapphic is well-versed. Well-versed in the fine videos of the YouTube. You've been around YouTube and back a few times, my friend. Am I walking right back where I came from? What am I even doing in this building? What is happening? Turn around. Turn your lovely butt around and go back in there. I'm going backwards. Ah. This way, this way. Nice. Hello? Oh, wait, we've already been in here. You just go down? Oh, we gotta go back. We have to go back. Marty! Marty, get in the time machine. We have to go back. Is it up here? Hey! Don't honk at me! Boing. Alright, it's this way. It's this way, I figured it out. You're going to lurk while you fall asleep after a long day of work. I understand. Mondays do be like that. Get yourself some schlep. We'll see you later, Mushroom Gal. Enjoy your lurk. Hey! Oh yeah, I remember this chamber. It was too tough for us one time. Oh. Sneak attack, eh?
These guys are dense.
Buddy.
Someone there?
Buddy. Is somebody there? Yeah, someone's there! Now you're dead. You're dead because you asked questions. Just like a detective that's not quite as good at escaping as he is at investigating. You asked too many questions, buddy. Did somebody say honk? Blue Jay's been summoned. Someone spoke the word. Open up the chest and they just go flying. Zoom. Oh no, those dirty robes. Zoom. Oh, there's a guy right there. Banging on your shield. Big britches over here, yeah. Hang on. I was gonna shout in your face. Yeah, that's right. Get floppy. Oh no. The ragdoll. Not good. Not good at all. Stop. Gonna kill me. That's against the rules. Hey, stop it. Hang on. Let me get just let me get a little potion. Vigorous healing. Ooh. I like the sound of that. Potion of the Berserker. One-handed weapons, two-handed weapons. What about archery, huh? Where's my archery potions? There probably are archery potions. I just don't have them. Executed. Executed. Whammo! Shot to the heart, and you're too late. Yes. Skimming through the web, I have a character of mine that you want to cosplay. What? An OC? An OC or a favorite? What is this character that you're thinking of, Savvy? I'm interested. You've piqued my attention, and that's with a Q in case you're going through spelling class. Piqued. You piqued my attention. That's right. You having dinner? Now you've got an arrow in your head. You were hungry for something, you just didn't know what. How about arrow? Oh! Oh! Uh-oh. That's a shame. Oh, it's an OC. Oh, a favorite OC of mine, in fact. Aha! OCs. I'm not cool enough to have any OCs. I guess, Squirrel's almost an OC. Except for it wasn't even designed by me. It was designed by Arisa and Anne. Arisa, pretty much. And then Anne did the, like, the official version of it. Did some tweaks. Did some tweakies. It's a suspicious sound that I just heard. Sneaky. Hello? Ooh. A bandit. Farewell. Farewell, it was nice to make your acquaintance. You still consider it my OC? It probably is, technically. I just don't like taking credit for other people's art. Iron arrow. Nice. You make OCs for fun? As a time passer, the one in mind is named Zephyr, who you're working on reference sheets for. Ooh, cool beans. Do you play D&D or something like that, where you use your OCs, or do you draw things, or comics, or you just like having them around? Oh, hello. Would you like to? Oh, Animal Crossing Alley is here. Oh my gosh, that pink name was so sneaky. How are you doing? Nice to see you, Allie. What's up? How are you doing? We're killing bandits in Skyrim right now. Hope you're having a good day. It's nice to see you. Happy Monday. Happy Monday. It's Marauder Mondays. Whoa. It's a stone of Baron Zaya. Yes. Finally. Sweet secret stones. Okay, let's crack open this chest. You want to play D&D? You also draw? Ooh. Drawing. I wish that I drew more. I wish. Maybe someday I'll draw more. I should. I'm good. How are you? You've been playing Stardew Valley? Ooh. Stardew Valley time. Chill gaming. All right, sneaky. Shh. Hello? Is there nobody in here? Oh, there's somebody sleeping? I can't see anything. I was blind as a cat with no eyes. Over here? Oh, a bartender. A bar. Oh, nope, you didn't hear anything. I'm out of here. Bye-bye. I'm actually gonna practice my stealth. Going from a suspect to completely hidden is, I think it's pretty good for your experience.
Nothing here after all.
You're back? Hey, Kelly, welcome back. I'm trying to see in this dark, dark game.
Did you hear something? There's someone there.
Hang on, let's hide. This sneaking practice. Sneaking practice. Look at that. They don't know where he went. Is that a sleeping person? They found my hiding spot. Leave me alone. I didn't do anything wrong. It wasn't me. It was your friend. It wasn't me. Leave me alone. Just let me hide in peace. You like the new sub badges? Aren't they so cute? I love them. They're so adorable. Oh, look, a note. A note has been stabbed to the wall. I didn't even notice. I didn't even notice. I didn't even take note of that on the wall. Oh, nobody there yet. Allie, they're so cute. They got done today. They were whipped up by Kelsey, anti-Darkheart. Oh joy, oh joy. No. Don't bother Earl. Earl, sneak. Earl, yes! Sneak increased to 69.
Sure, I heard something.
Oh, you heard nothing. You heard nothing, my friend. Nothing. Nothing but the whiz of my arrow. Shoot it into your behind. Oh. Damn you. Put that knife right back where it came from. Zoom, 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 zoom. They're so cute, aren't they, Tay? I love them. Yeah, we should have some new bit badges too soon. New bit badges. I've got some ideas. It's gonna be fun. It's gonna be fun. You know, ever since I heard about this this streamer named Fish. The streamer named Fish, who I heard about through Alchemic, and I heard about him through Alchemic because of all those dang emotes that I love. Ever since I heard of Fish, I've wanted to have interesting bit badge combos, and now I've come up with a minor connection. It's nothing near as clever as Fish, but it's something. It's something. Who? It's like Fish who? Sounds like an interesting fellow. I can't imagine. Sounds like somebody who streamed way too late. Fish just reeks of late night streams that I could never stay up for. Oh, burning the midnight oil with Fish. Oh, arrow. You mock my pain, never do it again. Ah, tank hat. All right, everybody's dead, and we learned how to sneak. And now, the mead. Also, we can, let's see. You mean early? Yeah, I was joking. I was joking. It was a funny joke. Ha 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 ha. Oh, that's a dead guy. Oh, we're done. Was this merely a Stone of Baranzaya area? Oh, I'm quite aware, Jedi, when he starts. I was watching him this morning blast it all. What is this? Father's Missive. Rigel's Letter. I do not care about lore ever. What a... Oh. Be sneakier, Earl. Be sneakier. You woke them up. No, I woke them up. Sneak away. Sneak away. We can still escape. Come on. Ah! No. Oh, no, don't shoot. Ah, yeah, you don't know where I am. You don't know where I am.
No sign.
You're no detective. Whammo. Strong arm. Weak brain. Yeah. What you said? You can only watch the Splat days because no DBD for me. He's been playing so much Splat and DBD lately. It's true. It's true. He's on a roll, but he's also played a little bit of It Takes Two with Breezy. I watched a little bit of that. It was pretty funny. It's a pretty good game, but I couldn't watch much of it because I want to play it with Arisa eventually.
Is someone there?
That was embarrassing. That was embarrassing to see. That was as embarrassing to watch as it was to shoot. Yikes. Yikes. Come on. Run up. Run up! Come on. I'm making you hungry for breaded cod? What? What did I say, Dakota? What did I do? Breaded cod. Is she scared to go through the bones? I think that she's scared to activate these traps. She doesn't want me to know where she is. She's as stealthy as I am. Maybe even stealthier. Look at her. She stealthily went to bed. And I'm going to stealthily pick her pocket. 90% to steal! Woke up. I don't care. That's great. A little bit of pickpocket practice. Sweet. That was a big hunk of gold too. Wow. It's because she's sleeping. You're more likely to be able to pickpocket whenever they sleep. I got nice gloves for it. That was what we call a pogger's pickpocket. You just grabbed easy. What? What's that noise? What's the music? Oh, it's over. Okay, the music was swelling. The music was swelling with murderous intent, but thankfully it unswelled. Ah. Knew I shouldn't have stole that key, but you know what? It was for the pickpockets. You think that arrows can stop me? I'm the king of arrows. Tell you what can stop me is like fire or something. That would stop me right there. Not gonna lie. Oh, it's one of them wooden stick traps. It would be nice to be so light that we didn't activate pressure plates, because sometimes these traps will kill you in one go. Now that's just cheating. That's just cheating. That's just mean-spirited. Bethesda, that's just mean-spirited. That's not even fair. There's no reason to expect somebody to be able to survive that. Hey, restoration upgrade. Nice. What is this? Rotten old books? Huh? What's that noise? Oh, it's a silly old mod that I have. I'll have a mod that makes scary noises kind of pop up in the background randomly. It's good for a laugh or two. I said fish and oil in the same sentence, and you thought of deep frying breaded Alaskan cod. And that's my fault? Dakota, that's a stretch. That's a stretch. That's not very nice. That's not very nice, Bethesda, with your physics engine. Your physics are the spike ball flying around, but it's the truth. It's the codfish of the truth. Codfish. I think that I have some, what do I have in the freezer that I'm thinking of? Oh, I've got Bergs. That's what I got. I haven't even cooked a single one, but they're just like, they're pre-pattied. They're pre-pattied Bergs. I'm ready to nosh into one of those suckers. Nosha. Bergs. Yeah, a shame I don't have any lettuce. I don't have any lettuce or mustard or anything like that, but I can put sriracha on it. Sriracha, bread, and a patty. Patty bread sriracha. Here we go. Death in one go. You've got some Angus Bergs. Yesterday, one of you ran to the store. Ooh, fitness. Your mom got you salmon burgers. Ooh, salmon fish are really yum. Salmon is probably my favorite red-meated fish. Is that a crab? Is that crab trying to hide from me? I see you, buddy. You ain't slick, buddy. And just for that, you get the mace. Whoa, you're a little larger than I expected. Not gonna lie. Not gonna lie, your size has surprised me, oh mud crab. But you shall die, all the same. Sounds like my horse is getting into a kerfuffle over here. What are you people doing to my horse? You leave that horse alone. That horse never meant anything. That horse never meant harm for nobody. Whammo! You grow your own lettuce, but is it always ready? But that's the only thing about a garden. It's like, but it's not always ready. It's not always in season. Do you just like peel off a leaf? Do you eat your lettuce one leaf at a time? Because I eat a lot of lettuce. When I eat lettuce, you know, I go ham for that lettuce. Then we wait. Horse no longer big. This horse was never big. I think that's an error with the mod or just how the mod works. But it doesn't make Shadowmere giant. Which is almost convenient, just because it's kind of nice to actually be able to ride a horse for a change, you know? Shadowmere best horse anyway. Spooky looking, spawns wherever you land. I mean, it's good. It's good horsey. Look, it's got glowing red eyes. I mean, you gotta love something with glowing red eyes. It's Halloween with 4 legs. It's Jack Skellington's lost friend. Oh my gosh! Come on, Cave Bear. Come on, Cave Bear. Don't attack my horse like that. I'm gonna have to shoot so many arrows, and both of y'all yelling gonna look like a couple of pigeons. Alright, and my archery skills increase evermore. I mean, that's why I'm going to the trouble. So we might as well get some experience. Ooh, the horse was going for the finisher. Shadowmere was going for the finisher, wanted to claim the glory from its master. How dare you? That's my glory! My glory. You've put too many moving emotes on your screen and now you're cross-eyed. I will not apologize for showing you how to make animated emotes. That's not my fault. Listen, with great emotes comes great responsibility. Are you shooting that fox? Are you shooting my horse? They're like, big game. Big game hunters we are. Is that a horse? Nosh, nosh. They eat horses in Britain. Look out. Look out. If you go to Europe, you better watch out for which steak you're about to eat. You better read the menu all the way through. You might accidentally be eating black beauty. Could you stay still for 2 seconds? And I know you're a thug, but the least that you could do is learn to stand still. Did your mom never tell you to stand still while she was sitting in line in the bread line, waiting for her daily loaves, waiting for her hot cross buns? Eh? Ooh, Savvy, get some food. Get some nommies. Nom nom nom. Nom nom nom, what's for dinner? Ah, moose. Ah, kill moose. Well, this is just cheating. Well, that was just cold-hearted. I can't believe that I even did that. Sometimes I shock myself. And I'm not just talking about whenever I put my finger into the socket. I'm talking about surprise. Surprise myself as well. Yeehaw. What do we got? Oh, we got human beings. Human beings ripe for the killing. I don't know what your name is. I don't know what your job is. But I'm gonna kill you. Hey! I'm hopping off this horse, man. Get him! Get him, Shadowmere. Show him what you're made of. You're supposed to make those at the next British Bake Off cooking school. Ooh, British Bake Off. British Bake Off's a good show. I like that. I like it whenever they make the sweets. The sweets! Whenever they make delicious British sweets. My family used to watch it on KERA. Good old BBC. On. Rest in peace, madam. I say. And what? You were still awake this whole time? Oh my gosh. These are not Norwegian hours? Holy moly. Sleep time so that I can properly recover and get some sleep. We love you and we'll see you later. It was nice to hang out with you. It was nice to hang out. We'll see you later. Thanks for the lurkies. Thanks for the lurkies. We see you soon. All right, we're going to Whiterun really quick. We're going to get a little bit of work done, okay? We're actually going to get a little bit of work done. We got to sell some stuff. We got to upgrade some things. You know, it's simple enough. It's quick enough. But we've got to actually take responsibility. Got to take responsibility, get some things done. Lion Quartz, what's up? Lion Quartz, it's nice to see you. No sell, only fight. My pockets are swollen. Do you see these fat, swollen pockets? Fat, swollen pockets. He's a swollen lad. What can I say? Oh, Rosero's here. Hey! Rosera, how are you doing? Hello. What? I take responsibility for all things that I'm responsible for. I can't believe that you talk such serious yang. Such serious yang in the presence of our friends. Unbelievable. Also, hi there, Rosera. Welcome back. Welcome back. It's nice to see you. These menus are busted. Oh, wait. No, they're not. I'm just dumb. Oh, wait. I forgot. I'm dumb. Ah, yes. We have to pick the item before the enchantment because I kind of was messing it up there. I was doing an enchantment and it had a slider on it. Fortify alchemy. Everything's an alchemical thing these days. Everything's alchemical. Including the circlet. There we go. Enchanting. Pretty much maxed out. 59. That's just about as good as it gets. Grabbing that gem. Grabbing that slim gem. Give me that fat gem. Give me that slim gem. A flagon? No thanks. Oh, let's eat some questionable ingredients. Hang on. Have we got any fresh, delicious new ingredients that I've never eaten before? Ooh, hang on. Luna moth. Eat a wing. Wing. Ooh, what about this mushroom? That's good for you. That's good right there. I like that. You just finished exercising and showering? Wow. Rosera got stinky, then got non-stinky. Rosera, that's a lot of work. Rosera, you've been around the entire gambit. Welcome back. Welcome back, non-stinky Rosera. It's nice to see you. Don't know about your twin sister, Stinky Rosera. I'm glad she's not here. We've got 2 perks. There's 2 perks. 2 perks. Ah, it's that yin and yang, you know? Yeah. It's true. Both are required to be a proper human. Sometimes you have to be stinky. Listen, some things that humans are required to do, you just have to be stinky after you do them. So, listen, if you're never stinky, you're probably not a full human being. Just saying. Should we upgrade our enchanting? No. Should we upgrade our alchemy? No. Wait, what? What is this? They're more powerful? What? Restore health are more powerful. I like the sound of that. Experimenter. Yeah, it takes a while to get up here. Yeah, Shadowmere's not sorted into the horse section of the game code? Yeah, Dakota, besides, if the game required... the mod would probably break if it required Dawn Garden. You didn't have it, so I'm sure they just made it easier. You try not to stink. It's why you shower twice a day. Sometimes more. Oh, my. Alchemic, I've been there. Listen, whenever I was younger, we used to call daytime showers, daytime cold showers to keep you cool. We called it squidding. Squidding. Squidding is whenever you take a cold shower in the middle of the day to stay cool, especially at Boy Scout camp. Are you taking a shower? No, I'm not taking a shower. I'm not going to warm myself up. I'm squidding right now. You heard that more than once, which is why I apparently don't sell deodorant almost anyway. What? It's important to wear deodorant. Deodorant is a nice thing to do. It's nice to your fellow person, you know? You don't have to, deodorant's not really for you. It's for everybody else. It's for everybody else. Also, my twin's in here. Let's go say hi to my twin. Twinning. Come on. Come on, Azalea. Azalea. Come on, Azalea. Nah, you're not Azalea.
Don't like those eyes you got.
Look at that boring makeup.
Bad hunger to them.
Boring. Everybody's snoozing at your makeup. Snoozing. Looks like old, crusty red paint. Somebody's got style? Who's got style? You've got style.
If you wish to hunt with me, your
Show me that
feet need
face.
to be quick and your eyes quick.
Yeah, check it out.
Himself wouldn't have
Check it out. 2 peas in a pod. I did it in the right direction on purpose. I was looking at the image and I was like, wait a second. No, her right side is the side that has the higher thing.
I'm waiting.
Look, twinning. awesome. Except for hers are like bluish green, but I don't have bluish green makeup because I'm not an absolute makeup goblin yet. Not yet. Not yet. Someday. Someday I'll be the makeup goblin that we all know that I want to be. And then I'll have all of them. Oh wait, there's probably a Stone of Baron's Eye in here. Let's break in. You have a large stock of antiperspirant? Oh, that's very thoughtful of you, Alk. You're a good member of society. Everybody can get stinky. And everybody should wear some antiperspirant sometimes. It's true. Ah, it's in the other room. Sneaky. Ah, wow. He can't see us.
I still hear the call
They're
of
both
the
stupid.
blood.
We all do. It is our burden to bear. But we can overcome.
You have my brother and
Oh, wait.
I,
Whoops. No.
but I don't know if the rest will go along.
And
quite
your
so
sweet roll. And I'll eat it right now so that there's no evidence. Just like if you ever go to Walmart, don't steal DVDs, you guys. Not only because it's illegal, but because you'll get caught. But if you're gonna steal something, just eat a muffin. Just grab a muffin right out of the container, eat it. They can't get you. There's no evidence. There's no evidence except for the poppy seeds on the sides of your lips. You're practically in the clear. As soon as you commit the crime, it's already gone. What they gonna do? Pump your stomach and try to figure out if it came from the specific manufacturing facility? I don't think so. There's no proof. Why steal the DVDs when you can download them for free? Hey! You wouldn't download a house. You wouldn't download a house. That's my only argument. Hey. You wouldn't download a car. Oh, yes, I would. I would download a house. I keep it on my my terabyte. I have a terabyte up in my room. It's got 2 houses on it.
You look rather pale.
I'd like
I think
training.
I can teach you a thing or two.
Hey, it's free real estate, as they say. It's actually surprisingly affordable training. And you know what? I'm pretty schnasty with my hands. I'm gonna press the P button. Then I'm gonna press the me button.
Think you can steal from me? Come back anytime if you need.
Come back anytime? Really? You steal $10,000 from a lady and she's like, come back anytime. Maybe I can... Oh, it's too much. It's only $1,000 though. Which is something that I say like almost every day. Just like whenever I'm walking around. It's only $1,000. Streamer lifestyle.
Huh?
90. Up. What?
Oh, no.
90? Come on, 90% chance. 90. Ah, nice. Splendid. Now we pee again. There we go. We peed.
I offer remedies.
And now can I... Oh, dang it. I should have put my upgrades into pickpocketing. Because one of these... Yeah, cut purse is for pickpocketing gold specifically. There's 3D printed houses now. I don't think so.
Do let me know if I can be of service.
Maybe they 3D print components and then they assemble them, but you can't 3D print an entire house. There's no printer that big. Listen, I can't steal her money. But I can do the next best thing.
You'll find tonics.
Who has time to
salves,
3D print? I don't know.
and potions on my shelves. Browse to your heart's
What
content.
potions on your shelves, madam? What do you mean? I don't see any, I don't see any potions on these shelves. The firmament. Oh, boy. Hello, Kent Hovend. What are you doing here? Let's do some alchemy.
I sell cures for all ills.
In fact, if we can, I'd like to upgrade some of my health because I just made some good potion upgrades. That's longer than you'd like to wait. What is it? They're 3D printed. They use concrete and machine. Oh my gosh! Not the concrete machine. Be careful. Be careful with that machine. It's not safe. Restore health. I've actually got options. He's got options these days. Wait, do they all restore the same amount of health?
I offer remedies for ailments both common and rare.
Hey, he's a healthy boy. What can I say? What can I say? He's a healthy boy. Oh no, that's poison. What can I say? He died by making his own poison. All right, nice. You'd 3D print a hobbit house? What? You'd 3D print the grass too? Seems difficult. I don't know. I don't know if it's possible, but it's certainly not probable. Let's do a little restoration potion. You know, a little restore here. A little oh, what? That's poison! That's poison again! Don't drink it. Don't drink it, Percival, please. Listen, I know that I said that it was restore health, but it's not. Don't do it.
Could be. Take a look.
Oh, how much money do you have? She's got money. Yeah. Buy my poison. Buy my poison. Potion. No. We keep the potions. Resist fire? Oh, poo. I'm a vampire. I don't need resist fire. I already die from fire way too easy. Restore health? No. We need some true shot. I am a bowman. I do have bowed legs. What shall we... Ooh. Potion of Fortify Magicka. No thanks. Let's make some more poisons for the lady to buy. Let's make some more creams and poisons. Maybe we will make a fancy potion. 316? That's a lot of money. It's a lot of money for poison, lady. You must be poisoning a king, because he must have paid a good dime to die.
Pardon me. Ah, so you're an alchemist then?
An alchemist by trade. A thief by hobby. 550, 605. Nah, I'm not giving her a discount. You're not getting a discount, lady. And did I come out of here with more money? Ooh. He does have some money though. So I can't sell any more to her, but let's see if we can sell to this rapscallion right next door. We'll try to get rid of our poisons and our potions, and then we can get rid of our weapons and stuff because we unenchanted everything. So we can get rid of our extra armoire. And to answer your statement, Kenny, I'd build the skeleton support and then plant the grass and the moss and everything on top, which is, I believe, what they do for everything for the original set. You build the skeleton support, plant the grass. I think so, right? It sounds like it. I know that they didn't 3D print them, that's for sure.
Everything's for sale, my friend.
They 3D printed Bilbo, though.
Some may call this junk.
How much money do you have? $700? You've got nothing. You've got nothing on me. This is some petty. Is today a claw kind of day? A claw day? Claw? Now I'm confused. Claw day. I don't know. Let's buy all the arrows. Oh! A claw! I thought that you were talking about Percival. I thought that you were talking about like a paw claw, like a claw paw. You know? Like the prickly pear and the pawpaw. Next time use the claw, that kind of thing.
I'd even buy one of your relatives if you're looking to
yes!
sell.
Today's a claw day. The only question is which flavor, baby.
Trinkets, odds and ends, that sort of
Let's
thing.
go for... Oh, wait. I just sold like almost all of my potions. I sold all of my potions. Potion seller. Buy my scrolls. I've become a scroll seller. Potion seller by Hobbit. By Hobbit. Hobbit. Blood orange. I've never even tried that one. I know it's your favorite, but what can I say? What can I say except I'm sorry. You still had poison to sell? At least, well, I think that we drained all of his capital. Whoops. My bad. I didn't want your stupid troll skull. Oh, no. Are any of these stones of Baron's Eye stolen? Nope. Doesn't count. Oh, boy. It was $2, dude. $2. Come on. Blackberry's good, too? I've never tried blackberry either. What the heck? Do we live in different states or something? It's crazy.
You have committed crimes against Skyrim and her people.
I won't obey your
What
third
say you in
chat
your
rule.
defense?
Your costume looks too cool. Is that excessive flirting? White Crow, is that the excessive flirting rule? That one's more of a joke than that's more of a guideline, you know. What? $300? Bruh, unbelievable. White Crow, how you doing? I'm glad that you like the costume, I say. Ooh, $2? So it's either $300 to bribe him, or it's $2 to just pay it off. Oh, I guess you lose all your stolen items, don't you? Well, that's all right. I didn't want any of them anyway. I've got some free pocket space. Look, I got like 20 extra. Goodness, I need to buy a house and get rid of these dragon bones. Son of a gun. These dragon bones, they're dragging me down. They're dragging me down. Ugh. My stamina's already drained from a short jog. It is the vampiric way. Any vampires in the chat that can't jog just down a few stairs? Oh, no. You just gotta wait for the evening. That's whenever you can get stuff done. What, Colin?
Look at all that pocket space.
Yeah! Hey! Thanks for the 5 months! What's up? What's up? Colin. Ah, yes. You got yourself a new badge, I say. A new badge? 5 months? No, wait, that's not a new badge. But you have the silver squirrel badge. My new badges came in today.
Got some good pieces
And by
out
came in
there
today,
for
I
you to
mean
buy.
we're drawn today.
Go
All
inside.
of them. Hooray! Colin, how are you doing, my friend?
Looking
it's
to
nice to
protect
see
yourself?
you.
Or
I'm
deal
just
some
selling
damage?
trash, you know, selling trash and trash accessories to the local fools. New badges, Pog. I know. Look at that little squirrel baby. Look at that squirrel baby. Such a sweet little baby. What is this? Oh wait, these don't weigh anything. They're weightless. Elven Sword of Lethargy. I feel like I was stabbed with the Elven Sword of Lethargy just the other day. Dragonbane, that's it. That's the only thing that I've got. A one-handed weapon, a crossbow, and one bow, and that maxes out my weight, huh? Man, I am a weakling. Two-handed attacks do more damage. Well, these are just garbage, obviously. Thieves Guild, gotta keep that. Vampiric Armor of Destruction. I thought that I could disenchant that, but you know what? I don't need it. Wait, aren't the Stones of Baron Zaya not able to be taken out of your inventory because it's a quest item? It's possible, Dakota. We should probably get rid of them as soon as possible.
Don't forget to check inside the shop if you
But
need them.
I think you may be able to place them into a chest. Could have swore that I've done that before, but you know what? I've sworn about a lot of things before, and I was wrong about most of them. Let's smelt it. Whoever smelt it, built it. Can I make any arrows? No, because I don't have any. Oh, wood? What? A wooden hat? Oh yeah, I got a mod that lets you be able to make more arrows. I forgot about that. Check it out. You can make leather strip arrows. Ever heard of them? Didn't think so. It's because they're not real, but still, more arrows. More arrows. That's good, right? Steel armor. Let's see. Did they make it so that I can make the? I was trying to figure out, but I couldn't. I couldn't figure it out if we were. Nah, they don't. I don't see the steel bolts. Look, there's 2 different types of steel arrows, but there's no steel bolts. That's some bullcrap, man. That's bullcrap, man, right there. My favorite superhero. Jewelry. Ah, yeah, we can make some gold stuff. Gold emerald ring for only $700. Holy crap. Yes, please. Amethyst. $180. Listen. I wouldn't even crouch to pick up a $380 in real life. But in this game, you know, you gotta take your money where you can get it. Lock picks. Really? I didn't know that you could make lock picks. This seems like they are this is part of the mod, I think. His name? Pickaxe. Oh, what? A blue skittle still here? Oh my gosh. A blue skittle. You've blessed me with your presence. I say, what a splendid friendo. Oi, 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 oi. Iron dagger. Oh, stabby, stabby. You best look out for the cat with the dagger. Okay, hang on. Always lurking. Oh, sneaky. Sneaky blue skittle. I'm not going to lie. I always lurk whenever I'm in your chat as well. Don't worry about it. Let's see. Lurk is love. What was I going to do? Maybe make like a tiny bit more? What's my smithing at? Smith? Excuse me, Smith. How are we doing? Oh, just need to build one more thing. Move it. Move it, Aventus. You want mint green sneakers for cosplay? They're running shoes and they're like $100? $100 shoes? I don't own a pair of $100 shoes, I don't think. My money joking aside, I don't even think that I have a $100 pair of shoes. Because I have I bought a super cheap $40 pair of shoes that I used for a wedding one time, and then they ended up being more useful than I thought because they're nice and they're brown. They're brown shoes. They work. Then I have some nice black Adidas that I bought used for $40. And then I have some nice white shoes that were only $40 from Macy's or whatever. And then I have some tatami. Oh, I need an axe. I've got some tatami flip-flops that everybody says, oh, your flip-flops are too small. No, the back of your heel is supposed to hang off the edge of it, and it helps you have a better posture. It's traditional. It's traditional. It's supposed to be like that. I like the feel of tatami under my feet. Makes my toes tickle after a few hours. You don't need freaking $100 shoes. I'll dye white shoes mint green if I have to. Ooh, Savvy's mad. Angry posture. I don't know. I actually have horrible posture right now, Colin. My back always hurts after these streams. I don't know what it is. Maybe I need to wear shoes while I'm standing. But recently, while I've been doing these standing streams, I've been big ouchies after them. So I know what you're talking about. Look at me. I'm already out of space. Wait, 0.5. What can I throw away? Dreams? Hopes? How much do hopes and dreams weigh? Look at all these books. Why are these books so expensive? Tin's here. Hey, Tin. Hello. How are you doing? Oi, 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 oi. Tin, it's nice to see you. Also, hi there, White Crow. Again, it's nice to have you here. You said that you have some nice black Nikes, some old black Pumas for dirty conditions. I'm really colorful and exciting. Well, I've got white and black shoes, so don't worry about it. Oh, and brown. Sorry, white, black, and brown. I mean, shoes. As far as shoes for me, the most thing that I'm trying to get out of my shoes is matching. I'm trying to get them to match. So yeah, neutral colors of shoes is a real easy match. The cake and the diamond. What's that? The black arts on trial. Oh, that's a level up. Nice. Thalmer Dossier. Bye-bye. Dossier. Bye-bye. Dossier. Bye-bye. Lockpicking? Okay, read all your books, you guys. Read a book. Read a book, would you? Gee whiz. They shouldn't let me drop any books that I'm not supposed to. So I'm just going to throw away anything that they let me. Value $10. Affordable. A biography of a wolf queen. Give it a little read. No. Here's the journals. I thought I was supposed to have these. Right? I thought that was like a mission. You know what I do with supposedly mission items? Throw them away. You did cosplay Zephyr. That'd be your first cosplay? Oh, if you did, it would be your first one. I was trying to figure out what... Oh, hi, lads. I actually think that they could use a little bit more cooking on this side. They're not looking as crusty as I expected. Just mostly because even though we haven't played this game in a while, they haven't actually been cooking in-game days that long. So I think I'm going to leave them for just a little while. We might flip them tomorrow. Okay, let me move all this stuff out of the way. And we'll do just a little bit of work. Stoke the fires of revenge and hatred within the city. And we might as well make some arrows. 24 or 20 for the same ingredients. It's a tough decision, you guys. Constantly been given this game is pretty much just tough decision after tough decision. Look, 24 or 20. Ugh. I had to do what I thought was best, but I'm still not sure if it was the right decision. I think Garrett's here. I can hear him walking around in there. He's probably gonna set off the fire alarms with his cooking in about 10 minutes. What did you do, or did the chicken murder them? No. It was a dragon. A dragon flew in, murdered them, and then flew away. Also, that horse is sus. of that guy up there. The horse is not sus. The horse is a good bean. But he's looking right at that guy. I don't know. I've trusted my horse before, and it never led me astray. I could maybe sell some stuff, do some extra selling, because I didn't really get rid of everything, right? Don't I still have, like... I've got the dragon bones, but I don't have a home. I have no home. I'm homeless, technically. Technically homeless in Skyrim. And I don't have a single chest that I can hide stuff in, I don't think. So I might try to get a house before the end of the stream. I don't know. We've been playing for 4.5 hours. I bet... I kind of wanted to play Getting Over It, too. Ooh. I kind of wanted to get over it one time. I hope that y'all aren't over the game, because I'm still enjoying playing it. I'd love to get that 50 eventually. Let's go to Solitude. There's some things to do in there. There's merchants. Is it time to buy a home? I mean, I think we have the money for it. We just might have to do like one mission for a Jarl. You could sell your ores that you don't use. That's true. Like the orc. The orc ore. I always sell that. We should, because they're kind of heavy.
So bad.
They're kind of heavy. Let's hop in here. Listen, I'm trying to do a family-friendly, lighthearted stream, but sometimes we get a little heavy here. What we talk about ingots.
A bit of this, a bit of that.
All right, buy these. Buy it all. Come on, chop chop. Also, let's get rid of this heirloom finally. Bee in a jar. Got to keep that. That's a treasure. That's a treasure. Let's... Got 15 white dragon bones. It's fun to watch you get over it. Every night it's a little different what you struggle with. It's true. But one thing is consistent. Struggle. And while that's not Alchemic's favorite thing in the stream, it's one of the highlights. What can I... Ooh, Quicksilver. Let's get rid of that. We can't even work with Quicksilver. We can sell all this steel, too, because it's not very useful. A skull? She buys a skull? Bruv. Okay. A man sees in the world what he carries in his heart. Interesting. I carry in my heart blood. Blood is what I see. It's raining blood. Hallelujah, it's raining blood. I don't think I can actually get rid of this yet. Oh, let's get rid of our scrolls. I almost forgot. These aren't even the elder ones. Well, we'll keep those. What can we buy? She's got trash. You know, we could buy some leeks. Yeah, right. Not buying your leeks. Listen, you may be leaky, but don't share. I'm going to the pub. I'm going to the pub with my bruvs in it. Actually, let's level up really quick. We could level up pickpocketing? Picketing? Should we upgrade picketing so that we can actually start taking responsibility for this government? You know what I'm saying? 25% chance of pickpocketing if the target is asleep. It's pretty much worthless, so I'm not going to use a perk on this. I'm going to wait to have 2, and hopefully by that time I am able to get that upgrade. Could you chill out? What are you talking about? What kind of leaks? Like Animal Crossing New Horizons? Yes. I was going to be leaking the DLC for the new Animal Crossing release. Because there's going to be some E3 information tomorrow. They're going to be releasing some new Animal Crossing information. I was going to leak it. If you want to hear it, I'm down to tell you. It's going to be big, you guys. There's going to be big upgrades. You can buy more than one ticket at a time. It's true. There's multiple tickets. You can buy more than one Nook Mile ticket at a time. But that's not all. We've added even more slots for your custom paths. But we didn't stop there.
That's the guild's got.
We added 5 new Mario items. 5 more. That's exactly right. Upcoming for the 50th birthday of Mario.
Loud customers mean good cheer. Good cheer means a full till.
Let's kick this off. Also, just small little upgrade. Just teeny little upgrade. I didn't even think that it was worth mentioning. Certainly not an upgrade. But Tortimer is coming back, and so is the pigeon. But that's not important. That's not important. Not at all. Not at all. I just thought that I would mention it just in case, just to make it a foolproof, you know?
What do we have? By your scent, I'd say you were from the...
This guy's still talking?
I don't deal in land.
Oh, okay. I think that I quit out of this.
Maybe I did, maybe
Okay, can I buy a house?
I don't care what you promise.
I'm gonna bribe him.
I have a buyer. Bring it to me.
Okay,
We'll
bribe
talk
worked.
about
Great.
Golden Glow Estate.
Bribe worked. Let's leave. I hear nothing but lies. Lies! Lies and pigeon milk. Who knows? Tortimer's probably not coming back, but they might bring old Pidgey back. What about the dogs? I like the dogs. I want my police dogs back. I just need to play the original Animal Crossing and quit complaining about this new release. It was a release for the pocket campers. What can I say? What can I say? They made the game for the pocket campers, and I'm sure that they're happy. I'm sure that they're happy with their little app brains. Their little app brains. Aptly spoken, Kenny. High five. Ooh, Stone and Baron's Eye inside. Hello. Requires a key. Yeah. You know why they make lockpicks? So that you can get past doors that have locks. Did you know that? Did you know that? There's no such thing as an unpickable door. You hear that, Jorn? Or Yorn, probably. Since they're Nordic, they probably say Yorn. What is your name? Okay, let's go steal the stone.
So exciting when new folk come into
What's
town.
nice about picking up the stones is that you can't put them back down, and they take up 0.5 weight. So they're always weighing you down, and you can't get rid of them. So you might as well pick them up as soon as possible, so that you can suffer for the entire game. Ah, I can see it from afar. Ooh, is it in a crate? Oh wait, oh this is the this is the fireware. This is for a different mission. That's for a mission. We actually needed this. Is there a stone in here though? Up top? You're looking at Odar the chef, taking up 12 weight in the end. What? There's 24 stones? Holy moly! I used to weigh 24 stone whenever I was a kid. But those days are long since forgotten. Anybody in here? Eh? Nobody to watch me steal? What's the fun if you can't get caught? Let's get out of here before things get more tumultuous. Tumultuous. All right, now we're gonna do like one or two more things, just a couple of things, you guys. We just gotta make sure that we tie up a couple of loose ends, and then we're gonna get over the mountain one time, okay? One time. Get information from Golem. This scoundrel's folly. This is all very fancy stuff, but we don't need to actually do it right now. Scroll scouting. Let's see. Speak to Serena. Speak to this person. Speak to that person. I don't want to start any missions. I want to finish one. A blacksmith in Riften? Really? We're gonna cook his books. He's a good man. He's a good man. This Thieves Guild's gone too far. Golem protected his precious. Golem. Golem. Oh no. It's a rip-off Golem. As a blood-starved vampire, you're hated and feared? What? Hang on. I've got a cure for this. I've got a cure for being a blood-starved vampire. We're going to seduce this guard. What? They're too powerful. They can't be seduced. You know that if you're level 10, nobody can seduce you, right? You've heard of this, right? It's common knowledge among the beggars. Nice try. Listen, I'm just trying to seduce a guard over here. Oh no. Just make kissing sounds from the bushes. I'm trying seduction every way that I know how. Didn't work. Seduction failed. It's too bad. It worked for Arisa. Oh, all right. I'm going off. This way. Run away! Sayef, how are you doing? What's up? Sayef, it's nice to see you in this garden. Human garden. Humans are the fertilizer. How are you doing? Sayef, I say your name like this because I love you. I don't know why I'm so sassy today. I can't really help it. Grave, you mean? No, it's a garden. Humans are mulch in this world. Come on, buddy. Human garden. You can grow humans. Oh. Detected,
Don't even
eh?
think about it.
That's one way of putting it. To the manor. It's open. It's open for business. Yeah, am I tired? Why am I so sassy? I don't know. Oh, was that guy a jester? We have to gesture at the jester. So many guard. I know, they're just walking around. They're like a swarm. It's because you shaved, isn't it? I shaved? No, my beard's been this long forever. I was born with a beard like this. Ah, powers can only be used once a day. That's a shame. Well, I'm gonna use my powers of thieving to steal this guy's stuff. 90% for everything. Let's go for it. What do you say? Oh, come on. Oh, come on! Ah, come on! A baby Kinney with a beard? Don't ask Kuri. She'll make it more cursed than necessary. Ah, there we go. Oh. Don't mind me there, Maven. 90. Oops, 71. We can still go for it. What the heck? What the heck? I'm a rambling, gambling man. What the heck? I've never been to Vegas, but I'm willing to try.
Hey! You have committed crimes against Skyrim.
Leave me alone!
You have committed crimes against...
Man, that guard is standing right outside the door. He is ready to go. He's probably listening in. He's probably got his ear to the door. That filthy peeping Tom. How dare he? How dare he? We're doing private business in here, sir. Private business. This is a private residence. How dare you stare right at our door? We were doing pickpocketing practice, if you must know. I know this woman very well. She's my sister. Yeah, here we go. Open up. Open up. I'm having a great day, Sayef. Thanks for asking. I mean, the day was infinitely better whenever the stream started.
Bids you welcome.
Though Arisa's stream was pretty great. Is anybody there? Say something. You think it's in this room? Poltergeist? Poltergeist? I'm thinking yes. Ooh, I hope somebody's sleeping in the basement and I can feed. Oh, definitely an Oni. Oh yeah, too aggressive. Ah, free brooms. Free stealing a broom from a priest. Doesn't seem like it's worth it. You know what? Listen. You can have it. Where'd the broom go? Oh, it's over here with the book. The book and the broom. I used to love that that story whenever I was a kid. The book and the broom. It's a good one for sure. I think that maybe we should feed before they kill us, before they burn us in the street, before they call us a witch. I'm pretty sure that men can be witches as well. I don't think that witch is a feminine term, actually, originally. I think that everybody can be a witch. Back then, they'd burn you all the same. Ooh, hang on. Open it up. Got a sleeping guy? Ah, come on. That was the treasure that I was looking for. Hey, why are you always up here, lizard man? Go to bed. Go to bed. I'm hungry. I'm gonna wait for y'all to go to sleep. Ah, yes. The night is when I prowl. Originally, it was all-inclusive. Wasn't until later that it became a gendered term. For who knows what reason. Not to get too far into it, Alchemic, but I believe, but it was because they wanted to blame they wanted to pin a ridiculous crime on Whammons. I believe that it was just basically a catch-all term. Ridiculous. Ridiculous, I say. Nobody sleeping, huh? What's the point of an inn that has nobody resting? I'll do more than pickpocket you. Thanks, buddy. I feel a lot better. Press P. There you go. We quick saved, and now we can pickpocket this sucker. All 90s. Easy. Delicious. I would say deliricious, but I know what you mean.
Looking for work? I need someone to deliver a message to Sibi.
Louise, do you really want to hire a guy that's about to pickpocket you? Do you really want to hire me for your job? You really trust me? 59%? We'll gamble for it. Nice. Nice. What luck. Excuse me? Press P. Chilled Capri Sun. Yum. Hang on. Capri Suns are delicious. I would love a Capri Sun right now. They're so good. They're so good. The only thing is never open a Capri Sun and pour it into a cup. You will regret it. It looks disgusting. Just drink it out of its container. It's half the charm. Half of the good taste is just from the it's from the squeezy thing. The fruit punch Capri Sun slaps. Dang it! Now I want juice. How dare? How dare? Now I want juice. I might have to run to the store and get some juice now. Shaking my head. I can't believe that you do this to me. I'm just kidding. I can totally believe it. Juice. Now that's juice. I like cranberry juice. Cranberry juice is good. Grape juice is okay if you dilute it a little bit. This sounds like what somebody would say if they didn't know how to pronounce shadow. Ah, you were standing over there in the shadows. Yep, there was a bat that was hanging up in the shadows below the rafters. That's right. I saw him hiding in the shadows. You've done worse, I feel. That's probably true. I don't know. Listen, in my mind, Alchemic can do no bad. Let's go steal some more stuff. We're trying to train our pickpocketing for our pickpocketing license. Ooh, you're going to coffee? Lurk while I drive. All right. I hope we're still here whenever you get back, Jedi. But no promises. Excuse me, Tigger. Mind if I make like a heffalump woozle and steal some of your stuff? A heffalump woozle is very confusal. A heffalump woozle's very sly. They come in once and twozles, and if they so choozles, before your eyes you'll see them multiply. You're not getting anything from... There we go. Pickpocket. Ooh, double pickpocket, man. What the heck is with... What is with us getting such sweet pickpocket upgrades? Stop being nice to me, thanks. You're not welcome. You're not welcome. Let's do like a couple upgrades really quick. Really hasty. We'll hastily upgrade. Listen, I'm a hasty upgrader by trade. I'm sorry, listen. There's just so much to do in this game. It's like chores everywhere. Stamina. We need the stamina. We lack in the stamina. Oh, baby. Requires 40, but we're at 57. Yes. Boom. Night Thief. Now we can steal from somebody that's asleep way easier. But this is the sauce right here. Pickpocketing gold is 50% easier. Yes. Take a look right here. Pickpocketed keys almost always works. Worthless. You could pickpocket equipped items. Worthless. You could pickpocket equipped... Oh, one of them was weapons. One of them was items. Extra pockets. We'll do that next. But this cut purse, Mamma Mia, Papa Pia. That means that you can like go get training from people and then you can steal the gold right back. It's incredible. Now we can just find trainers and we can just loot them. We can learn them, then we loot them. Oh yeah. I swear to God, everyone's getting storms but me. Is that true, Savvy? Is that true? Is that my new saying, by the way? Is that true? Savvy, is it really storming everywhere else? Is that true? I think Look at all these sippies. What the heck? How have I done this twice tonight? What did you do, Callie? What did you do? Oh, the hydration break? It's because Alchemic keeps feathering it. He keeps pausing it and unpausing it as soon as he thinks that somebody's about to redeem it, thereby stopping them. We talked about it. We decided that I've been a little too hydrated lately. Let's do some training. Oh wait, are you actually doing that? I wouldn't be surprised. Who's a trainer that we know of? Let me see. I'm trying to think. Who is... Where's a trainer? You always tell all our secrets. I like telling secrets. It's the best part of having secrets is being able to share them. Windhelm? Can we train here? I think we can. Let's practice pickpocketing, you guys. Let's see if we can steal some moosh from these foolish trainers. I already did the alchemy with the old lady, right? Oh, granny. Let's go this way. Rosaire's been here for a while. Well, get the drink then. Oh, I'll get the drink.
Working in Windhelm is great.
Sounds like you really admire Ulfric.
Everyone says Yorland Greymane.
Does the war mean good business for you? Goodness, that's a loaded question. So rude. So do you want people to die so that you can make some capital? Huh? Go ahead, you can tell me. I'm just a local passing cat. Can you train me? Can you train me?
My master can be a bit short.
Where can a guy get a trainer around here, huh? Trying to look for some training wheels for my cat tricycle. You can't breathe? That's not good, Calico. You gotta keep breathing. You gotta keep breathing. Oh wait, no, don't break in. Don't break in. Can you teach me how to be ugly?
I'd travel more, but who wants to
You
do
certainly know how. You're just not
these
training people. I see how it is. What about you?
I'd appreciate it.
Two-handed weapons,
It's all in
eh?
the swing. Let me show you.
400 weight. Let's
Please
see if we can
forgive
steal
my
this
mood.
mooch right
I'm
back.
still coming to terms with the death of my wife and daughters.
90% to steal. Dang, man. That's rough. We can really steal like all of their money. Whoops. Hang on. Hang on. Take it easy there, chum. Hey. Whoa. 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 Take it easy. Yeah, that's right. Ah! Give me all your stuff. Stop it.
I didn't touch it.
Never should have.
Are you kidding me? The wine? I just quick saved. Oh no. It was all worth it. I regret nothing. You can't stop me. I'm a man with a plan. Okay, look, I give up. I actually just want to pay the toll. I want to pay the toll of the troll. Hey, do I need to walk into a door to make y'all chill out? Stop it. Yeah. Yeah. What did Rosaire say? Huh? Huh? I did a thing on Discord? Oh no, she drew the baby. She drew the freaking baby. Oh boy. Oh boy, oh boy. Baby time. Silence. Silence, I do what I please, lady. We gotta get out of here. Yeah, that's what I'm doing, Dakota. Look at me. Look at me putting my weapon away. Picking up my weapon and putting it away. Hell, save me.
Wait. I know you. There's no mistake.
Oh, thank goodness. Yes, yes, yes. You caught me. I'll pay off my bounty. This will get rid of all my stolen items. Actually, not too bad of a choice. Now I don't have to steal them all. Now I don't have to get rid of them later. Sweet. Rosaire, do you want me to react live to this? I can take a look at it live. Will, what was I gonna do? I was testing my my pickpocketing skills.
Keep your distance.
I don't care about the murder. I don't care about the murder. You'll print it and frame it? Baloney. Baloney.
Like those eyes.
Cruelty, eh? Nils. Excuse me, Nils. You want to talk to me? All right.
Everyone says Yorland Greymane is the best smith in Skyrim.
Who's gonna train me, huh? You gotta teach me how to. Oh, this guy's got the two-handed. I stole from you earlier. He's still quite jovial.
It's a bad time to be a criminal, what with these murders going on.
It's a bad time to be a criminal? Is that true? 3%, eh? That's pretty low. Well, we got the rest of our stuff.
In fact, thieves have been known to
3%.
This war's been hard on all of us. Please forgive my mood. I'm
$1,700. But it's a $25 bounty.
Someone do something.
How does that work?
Please forgive my mood.
Oh yeah, because it's stolen money, right? Does it still count? 3%, that's 2% more than you need. I need just a 1% chance. That's all that it takes.
Please.
Here we go. Look, just 1% chance. All we have to do is do this 30 times. Okay? Excuse me. It's just 30 times, you guys. Just 30. So easy. So easy. It just takes a little bit of commitment, okay? Could y'all be a little bit more committed in this relationship, please? Okay? Could you just believe in me? One time.
You're not getting it.
One time. It's only 30 times.
Think you can
It's only 30. Come on. Come on. It's not that bad. You woke up and you can't get back to sleep? Oh, no. Zombie food. I've been there, my friend. 1 o'clock in the morning. Wake up from a bad dream. The ASMR ain't working. See, we almost had it there. That was 2 shakes, you guys. That was 2 shakes. We almost got Mewtwo. But unfortunately, exactly like Mewtwo, I think this one might get away. No. We got it. Oh, it's so close. That was 1% off. Ah, if it'd been 4% chance, we would have had it. Oh, wait, it is a 4% chance. If it was a 5% chance, we would have had it. Excuse me. Wait, if it's 4, then it's not 30, right? Could try having some warm milk. Oh, yeah, that sounds good, Rosaire. Thanks. Warm milk, huh? Straight out of the cow? Room temperature, straight out of the udder. Excuse me, buddy. Come on. Come on. It's 4% chance. Come on, man. I don't like this game anymore. I think that we're just about done with this game. I've seen enough. I've seen all of Skyrim that I've been interested in. You know, it's a good run. I don't know how many hours we played it the first time that I played through this game, but I'd say that I've had just about enough. Just about enough. I've been pushed to the edge for the last time. I can't stand for any of this. I know that we completed so many more quests, you guys, but this right here, this is the end of the road. Just kidding. Just lying. Are we moving on to greener pastures? There are not very many green pastures in this game, are there? We definitely will be playing Super Mario Sunshine sometime soon. Oh, I was going to mention earlier Alchemic, but I completely got bamboozled and forgot about it. I was going to say I was watching somebody play the freaking Mickey Mouse Chronicles, whatever it's called. Kingdom Keys? Kingdom Keys?
Here we go.
Tempting. Tempting. We did it. We did it. We're a freaking champion. We're a freaking champion. 4%. My foot. That's a 100% chance for me. Nice. We got our gold, you guys. Yeah, Kingdom Hearts. I'm thinking about it. Curious. I'm wondering about it. I was watching. I watched an Angry Video Game Nerd explain how annoying the game is, and you know, it's got me kind of interested. And it's a story game, you know. You said you wanted more story games. Well, you know, more story games would probably make me a better gamer, you know. I'd be able to talk smack about Keyblades and stuff. I mean, don't want to miss out. I don't want to miss out on that. I want to be able to quote the horrible dialogue. I want to be able to laugh with all of y'all about the writing. It'll be a lark. Okay, we're gonna save. That's the end of tonight, you guys. I hope you enjoyed my my Huntress outfit. Hope you enjoyed my my makeup. My makeup. We're gonna be raiding somebody very soon. We're gonna be raiding somebody very soon. So if you want to stick around, we're totally gonna jump in on somebody else's chat. But really quick, we're gonna do our after show party. After show party is a quick little playthrough of a very, very frustrating game. Oh, hi there. Hey, it's Sarah. What's up? Sarah, you've made it. Why, Sarah, I never expected for you to be here, but I'm so pleased to see you. Hello. Oi, 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 oi. I still can't believe that your Union X ended up being what? World Artist, don't tell me freaking spoilers. Are you kidding me? Oh, I need to see what oh yes, what Rosera made. I almost forgot about that. Almost forgot. Who's adding me? Stop adding me while I'm streaming. Oh boy. You don't have to right now? Oh, I know that I don't have to. Let's just see. I'm gonna try not to look at it before I show it to you guys. Doo-doo-doo-doo. Where'd you put it? I don't see it. Is it in general? Wow, 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 wow. Oh my god. Oh my. Why? Look at the little baby. Look at the baby. Oh, sweet baby. Oh my goodness, such a beautiful yellowed face. It looks like the child's already rotten. Looks like a pre-rottened baby, and ears already pierced. Now that is nice. Oh dear. New profile picture? Question mark? Is it new profile picture? Likely. Very likely. Look at that person. Look at that expression. Ah, nice. It's jaundiced from being born. Ew! Jaundice! Oh, it'll clear up? Oh, okay. It's no big deal. All babies are like that. Goodness, Rosera, that's awful. That's awful. How dare you take time to do that? Why did you take time out of your day to do that? Goodness. Rosera, you could have done anything. You could have, I don't know, made some money. You could have donated your time to charity. But instead, well, you mentioned it. It's true. I'm pinning that bad boy. And a bad boy it is. That's a bad baby right there. It's your fault. Oh, it is? That's all right. If that's my fault, then I'll take full responsibility. That's a beautiful image. It's beautiful. It's handsome. Zoom! All right, up we go. Today's looking good, you guys. I'm feeling it. I'm feeling it. It depends on hang on. It depends on what we do with come on. Yeah. Devil's Chimney is the first troublesome thing. Easy. Now for this one. Oh, you can actually hear the sound effects? Yeah, I turned it up a lot today. Oh, easy, easy. And I'm not saying that it is easy. I'm saying, oh, take it easy. Okay. Along we go. Nice, nice, nice. Things are going well today so far. Which is all right. You know, we're going for a good time, not for a best time. Yeah. Ooh, that might be my first time that I've done a slide skip in one shot. Today is looking all right. Ooh, hang on. Hang on, hang on. Take it easy. One good hit is what we... Ooh, 2 good hits is what we need. All right. Up and up. Whoa! I'm just here. You're here for a good time, not a great time. We're just trying to make it. Listen. This is a survival-oriented game. Jeez. Ah! Things were going so well. The most frustrating runs are the ones that start out nice. Okay. All right. It's not going to be one of those record-breaking runs. We're not going to break our personal record. So let's just get over it, okay? Got to get over myself while we get over this mountain, okay? Just relax. Oh yeah. It's a relaxation game. It's all about whenever you tense your muscles. That's whenever you have problems. You have to just let it go. Let it all go. There we go. Yeah, if you tense your muscles, you're gonna die. Easy now. All right. Yeah, see? Yeah, no, that was definitely... Ooh. That was definitely me reading, reading chat did that for me. Not months of practice. Not hours in the gym. Not me on my fat grind. Getting off my fat butt to get on my fat grind every day. Hours and hours of getting over it. All for this. Adrian! Adrian! Up we go! I'm gonna get over it, Adrian. Whoops! Here we go. Hang on. We can't fall from here? Hey, that's illegal. Ooh. Yeah, that's what I meant to do. Bat jump scare. Uh-oh. Where are we gonna struggle with today? Just like Lynn said, it's always just wondering where we're gonna struggle today. Have you decided upon a movie for next movie night? You gave a suggestion that was pretty good. And feedback, I was gonna double check it because you gave another one along with How to Train Your Dragon, right? I thought that you put 2. Ooh, Moana's good. Now that's a good movie. I love Moana. What can I say? Ooh, first try. Yeah, what was the suggestion that you put along with that one? I thought it was good. I can't remember. We could watch Raya. I haven't seen that yet. PP. Yeah, we could do Raya. That's dragon themed. Oops. But I don't think it was a good movie, so might turn into Suffering Sundays really quick. I will. Okay, there we go. That at least works. Okay.
Oh, no.
Slow down there, chum.
Better to live to tell the tale.
There we go. Nice. Got over the ice so far pretty easily. Ooh, bucket jump. Scary. I don't think that I could stand another How to Train Your Dragon movie, not gonna lie. That last one was kind of a snooze. Kind of a snooze. Okay, there we go. Sorry, I just had to take that one easy. Okay, ooh. There we go. You don't even think that you finished Raya? Oh no! Did you pay for it too? I could have swore that you said that you had to pay for it. I mean the big bucks, not like movie. I mean, movie tickets kind of always worth it. I never really feel bad about a movie ticket if I go to the theater. You know, even if it's kind of overpriced and I kind of paid for like IMAX to watch a crappy Mortal Kombat movie, it's always worth it. I mean, the theater's about the experience. I pay for that crap. I love the theater. What can I say? I'm a traditional guy. You paid for Premiere Access and didn't finish it. You know what they say. Actions speak louder than words. And those actions right there are the ultimate sass for Raya. Oh no! Oh no! Yeah, this climbing thing, there's specific places where these holds are, but I often forget where they are. And also, I normally get kind of excited and make mistakes. Boing. Yeah, it's the flailing. I'm getting better at not just doing a pure flail. Thankfully. Oh. Yeah. All right. Nice. And we're out. Let's see if we can get lucky with some space debris. Come on. Come on. Let me at it. Yeah.
No.
Oh, no. Too slow. Should have pogoed. Better to pogo. Is that it? Come on. Come on. No, the wait. The painful wait. Yeah, there we go. Okay, now we're out. What do we get? What do we get? Come on. 7 minutes? Oh, sub 8, I mean. Not even 8 minutes. Wow, that is a new record. That's a personal record right there. Sub 8 minutes. Wow. Wow, that's fast. The best that I'd ever done before that was 11 minutes, I think. Man, we were schmoovin' it. What was my record? My record was 9 minutes. Sorry, I was sub 10. It was 9 minutes and 25 seconds. Well, we made it to 7 minutes and 59 seconds. Wow, that's speed. Let's see, where do we struggle on that one? Hey, nice. Oh, thank you for the congratulations. I say, the hype. Yeah, where do we struggle? We struggled at, we kind of slowed down climbing the church. Anvil was super fast. Snow was super fast. Everything was quick, man. That was awesome. Hey, Midnight Blonde, how you doing? Guess what I'm doing in a month and a half? I don't know. What are you doing in a month and a half? I gotta leave on it. You guys, I gotta leave this right here. I'm not gonna break any records. Listen, I was trying to encourage myself, all right? I was trying to psych myself out of messing up. Ooh, look at that. This and the 2 lemons. Man, we almost got it. What'd you say? Lots of things? What kind of stuff? What? What do you mean lots of things? You gotta tell me. Oh, was it Adventure of Tintin? Ooh, we could watch Tintin. I kind of want to watch a new movie. But Tintin is so good that I would break my own rules for it. I would watch it. It's so good. Tintin is muy bueno. Muy bueno, I'm not gonna lie. Let me turn on some music really quick. I'll turn on some tunes while we get ready to go, you guys. While we get ready to bounce. I mean, listen, I would normally want to go for 2 maybe, especially with it that fast. But we literally beat my fastest time. We did it as fast as I've ever done it. Devil's Chimney, instantly done. So I feel like we should end on that high because that was awesome sauce. Okay, there we go. Actually, that's going to be too distracting for me. It was good. It was excitement. You're headed to Idaho. You're getting a tattoo, and you might get a new piercing. You're also going to cut and dye your hair soon. Oh my gosh, Midnight Blonde. What kind of piercing are you getting? What kind of tattoo are you getting? Where's the tattoo going? That's awesome. A very nice stream indeed. Wow, Lynn's. And it was even Lynn's subsiversary. Hey, Fifi Abby, I'm glad that you enjoyed the stream. You guys are sweet. I'm glad that I decided to stream today. I was thinking about taking a day off, but you know what? Y'all, I'm so glad that I chose to hang out with you, Beans. I love you, Beans. Yeah. Goodness, it was a lot of fun. Tomorrow, we're going to be doing Terraria Tuesday with my girlfriend, Arisa, and with the artist that made those sweet, sweet little pixely babies that you see in the chat. Oh, they're so adorable. I love them. You see those little floof-floofs? Those little floof-floofs were made by the artist that I'm also going to be playing along with. So my emote artist and my sub badge artists are gonna play Terraria with me. Hooray! We're gonna play some Terraria together. It's gonna be a real fun time. Oh, what? Blue Skittle's even sounding out. Oh yeah. Wait a second. If Blue Skittle's right here, does that mean that we can't raid Blue Skittle? Ah, not fair. How dare? I can't even. What? I can't even raid Blue Skittle. It's not a full stream unless we can dip in and say hi to my friend Skittle. But you know, I guess we'll have to go somewhere else. I guess we will. As for the cut, you're gonna go. Oh, let me go up a little bit. You said hopefully industrial, and 2 tattoos are gonna be on each of my shoulders. Get some artwork from a tarot deck that you have 4 of Swords and King of Wands. Interesting. Oh, we'll see you later, Shin. Thanks for hanging out. Oh, woo. Hasta la vista. Hasta la vista, baby. It was nice to see you. All the honks. All right, fine. Hydration. Give me a second. Outcast earlier, and I said yes. I said yes. Ooh, watermelon, yummo. You guys are going crazy, honking and honking. Goodness gracious, honking and honking. Y'all better stop honking at me. How dare? Again, sounds like people on the highway. The only about time he finally got his darn sips. This sorry sucker. Yeah, I haven't eaten anything today, so I should probably go get some food. Yay, honky time. Oh no, it's horrible. You're out of points, Savvy? Oh yeah, my economy's fixed. Lex, what's up? How are you doing? I'm doing good. No, don't be sorry. What? Don't apologize for missing the stream. No, you can't miss the stream. What are you talking about? Listen. Oh no, I changed the audio. Okay, listen, I'll do it for you.
A wizard is never late. He arrives precisely when he means to.
That's what I was going to click, but I changed all of the names, so, and I also moved everything. Your economy isn't fixed? Really? Dakota, how many points do you have? Huh? Come on. How many points have you got? Admit it. Listen, Alchemic is clearly the Jeff Bezos of this community. That's okay. You fell asleep? Ooh, but honk honk. Oh, Pink Monster, thanks for hanging out. Yeah. So, goose sound. Should I switch it out for tomorrow? I wonder if I have a Terraria sound that I could use. Let me see. I don't think that I do. So don't worry. Let's see. Do I have a... Let's go to Leon board. Do y'all want the honk sound for Terraria tomorrow? A death squish? Death squish is funny, but I'd rather have something that's like outside of the game, right? It's funny. We could do Newt Newt. Nobody knows what this is from. Nobody knows what Newt Newt is from. Oh, come on. Nobody watches that anymore.
What's your profanity?
Right, I'm sorry.
What's your profanity? Let's see. I got a few more in here. Let's see. What do we got? Let me see. Let me play like a couple of these. I'll play a couple of these sound effects that I've got for later. just a scream. I love that. It makes me laugh. It's such a stupid, boring sound effect, but it makes me think. But it makes me laugh. That's always an option. We could do gnomed. Let's see. That's GTA. GTA wasted. Let me see. What have I got? Mario. Oh, this one's good. That one's definitely gonna be. That one's gonna be one eventually. Okay, someday. That's gonna be in there. Let me see. Oh, I've also got. That one's kind of quiet. Yahoo! I mean, I'll turn it up. I'll turn it up, you guys. Don't worry. If we wanted to, I'm just saying, we can. Y'all are still honking along. No! Stop honking! This would be good for annoying me with drinks. Yeah, there you go. It's got lime. Look out! That's frustrating. That's too loud. The kids love it. The kids love it. What can I say? Let's see. It's just an individual. As fast as y'all can, okay? As fast as, or it's so unsatisfying. It's the worst one. It doesn't even end. It just it does end. It's horrible. It's so unsatisfying. It doesn't, that's it. That's the whole thing. That's the whole thing. I don't have any more. That's the best SpongeBob sound effect. Bar none. That's ultimate failure. That's failure anytime. I also have some Windows sounds that would be very frustrating. Let me turn this up a little bit. That one would get me good for sure. It's the USB sound. I've also got... That's... No! And that's not me messing up. That's the sound effect. Yeah, that's the USB unplugged. It's so quiet. I'd have to turn it up. Yeah, I'd have to boost this. Let me see. I've also got let's see. Don't I have a Windows error? Let me see. Windows error would be that could be a sub one. Oh boy. I've got a few of these. Yeah, boy. I've got some music. That one would definitely get me in trouble. Yeah, boy. Let me see if I got any other music in here. It's just Wii Sports. I feel like this would be good if I die in Skyrim. That would be a death in Skyrim. I feel like this is for the this one's definitely for music for making videos. I think I'd use that for doing videos. Right as I get smacked. Let's see. Goose honk. Let me see what oh no, I've got a FNAF song in here. Who put the FNAF song in here? Okay, wait. I got a sad violin. Not good enough. Not good enough, you guys. No. This'll never do. We need more juice. There we go. That's better. Long. It dies. It dies at the end. That is horrible. Goodness gracious. JJ!
You serious?
Oh, I love that clip. Let me see. I think that's about all of them. I've got more. I'm just saying. Is that JJ? Yeah. That's JJ. That wheeze. The wheeze at the beginning is the best part. I thought that I had like one more song. Oh no. Only the FNAF kids would get this one. Let me see. Oh, I got some Among Us ones. Oh, what was that? That's so quiet. We're gonna have to upgrade that one for sure. That one might be fun. Could scare me during Outlast for sure. Excuse me, I was about to be murdered. How dare you? Oh, I've got a Dark Souls death. Sweats. It wasn't me. I swear. I swear it wasn't me. Thrown out. Bye-bye. You died. Sorry about that. Let me see. I thought that I had like one more. Mario die. Do I have another? How many Mario sound effects do I have? Goodness. Oh, that's a sound effect. That's boring. I think I only downloaded that because it was oh, is this just one horn? No, that's a bunch of horns. Goodness. Okay, well, anyway, let me see. Get Zelda rupees. I got a bunch of sound effects. I don't know. Oh, this is another one. This is another one that's gonna be one that you can do for cheap. Definitely. That's very annoying. That is too frustrating. I was looking for fatalities, actually. I was trying to find fatalities, but I couldn't find a very clean one. Like, they always had background sound. They were always like, I don't know. None of them worked for me. I tried to find them. I might have to look a little bit further to find a fatality, because I was thinking about it. I was wanting to get a fatality sound effect, but where it just goes fatality. But I didn't like any of them. Maybe I'll just record my own. But anyway, you guys, that was just a sneak peek at some of the sound effects that'll be coming up. You know, what the heck? What the heck? I thought that I'd show them off. Let's raid. Let's see. Who's playing what? I'm just looking at who's. I should have been looking at this the entire time. Berg's playing Dark Souls 3. That looks kind of fun. Let's see. Somebody's playing Zelda 64. Let's see. Ray Ray's playing Monster Hunter Live. We could go say hi to Ray Ray if we wanted to. Is she playing with other people, or is she all alone? I don't know. I don't love raiding people that are playing with other people, but you know, what the heck? What the heck? We could jump over to Ray Ray. What do you say that we go say hi to my friendo Ray Ray? She's a sweet bean from Australia, so she's got an awesome voice. Let's go say hi to our awesome voice friendo. What do you say? You guys, if you're headed out, I totally understand. Get yourself some sleep, but if you would, I'd appreciate if you come on in with the raid and send out a little message, and then you can go bye-bye. I'm just saying, if you'll stick around, we can put some love in the chat for Ray Ray, and then you can just scoot off and you can go to bed. Listen, I understand it's getting late. Thank you so much for hanging out with me, you sweet beans. I love you all. All right. It's time to go to bed. It's time to go schlep. But let's give some love in the chat for my friend Ray Ray. And I will see you guys tomorrow for Terraria Tuesdays. It's going to be a little bit early. We're going to be starting at about 2 p.m. You'll do it for me, Rosera. Thank you. That's so very sweet. I'm sure that Ray Ray will appreciate it. We'll have a party. We'll raid Ray Ray. But you guys, it was lots of fun playing with you. Hope to see you tomorrow for Terraria, a little bit early, 2 p.m. CT. And of course, you can always look at the Discord if you wanna get a little bit of alert. Thank you so much for being here. I love all you beans. Let me put a special thank you in the chat for all of my modsies, for all of my sweet moddies. I'm talking about Alchemic Refuge, Jedi Aurora, just another person like you, and Dai was here, and Ariso were also here. They're not here right now. They're probably sleeping like the sweet baby beans that they are. Also, my VIPs, thank you so much. Lemonberry, Anti-Dark Heart, thank you again for the beautiful sub badges that I love so much. They look so good. And also, thank you so much, Calico, Kivi, Kuri, Lupus, Malice, and Rosera, and 10 for being incredible VIPs. Thank you so much. I love all of you beans. And thank you to everybody else, anybody that contributed subs, or that, oh my gosh, we went to 12 subs today. Holy crap. That's incredible. Thank you so much for all the support, you sweet beans. Thank you, everybody that gave anything, that chatted at all, or that alert. Thank you so much. Tayaki-san, it was so nice to have you here. We love you. Platonic loves. Oh, yes, it's all platonic indeed. We'll see you later, Savvy. Much love. The King of Squirrel, bye-bye. See you later. Bye-bye, Limonberry. Much love. Lynn, see you later. All right, put some hype in the chat for Friendo Ray Ray. See you soon. Bye-bye. Bye-bye. Let's go. All right. Boom. And our sweet, delicious VOD is over. Thanks for watching.